Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. It is 6:59 over on the East Coast and 3:59 on the West Coast. Right there on your screen to the right there, that is a live image from, believe it or not, New York City. It looks more like Mars, as we do have the air quality alerts that are still in effect today. I do actually want to pull this up full so you can get a closer look at what we're dealing with. Again, that is a live look over at New York City. Coming up here shortly, we're going to go to our Fox 5 New York team and bring you the first part of their newscast this morning, as they are covering this extensively. This is all the result here of those Canadian wildfires. We've been telling you about those for the last several days, as again, we've seen scenes just like this one really appearing not just in New York City, also Philadelphia, Boston, and cities all across the northeastern part of the country. Our Fox 5 New York team just beginning their newscast. Let's go live to them here, raw and unfiltered.
State area until midnight tonight. We do not expect the smoke and haze to start letting up until at least sometime tomorrow. Mike Woods is coming up with a detailed forecast.
And that Yankee game that was supposed to happen last night was one of several events that were postponed or canceled because of the smoke conditions. State and local officials are still saying you should stay indoors if you can.
Former President Donald Trump has been informed that he's the target of a federal criminal investigation. This case involves his handling of classified information after he left the White House.
Also, the NYPD has arrested 3 men in connection with the fatal drive-by shooting outside of Delhi in Washington Heights. Police say the man, 66 years old, was just an innocent bystander.
The city suing more than 24 counties over the refusal to let migrants be housed in local hotels. The city argues that the ban violates state and federal law.
We got you covered. We're going to find out if it's going to be just as crazy as yesterday.
Oh, boy.
Did you think you were like in an apocalypse movie or something?
I mean, I walked in and I had to, it's midday, and you have to turn the lights on inside your apartment because it's that dark.
I know. And Mike, this dress was white until I walked in this morning.
Oh, is that right? Well, actually, so your dress is like an air filter of sorts. It's nasty out there, and today it's a little bit better, but still the overall condition still very unhealthy. We have the air quality alerts in effect for pretty much the entire tri-state region again for you, though we are starting to head in the proper direction. 57 right now, Central Park, 52 degrees in White Plains, 41 degrees in Sussex, and the winds are generally on the light and variable point side at this point in time, but looks like that will continue for a while. Here's the smoke futurecast for you, what we are expecting from this point forward. See how the yellow shades kind of thin out as we head toward lunchtime, and even as we head toward this evening. The latest models want to back a lot of this out, still kind of hugging the coastline for us along the Jersey Shore. Still some very heavy smoke in the central and southern sections of New Jersey, but we are generally heading in the right direction. But the AQI, the air quality index, is at about 190, and that should continue to improve as time goes on, and eventually we're going to be out of this, but it probably takes another day or two before we are in the clear. Let's just take a look at that 7-day forecast and show you what's happening out there. For the next several days, we're looking at temperatures climbing back up into the upper 70s to low 80s by this weekend, but today it's that hazy sunshine for you going on. All right, let's take you over to Ali Warshawski right now and see what we have with the commute situation. Good morning to you.
Good morning. We can see that haze on our traffic cameras. Here's a look at the Gowanus. You can see we do have a broken down school bus. This is on the eastbound side by exit 23. It's not really causing major delays for eastbound travelers, but you can see westbound it is just busy as usual. And let's take you and show you what it looks like. Governor Mario Cuomo Bridge, no major delays here, but again, visibility starting to become an issue once again because of the air quality. Parking, alternate side parking is suspended for today. Well, let's get you to this vehicle fire that's been going on for quite some time now in Newark. It's cleanup that is underway, and it's blocking a couple lanes on the Turnpike Eastern Spur northbound right at the truck route 1 and 9. Rosanna Bianca,
all right,
to you.
Thanks so much, Ali. Well, it's another day of unprecedented air quality issues created by the wildfires in Canada, and this is a live look at the current conditions right here in New York City.
Still very hazy. Now, state and local officials say you should stay indoors if you can, but if you cannot, then wear a mask. Fox 5's Briella Tomasetti has more from Battery Park, wearing her mask and doing her best to stay safe outside. Briella, what do you know?
Yeah, Bianca and Rosanna, good morning to both of you. We are unfortunately stuck outside, but my photographers and I, we are all masked up. We are dealing with this in the best way possible to keep you all informed. And it was so strange because even with my window shut last night, the amount of smoke that I could smell seeping into my apartment was pretty shocking. The view behind me, it would typically be beautiful on a morning like this, approaching the summer, but the visibility is pretty low. So Mike mentioned the air quality. It is hovering at 190. That's compared to 484 at its height yesterday. So there is an improvement, but a safe AQI is 59. Taking a look at the skyline again, it really just puts everything into perspective, especially being shrouded in smog.
It's crazy.
It's been rough.
Oh my God, this is horrible.
It was so weird to see the orange sky. It was so strange.
When will it end? Because I don't think it's going to be within the next few days.
Grab your masks and get ready for yet another day of downright dangerous air quality. Thick smoke blanketed the Big Apple yesterday. As conditions rapidly deteriorated, New York was temporarily gifted an unusual title, the most polluted city in the entire world.
The AQI, air quality index, hit 484. It tops out at 500.
The ominous yellow haze smoked out just about anything and everything that comes to mind. It limited visibility and slowed flight traffic at all three major airports. At one point, the air quality forced a full ground stop at LaGuardia and caused delays averaging more than an hour at Newark.
It's going to be an hour late delay, but that's what they say.
A hazy overcast hung over Yankee Stadium for Tuesday night's game, but yesterday's matchup between the Bronx Bombers and White Sox was called off 2.5 hours before first pitch.
We're going to try to come back tomorrow.
Adding to the long list of smoke-related woes, Broadway shows were postponed. The Bronx Zoo shut its gates. All outdoor activities at New York City schools were canceled. Even libraries announced early closures. And Mayor Adams says it could be a while before we see some improvement.
This is an unpredictable series of events.
For that reason, city and state officials are passing along this valuable advice. Just take it easy.
You don't need to go out and run tonight. You don't need to go out and take a walk. You don't need to push the baby in the stroller. This is not a safe time to do that. I want to reiterate that.
All right, if you didn't notice before, my mask was on upside down, so we're all a little bit haphazard today. I don't know if it's the smoke or if I'm just ditzy, but let's talk about parking. This is quite interesting. Alternate side parking is suspended today, so that's good news if you have a car here in the city, but those meters are still in effect. Either way, you might have to go outside and keep an eye on that car to avoid getting a ticket. Bianca and Rosanna, we're live in Battery Park City. New Yorkers cannot catch a break no matter what the circumstances may be.
City's got to make some money. Thanks so much, Briella. Let's talk about the wildfires intensify in Canada. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has been looking to other countries to provide aid, including the U.S.
That's right. Trudeau tweeted that he spoke on the phone with President Biden to thank him for sending more than 600 firefighters and equipment to help battle the flames. And Canadian officials say this is shaping up to be the worst wildfire season ever, with 414 wildfires burning, displacing more than 20,000 Canadian residents. Trudeau spoke yesterday to talk about the impact that the wildfires are having on the country.
Over the past years, we've seen extreme weather events increase in their intensity and their impact on Canadians, as well as on their cost to families, to provinces, and to the federal budget.
Out of the 414 wildfires, 239 are considered to be out of control.
All right, let's talk about three men. They are under arrest this morning, charged in connection with a fatal drive-by shooting.
All right, that was our Fox 5 New York team's coverage there of the air quality and the wildfire smoke that is filling the sky. Again, you are taking a live look. This is over in New York City. There are buildings back there somewhere. Briella Tomasetti has been covering this for Fox 5 New York. You saw her a bit earlier there. She'll join us coming up in about an hour and a half with a live report to see how things are shaping up. We did also learn moments ago that LaGuardia Airport has now issued a ground stop once again. That happened yesterday due to the poor air quality, and that is the case once again today. Again, you are taking a live look right there at New York City, but if you look over here, this is a live look over at D.C. Much of the same situation, a dusty and hazy sky there. I want to go over some of the basics of what we know about this, as smoke is hanging over several cities for another day, and officials are urging people to stay inside as much as possible. Folks are being urged to avoid strenuous activity in the outdoors, and winds have blown smoke from unchecked Canadian wildfires into this region, the northeastern part of the U.S., which led the DEC to issue an air quality health advisory for the boroughs there in New York, but also several surrounding cities. I do want to take a live look here at our X-RAD radar system because you can see the red that is showing up, and that is a look at all of that smoke impacting people in several different states. Right now, if you are watching us over in any of these, you're likely to see some, at least some, of the smoke. You are seeing it kind of extend even more south than it did yesterday. It is now 7:10 over on the East Coast and 4:10 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, taking a live look at New York City. That is an orange hazy glow, and it essentially looks like we're looking at a live image of Mars. That is not what it is. Well, I do want to show you Washington, D.C. as well. Not quite as bad, but still not looking like it should at this time of the day. And we do know that UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is there at the White House today meeting with President Biden as part of his 2-day trip to the U.S. We'll have coverage of that coming up right here on Live Now from Fox. He is expected to make his way over to the White House around 10 a.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, I do want to dip into a live event that is now officially underway as the Russian legal team is responding to Ukrainian arguments presented on June 6th in a case brought by Ukraine against Russia at the UN's top court, alleging that Russia breached treaties on terrorist financing and racial discrimination in eastern Ukraine and Crimea. The case was filed in 2017 before Russia's invasion last year triggered a full-scale war in Ukraine. Let's pop up the audio and listen in here, raw and unfiltered. All right, as it goes sometimes, we pop the audio up just as everyone is leaving that scene right there. So we'll bring you some of the comments coming up a little bit later, as we know that they are expected to meet again around 9 a.m. I do want to bring you back to those wildfires. Take a live look here over in New York City. Marianne Rafferty with Fox News has a little bit more about what they are seeing all across that city and really across the country.
Relief nowhere in sight for millions of Americans still struggling to breathe.
I started coughing in the smoke.
As the smoke and harmful particles from hundreds of wildfires still burning in Canada continues smothering communities across large portions of the Northeast, Midwest, and the South.
Seems like apocalyptic.
It smells like barbecue.
As of Thursday morning, the Environmental Protection Agency listed air quality for areas in red as unhealthy. The purple on the map shows areas with very unhealthy air, and in maroon are pockets with hazardous breathing conditions.
People with asthma and lung problems, the very elderly, the very young, people with underlying medical conditions, this can really lead to problems.
So anytime there's inflammation or irritation that narrows the airway because of the swelling, that causes difficulty breathing.
The unrelenting smoke also causing headaches for folks trying to fly. On Wednesday, visibility issues caused delays at Newark, LaGuardia, and JFK airports. Aviation experts say it's possible more delays could happen throughout Thursday.
Passengers are expecting the worst when these things happen. This could be a sign of a sort of a new threat to our air system with these wildfires.
You're sitting in the concourse waiting for your plane, and you can't see the baggage trucks out on the tarmac.
Because of the ongoing fires and the current weather patterns, the smoke is expected to linger until the weekend. Doctors advise wearing a face mask if you need to go outside. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
All right, Marianne, thank you so much for that report. I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are following right now. The Florida woman accused of fatally shooting her neighbor over a dispute regarding her children expected to go before a judge today. This happening in Marion County, that's Ocala, Florida. Matt Trezza with our Fox 35 Orlando team joins us now live with the latest on the investigation and, of course, that court hearing. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically what we know so far is this dispute started with two women. Susan Lorenz, she's the woman who deputies say did the shooting, and a woman, AJ Owens, who was her neighbor, who went over to complain that Lorenz was mistreating some children who were playing nearby her house. So what we know so far from deputies is that Lorenz was angry at the children playing in the field near her home. She started yelling at them, which a neighbor overheard. Now, deputies say she threw a roller skate at the kids. She actually hit one of them. And then an older sibling went over to the home to talk with Lorenz. She allegedly swung an umbrella at them. That's when they say AJ Owens went over there and knocked on the door. Deputies say Lorenz just fired one shot through the closed front door of the house. It hit Owens in the chest. And she died there outside the home. She was standing next to her 10-year-old child when this all went down, deputies say. Now, Owens' relatives and their supporters say they're happy that Lorenz was arrested.
I was relieved and happy that an arrest was made, although I was saddened that it took 4 days to happen.
Now, the family is represented or working alongside noted civil rights attorney Ben Crump. This is a case that's been getting a lot of media coverage and a lot of attention, both locally here in Central Florida and also nationwide. Now, Lorenz is facing manslaughter with a firearm charges. That's a first-degree felony. She could be behind bars for up to 30 years if convicted of that charge. And there is a candlelight vigil for Owens that is planned for the community later this evening. Josh?
All right, Matt Trezza there with Fox 35 Orlando. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, I do want to take you back out live over to D.C. We do have all of these cameras that are showing you just how bad this dust is, this haze that is resulting from the smoke from those Canadian wildfires. This is going to be a situation that does continue to develop over the next several days. It is not going anywhere anytime soon. 7:19 on the East Coast and 4:19 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. A developing story out of Georgia now. That is where 2 women were shot during a family-friendly carnival at a mall in the Atlanta suburb of Alpharetta. Mark Teichner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team joins us now with the latest on that investigation. Mark, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, good morning. At this point, we haven't been given a condition update on those 2 young women who were both shot out here at this carnival in a mall parking lot. But we do know that at least one of them had to be air flighted to the hospital.
Victims, gunshot victims.
Shots rang out at a carnival, sending people running for safety and 2 young women to the hospital. Alpharetta police say around 7 Wednesday evening they responded to the carnival, which is taking place in the North Point Mall parking lot.
It was in the area of those rides. I'm not sure at this time whether they're actually on a ride when the firearm went off or if they were standing next to it.
One victim was airlifted to the hospital, the other taken by ground ambulance. Police say the shooter escaped. Detectives did locate a handgun at the scene. They tell us it's too early to know if the gunman dropped the weapon while fleeing or if it belonged to someone else.
Not sure who actually had the firearm, but it was located in the area of where the shooting occurred.
Investigators talked to witnesses and collected evidence, but right now have only a vague suspect description and no motive for the shooting, which they do believe was isolated.
Because it's an isolated incident, it does not appear that the public is in any danger at this time.
But obviously there was a lot of folks scared out here when this shooting took place. They tell us, these witnesses, multiple shots were fired. Now, this particular carnival is an annual event in this parking lot here at the mall. We're told that it's always gone off without a hitch. It's a family fun event, as you can imagine. It was closed down after the shooting took place, not surprising. We'll have to see if it reopens again today. It's scheduled to stay open until June 11th. Reporting from Alpharetta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner for Live Now from Fox.
And Mark, I do know that they held a news conference, Alpharetta Police, last night. Have they announced if they plan to hold any sort of news briefing or provide any update this morning or later on today?
Not as of yet. They've told us that they would send out a press release if they had any more information. That's when we were able to get the new information about the victims being young women, because during that press briefing they did during the night hours, they didn't even know that. They also gave us this incredibly vague description of the shooter that's quite frankly useless as far as trying to track him down. So if we do get more information, we'll of course pass that along to our viewers, and we'll put it on our website as well.
All right, Mark Teichner there with our Fox 5 Atlanta team. Thank you so much for joining us. And in other news right now, I do want to get to a story that we've been following very closely here on Live Now. A federal grand jury investigating Donald Trump in Florida heard from at least one additional witness Wednesday amid signs that the Justice Department was moving toward a possible indictment over the former president's mishandling of classified documents. In the last week, his lawyers have met with the DOJ officials to argue against an indictment. Trump has issued social media posts in which he suggested that he did anticipate he might be charged, and a former top aide appeared before a grand jury in Miami, an indication legal experts say that prosecutors had settled on Florida rather than Washington as an appropriate venue for charges. In addition, several media reports Wednesday evening said prosecutors had recently issued the Trump legal team a target letter, which is often but not always a precursor to criminal charges. The DOJ defines a target as someone whom prosecutors have substantial evidence linking to a crime. Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team has the latest.
Federal prosecutors from the Office of Special Counsel Jack Smith have told former President Donald Trump's attorneys that he is a target of their investigation into the mishandling of classified documents after he left office. In January of last year, the National Archives took 15 boxes from Mar-a-Lago and told the Justice Department that they contained, quote, a lot of classified documents. FBI agents seized more in August during a search that occurred after the former president's lawyers asserted that their own search had not unearthed any more. All told, authorities found more than 300 documents with classified markings at Mar-a-Lago. John Solomon, a conservative journalist who has served as one of the former president's representatives to the National Archives, which keeps presidential papers, reported that an indictment is imminent.
But I think they're on a fast pace. That's why the target notification, which is a required notification in the U.S. Attorney's Manual, has occurred.
On Truth Social, former President Trump said, "No one has told me I'm being indicted, and I shouldn't be because I've done nothing wrong. But I have assumed for years that I am a target of the weaponized Department of Justice and FBI." On Monday, 3 of the former president's attorneys met with Smith, the special counsel, and members of his team at the Justice Department. The New York Times characterized that meeting as a final attempt to head off charges against former President Trump. Last night, his vice president, Mike Pence, who has declared his candidacy for the 2024 Republican nomination, reacted to the possibility of an indictment.
I would just hope that there would be a way for them to move forward without the dramatic and drastic and divisive step of indicting a former president of the United States.
But former Vice President Pence took on former President Trump over his demand that he not certify the election results on January 6th, 2021.
When the president asserted that I had the right to overturn the election, I said today that I felt that he was asking me to choose between him and the Constitution. I chose the Constitution, and I always will.
Over to California now. The family of Maria del Carmen Lopez, seen right there, who was kidnapped outside her home in Mexico about 120 days ago, pleaded for help from U.S. President Biden and the Mexican president, saying the investigation has been fairly slow moving. Our Fox 11 LA team has the latest.
And it's horrible. It's nothing. I don't wish this on nobody.
Tony Lopez will never forget the call he received from Mexican kidnappers.
What did the kidnappers tell you?
They said it's like you see this in a movie, you don't think it's going to happen. They flat out tell you, we have your mom. And then they just proceed to give you instructions.
His mother is 63-year-old Maria del Carmen Lopez. It's been 119 days since she was kidnapped while watering her plants in front of her home in Pueblo Nuevo, Colima, Mexico.
We miss her with a pain that defies words.
Her family feels the investigation between the FBI and Mexican authorities is moving too slow. They are now asking the President of the United States and the President of Mexico for help.
I implore you to hear my words, to feel my anguish. I implore you to and take immediate action.
The Lopez family believes a ring of organized kidnappers targeted Maria del Carmen, a U.S. citizen, thinking her family had money. The amount they demanded is something the Lopez family simply can't afford.
It was a ridiculous amount. We knew right away we were in trouble because we don't count with that type of money. Even if we begged for help, we were never going to attain that.
It put in perspective the disconnect of who they think they have. We're normal working people. We don't, it's a hopeless feeling actually, because you know, I don't have that.
The kidnappers did provide proof of life, a voice recording of their mother.
She's pleading for her life, and she names a few of my brothers and sisters, and she's saying, if please hurry, act quickly, my children, and give them what they want. And my life depends on it.
All right, that was our Fox 11 LA team with that story. Once again, I do want to talk about a big story that we are following here, those air quality alerts that have been issued in several different cities across the U.S. right now, especially over in the northeastern part of the country. This right here is a live look at New York City. Hard to believe we're looking at New York and not Mars, but you can see the orange dust that is surrounding the city. The images that came in just yesterday looked fairly similar, and it seems like this could be the situation for the next several days. I want to show you this live image of Niagara Falls, where you can see just how fuzzy and hazy it is there as well. Not quite that orange dust, but still very, very low visibility all throughout that area. And taking a live look over at DC right here, you can see the same kind of orange haze in the distance. Again, this will be the situation for several days here. We know later on today, Rishi Sunak, the UK Prime Minister, is expected to arrive at the White House for a meeting with President Biden. Not sure if this will impact anything. It's likely not to, but later on today, we do expect to have a news conference that will be held with Rishi Sunak alongside President Biden to provide some details about their discussion. Now, we do know they are expected to talk about Ukraine and several other big topics here, one of them artificial intelligence. In the meantime, our Fox 29 Philadelphia team is going to be covering the weather that they are seeing as far as the dust from these wildfires. It looks like they are about to get underway with their newscast, so once they do, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered, and make sure to dip in. Looking around to see what other images we do have here, and this is actually another one from New York City where it doesn't look quite as bad. This is outside the Fox studios. That is where our Fox 5 New York team and Fox News are all located. All right, it looks like our Fox Philadelphia team is now in their programming here, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Cancellations necessary.
Yeah. Thank you, A.
That's cute, though. We do like seeing them all violently wave.
Yeah.
Now, I did look it up yesterday. I believe the official last day is the 13th for all Philadelphia public schools. I think that's right. But anyway, that's one of the situations. It's almost the end of the school year. Now, this is the brand new, I just downloaded this from airnow.gov, and you can see the area of hazardous air quality is moving a little bit to the west, and Philadelphia is now in very unhealthy. Just slight improvement, but it's still pretty bad out there, the air quality. So the alert's in effect for the rest of the day. Bus stop buddy has to wait for the bus. He's got jelly-filled donuts today. You can see how hazy it still is outside. That sun's trying to get through that smoke. 58 degrees right now, and the surface smoke forecast is for a little bit of improvement middle of the day and maybe a little more by evening. That is your forecast. We'll talk about temperatures over the weekend coming up in the 7-day. Here's Bob Kelly right now. Hey,
Mississippi. Good morning, everybody. 7:33 on this Thursday morning. Come on, let's get right to it. Outside we go. First of all, we got an accident. This is along 495. It's 495 southbound, just south of the 95 split there. It's right at Route 13. So if you are heading south into Wilmington, head for 95 to avoid getting stuck in the jam. Here's probably the best smoke camera that I can show you right now. The stadium complex in the background. All the smoke just kind of laying over the city. That smell of smoke. Your eyes are going to water. Your throat's going to be a little sore, scratchy when you head out there. At least that's what happened to me. 422. Again, we're smoke-filled roadways here out of Montgomery County. And then the Schuylkill Expressway running slow westbound from the boulevard out and up the hill into Belmont Avenue. Mike and Alex, back over to you.
We're just talking about how hopefully you still have masks around your house from COVID, right? Because of these wildfires. Some physicians are saying put a mask back on.
So most of our area, from Pennsylvania to New Jersey to parts of Delaware, has been under a code red alert, and it's because of the poor quality of the air. Smoke and haze from the wildfires forced ground stops and flight delays at airports, and a number of outdoor events have been postponed or canceled.
Yeah, so what do we do about it? Dr. Jessica Most is here. You're a pulmonologist, is that the way I'm supposed to say it, right?
Yes, I am.
Over at Jefferson Health?
Yes.
Trained at Drexel, right?
Trained at Drexel.
Okay. Should we wear masks?
We should be wearing masks. The air quality is pretty bad, and it can affect people even if you don't have lung disease.
And what kind of mask? I've seen people with just scarves on and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is it these N95s that we need?
The N95s are the best masks. They filter a lot more particles, and we have these small particles in the air right now that can get pretty deep into your lungs. And these also seal a lot better than your regular surgical mask, too. So I would really recommend the KN95 or the N95.
This over a cloth?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And I like the question that Mike's been asking all morning. Are we overreacting here? What if some people are thinking, I'm only outside for a little bit. It shouldn't be that big of a deal.
It's like living in L.A.
I really don't think we're overreacting. A couple things to know about Philadelphia. Philadelphia is the 9th worst city in America for asthmatics already, and that's because we have a lot of asthmatics in Philadelphia, and we have high rates of emergency room visits.
Why?
Because of pollution, because of pollen, it may have to do with our population. So we're already in a bad place when it comes to lung health. We also have an F from the American Lung Association in regards to our air quality because of the number of days of high ozone. So
we were already in a bad spot.
We were already in a bad spot.
I'll be out. I'm leaving. I'm moving today.
And then add on top of that, this.
Correct. And air pollution is actually a big killer worldwide. Over 4 million people die from air pollution related diseases every year.
But some people watching this say, yeah, but that's probably over time. That's not going to affect us for, the 2 or 3 days. They might have to deal with this. Or does it?
It certainly could. We already have some of our patients going to the emergency room because their breathing is so bad. So especially if you have lung issues, you have to be super cautious with these levels.
Can you overuse an inhaler?
You can overuse an inhaler if you're not using the correct inhaler. So if you're using your controller inhalers, the ones that your doctor's prescribing to keep your asthma or your COPD good, then that's really appropriate. But sometimes if you're using your rescue inhaler a lot, it's an indication that we need to do better controlling your lung disease.
And when it comes to how we protect ourselves and some of the methods that we're using, I've seen a whole bunch of things over the past 24 hours. Some folks saying, turn off your air because the air is coming from outside, and a variety of different things. Do we need to go that far in the distance of, let me turn off my air conditioning because that's probably, do I need to, even in the car, I know we've been saying, make sure you only have it circulating inside.
Yeah, so I definitely think you need to keep your windows closed. This is something that we mentioned to patients anyway, because we've had a really bad pollen season as well. So I would keep your windows closed, which means you probably need to keep your air on. And luckily, most air conditioning have pretty decent filters.
Yeah.
So I think that will really help. And then you could also run a HEPA filter in your rooms that you're spending the most time to try to reduce.
Like an air purifier?
Exactly.
Okay, so you would recommend that? Because I have seen some people also talking about air purifiers.
I do think that they're really helpful. I started running more, especially one in my kitchen when I'm cooking as well. And they're also really good if you have indoor air allergies like dust and pet dander.
All right. Doctor, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
We'll have you back. That was very good.
Thanks.
Yeah, nicely done. We'll come right back.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sheba Russell.
All right, so that right there was some of our Fox 29 Philadelphia team's live coverage of what they are seeing as a result of the air quality alerts that have been issued. Again, you have been taking a look at this all throughout the morning, but this is the image that is just hard to swallow. It's very difficult to look at because it looks like we're dealing with basically a planet like Mars or something like that, but it is New York City covered in that orange haze. We're seeing some similar effects across the country here. Take a live look over at D.C. That right there is the Capitol building. You can see that same type of haze and the same situation right outside the White House. It is now 7:39 on the East Coast and 4:39 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at our XRAD radar system. We have been taking a look at the different images from several different cities across the U.S. here, especially in the northeastern part of the country. And I do want to give you this look at just some of the areas that are seeing that smoke coming in from these Canadian wildfires. Take a look. On that image, you're going to see the orange, yellowish, red lines that are showing up. That is the smoke that is now over so many different cities. And it's not just in the northeastern part of the country, but there is at least some of it traveling through parts of, let's say, Georgia, like the Atlanta area. It looks like Charlotte, also Kentucky, Tennessee. So essentially, many different states and many different cities are seeing the effects of this smoke. Again, we do expect a meteorologist with the National Weather Service to join us a bit later on this morning to break down what is going on and when it will go away. Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team is there in New York City keeping an eye on the situation, and she filed this report for us.
It's crazy. It's been rough. Oh my God, this is horrible.
It was so weird to see the orange sky. It was so strange.
When will it end? Because I don't think it's going to be within the next few days.
Grab your masks and get ready for yet another day of downright dangerous air quality. Thick smoke blanketed the Big Apple yesterday. As conditions rapidly deteriorated, New York was temporarily gifted an unusual title, the most polluted city in the entire world.
The AQI air quality index hit 484. It tops out at 500.
The ominous yellow haze smoked out just about anything and everything that comes to mind. It limited visibility and slowed flight traffic at all 3 major airports. At one point, the air quality forced a full ground stop at LaGuardia and caused delays averaging more than an hour at Newark.
It's going to be an hour delayed, but that's what they say.
Adding to the long list of smoke-related woes, Broadway shows were postponed. The Bronx Zoo shut its gates. All outdoor activities at New York City schools were canceled. Even libraries announced early closures. And Mayor Adams says it could be a while before we see some improvement.
This is an unpredictable series of events.
For that reason, city and state officials are passing along this valuable advice. Just take it easy.
You don't need to go out and run tonight. You don't need to go out and take a walk. You don't need to push the baby in the stroller. This is not a safe time to do that. I want to reiterate that.
All right, so our different affiliates across the country have been covering this from each and every angle here as we do work to gather the latest information. And our Fox 5 New York team took a closer look at those masking guidelines and what is being suggested by, as you heard there, Governor Kathy Hochul in New York.
We've just been in New York for a few days, so compared to New York, this is significantly better. I have said to my husband Robert a few times, said, oh my gosh, I can't breathe.
We just thought it was kind of hazy.
We saw more people in masks around here than we've seen at home.
It's not as bad as I would have thought.
No irritants for you or anything?
No, I'm doing good, yeah. But I'm not pushing myself really hard either, so.
The air quality is terrible because, in the United States, it's very rare. It makes me throats very itchy.
Agencies across the region issuing code red warnings. Several parks departments and school districts canceling recess and outdoor activities. One health official we spoke to says the smoke from the wildfires contain tiny particles that go deep into your airways and can irritate your lungs. So what's the best thing to do to protect yourself? She says stay indoors, and if you must go outside, wear an N95 or KN95 mask.
Cloth masks are not going to be helpful in this situation. Surgical masks are not going to be very helpful in this situation. And definitely scarves, bandanas, those kinds of things are not at all helpful.
Sensitive groups like children, the elderly, and expecting mothers are considered most vulnerable. Poor air quality can trigger asthma or heart attacks even if you're exposed for just a short amount of time. You may also experience headaches, sinus and eye irritation, difficulty breathing, coughing, and chest pains. Dr. Roez also says your pets can be affected and you should make sure your AC unit is running.
Making sure that your HVAC system is working properly. That's going to be an important thing to do. Making sure your windows and your doors are closed. You really want to avoid getting that outdoor air inside. The other thing that I think people are not thinking about is their pets. It is not good for you to be outside, and it is not good for your pets to be outside. Now is the time to keep them indoors. Short bathroom breaks are recommended. Definitely do not go on long walks with your pets.
All right, that was our Fox 5 New York team, and we do have those live images coming in from all across the country. That is another look over at the Capitol building in D.C., where you can see that orange haze is starting to take hold right there. We also have this live shot of the White House, same situation over in that area. I do want to head now to Laurel, Maryland. That is where Bob Barnard with our Fox 5 DC team is taking a look at conditions over there. Bob, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
You bet, Josh. Yeah, we're just a little bit northeast of downtown Washington, maybe by 15 miles or so. And the experts are saying if you're going to be outside, you should have a KN95 or an N95 mask. And if you can, stay inside as best you can. You've probably been reporting this morning, Josh, but some flights in the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast are being canceled or delayed because of the conditions here. All outdoor activities at the schools around the D.C. region for today, outdoor recess. Some end-of-the-year programs are being canceled as well. I want to show you the sun here. I know it's not smart to look into the sun, but on a day like today, looking through the power lines to the sun here, that gives you an indication of what's in the sky. All that smoke coming down from Canada. And yes, the winds are bringing those smoky skies down here into the D.C. region as well. And as we pan down here, this is Route 1 heading north here in Laurel. And it's been this way, I mean, even overnight with the street lights and what have you, and the car lights, you could tell how smoky it is. Maybe about a half-mile visibility here. And again, the experts are saying if you're going to be outside, limit your activities, because when you breathe this smoke in, it's not just bad for your lungs. And here are some of the people we've been speaking to about this.
Well, I'm a walker, and I'm not walking outside. My daughter's asthmatic, and she's not walking or anything, exercising, and her son had swim practice, and he skipped swim practice, so just being cautious, but it definitely smells smoky.
You know, there's no system of the body that is not impacted from wildfire smoke and pollution in general. So, you know, that those particles get into your lungs, and then from there they can get to any other parts of your body. They affect your cardiovascular system as well as your brain. And so there is linkage to high levels of air pollution and dementia, for example. And so things that we just want to avoid it as much as possible. And it's especially important, you know, I've got 2 little boys, kept them home from soccer camp today. Don't want them out running around chasing soccer balls for 3 hours because their lungs are still developing, their bodies are still growing. And so they're more susceptible to kind of air pollution.
Cloth masks are not going to be helpful in this situation. Surgical masks are not going to be very helpful in this situation. And definitely scarves, bandanas, those kinds of things are not at all helpful.
So I know you've heard now from the George Mason professor twice there talking about the kinds of things you shouldn't use to protect your lungs. This is one that the experts are recommending that you do use. It's a KN95 or an N95 like many did wear during the pandemic, Josh. So ideally the best bet, they say, is stay inside with your windows down, your doors closed, and air conditioning running if you can.
And Bob, you've actually joined us here live several different days in a row. How does today compare to yesterday? I know you were saying yesterday that you could actually taste it in the air.
Yeah, it's actually worse this morning, Josh. What was it, Tuesday? We knew there was something going on. It wasn't that bad. Yesterday morning at this time, it was still code orange here in the primary D.C. region. Throughout the day, it changed to a code red. The air quality index rose, so we became code red. And it hasn't changed from that. So this morning, it's worse than when I spoke to you about this hour yesterday morning. It's thicker. The smoke is thicker. You can still smell it, so the smell factor hasn't changed. You can still taste it. It's just more dense, and obviously, therefore, you know, not as healthy. If yesterday was healthy at all for people that we saw out running, today is worse.
All right, Bob Barnard there with Fox 5 DC. Stay safe, and thank you so much for being here.
You bet, Josh. Thank you.
All right, taking a live look once again over on this camera that we've been keeping an eye on. This is New York City. That orange haze looks like an image out of Mars, but that is simply New York City. There in the distance, you can kind of just make out some of the buildings, but health officials are urging people to stay indoors if you can today. We also have this image coming in of the Capitol building there in D.C. Same type of situation, not quite as orange, but as the sun does rise, you are having a tougher time actually seeing through that smoke. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 7:52 on the East Coast and 4:52 on the West Coast. We'll be back with more live coverage of live events and top stories right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:54 over on the East Coast and 4:54 on the West Coast. Coming up momentarily, we will be joined by Brooke Zahner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team. She has a look at conditions over in Georgia as we are seeing this smoky haze filling the sky in many major U.S. cities and also smaller towns across the country, all coming in from those Canadian wildfires. Our Fox 29 Philadelphia team has been covering this with several reporters. They have had team coverage as conditions have worsened there, so I do want to take you to their coverage here for a look at conditions over in the Philadelphia area.
I don't know. I was going to ask him. I'll ask him next time if he's been through anything like this. I don't remember anything like this.
So many people are saying they haven't seen something like this. Not on the East Coast, anyway.
Oh, yeah, the West Coast is kind of making fun of us, Hank, out in Los Angeles.
They're saying we have to deal with this all the time.
Every day, this is every day for us.
Oh, yeah, guys. Well, it's not us. We have to get used to it. I pray that we don't. This Sue is telling us maybe by mid-weekend it'll be moving on down the line. It's got to. But quick question, guys. Sun or moon? Think about it before you answer it, because it was the moon a little while ago, much the same color, only about half of it. Now it is the sun refracting through a ton of layers of atmosphere, and yes, more smoke particles than you could ever begin to count. It looks strange. I can't stop looking at it. I hopefully won't go blind. But check out this video from here at Cannon River Park this morning. That old devil moon disappearing a little earlier than it usually does. But because the moon was behind that shroud of smoke, it said goodbye a little earlier. Camden River looks misty. It's hard to see all the way across. You can barely make out the trails, barely see a couple of runners over there who, yes, are working out. Some of the town is still getting its workout in. Dr. Cheryl Bedigo of the Philadelphia Health Department says that if you had a big landscaping day planned for today, maybe put it on the back burner.
Avoid taking car trips if you possibly can. Carpool if you do need to go somewhere by car and you can. Don't let your car idle, because that releases pollutants. And avoid, for several different reasons, mowing your lawn or using a leaf blower or any kind of those activities with gas-powered devices today. Those will add to the pollution, and of course you'll be outside breathing in the air right now. So all of that stuff can wait for a different day. We're just recommending that people, if possible, stay inside, ideally at home, so they're not running a car.
Twist my arm. Don't go out and mow the lawn. You got it, Dr. Bedigo. But listen, she's for real. The CDC advice bears that out. Stay inside, reduce strenuous activity. And guys, the real deal out here is that the body just doesn't lie. The physical doesn't lie. My throat is dry and a little bit scratchy. I've been out here since about 2 o'clock in the morning. My eyes are itchy as well. You know, it's like, I think Steve said, that, quoting from Airplane earlier, I guess I picked the wrong day to stop smoking. Even if you never had a cigarette in your life, guys, today you got no choice. How about that?
Smoke them if you got them, and you do have them. Everybody has them. All right, let's check out Center City then. From Jersey to Center City. There's Steve.
There's Steve. You can see it behind them.
Yikes.
You can't see the skyline at all.
You know, I swear I just saw a rat among all the normal filth here, and he had a little N95 mask on, and he pulled it off and then coughed a little bit, put it back on, and scurried away.
Sure.
I swear I saw that. Look, we're showing the art museum because I was just thinking if Rocky had a Rocky like 15, it'd be Rocky versus the air. And how many steps do you think Rocky would make it up in this kind of filthy air? Not much, especially at his age, right? He'd be Rocky being resuscitated. I'm looking at all the poor folks who have to drive into this, and you wonder, what do you do on the dashboard today? I remember Bob was telling us about all those buttons we don't understand, where the arrow goes around or the half circle or whatever it is, and whatever that means. But you're not going to seal your vehicle up from the outside air. And normally you're getting the filth and pollution kicked up and all the exhaust as it is. So I don't know if it would even improve your situation by doing anything in your car other than somehow if you can hold your breath for the 45-minute commute in from the suburbs. But that's what people are driving into, and I'm sure everybody coming down the Schuylkill right now looking at the skyline going, oh my God, this is what I'm driving into today. And same goes for all the Phillies fans. Now questioning, is there going to be a game tonight? Because for the first time in the Phillies' 140 years of playing baseball in this town, they had a smoke out. That's what they called it last night.
But what can you do? It's a wildfire, just something out of our control. So hopefully they'll get it out and we'll get some fresh air and some rain and get this out of here.
It stinks, but for those who have respiratory elements that may not be aware, I think it's a responsible thing to do. It stinks, I'm sure revenue-wise it's a hit, but hopefully people are eating inside. So today, lacrosse got canceled because of the smoke. And he texted me and said, since we have nothing tonight, why don't we go out to dinner?
It's pretty bad out here. It's very thick to breathe in, and the smell isn't as bad as I thought it would be, but it's not bad with the mask on.
All right, so that was some of our Fox 29 Philadelphia team coverage as they are covering this smoke that is being seen. Now, I do want to bring you this live image coming in out of New York City. A bit earlier, there was that orange hazy glow. It appears there's still very low visibility, not quite as orange and a little less Mars-like. Now, across the country, we have seen several different health alerts that have been issued due to that incoming smoke from the Canadian wildfires. I do want to check in with Brooke Zahner. She is with our Fox 5 Atlanta team to see how things are looking there. Brooke, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, good morning to you. In terms of the hazy conditions, we're really not seeing much of that here in the metro area. The further north you go into northern Georgia, that's where you could start seeing some of those impacts. But this has been really widespread in terms of the air quality and also impacting travel. So we've been keeping an eye on any delays and cancellations here because we know there were many thousands that were delayed yesterday. Apocalyptic looking haze is blanketing the United States and Canada. Wildfires in Quebec and Nova Scotia are to blame and expected to persist into Thursday and possibly the weekend. The thick haze now stretches over the East Coast and Great Lake area, and health officials are warning about poor air quality conditions. The impacts have been felt at the airport. Flight tracking website FlightAware reported more than 5,400 flight delays Wednesday. LaGuardia Airport saw some of the biggest impacts. At one point, the FAA briefly halted flights headed to the airport because of the thick smoke.
Passengers are expecting the worst when these things happen. This could be a sign of a sort of a new threat to our air system with these wildfires.
Officials are urging people to stay inside, keep doors and windows closed, and wear a mask if heading outside. Authorities say children, the elderly, and those with asthma are at higher risk. The CDC encourages anyone in those groups to take extra precautions.
People with asthma and lung problems, the very elderly, the very young, people with underlying medical conditions, this can really lead to problems.
Now, at last check, according to FlightAware, there are only 37 flights that are delayed into or out of Hartsfield-Jackson here in Atlanta. So that's good news. It's not looking too bad here this morning. Obviously, those numbers could change. So officials are urging you, if you do have a flight, specifically if you're heading to the northeast area, to go ahead and check your flight status before you head to the airport. But for now, that's the very latest here live at the Atlanta airport. I'm Brooke Zahner reporting for Live Now from Fox.
All right, Brooke Zahner there with our Fox 5 Atlanta team. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us. All right, I do actually want to head back over to our Fox 5.
On the Gowanus Expressway now. We're showing you because we do have that eastbound stop.
Sorry, that was a little loud, but our Fox 5 New York team right now is covering that smoky haze that they are seeing there in New York City. What you're looking at right now is actually their live traffic report. They're talking about the traffic impacts of that dust, that smoke right there, and then they're going to go out to their live reporters. So let's pop up the audio and listen in.
In from Rockland into Westchester or vice versa. But again, visibility not the best today. A reminder, we still have this Sunrise Highway closure at exit 64 closed in both directions due to a serious crash that happened earlier this morning. Your detour here on the screen, but be advised we're seeing some pretty heavy delays with people taking this detour as well. Rosanna, Bianca, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Allie. When you look outside, oh yeah, you can see that smoke clogging our skies for the last couple of days, and it's still here.
I know many of us wearing masks for the first time in quite a while. A lot of people just threw them out, thinking they wouldn't have to use them again.
I have to say, it was shocking yesterday afternoon walking out of work and seeing that.
It definitely was. Braille Tomasetti has more from Battery Park. She's wearing her mask, and you can really see the fog behind her there, because normally on a bright blue day, it'd just be, you could see the beautiful skyline. That's not the case this morning.
Yeah, Bianca and Rosanna, good morning to you. I dug my mask out of the stockpile in my closet. I'm surprised I found it because I'm typically a pretty messy person, but nonetheless, here it is. It's on my face. We have all got our masks on this morning. And yeah, that blue sky is really trying to fight its way out, but take a look here. The scene is kind of one that you would see in a scary movie. The smoke is just overcoming that sky. It actually looks worse out in the distance than it did earlier this morning. All of the things that you would normally see when you're looking over this beautiful view, it would typically be beautiful on a normal sunny day, they are all shrouded in smoke. Specifically right now, we've got the camera pointed over to the Statue of Liberty. It is barely visible at this point. If that doesn't convince you that the air isn't safe to breathe, how about this? Health experts say that being exposed to the current AQI is equivalent to smoking more than 7 cigarettes.
It's crazy. It's been rough. Oh my God, this is horrible.
It was so weird to see the orange sky. It was so strange.
When will it end? Because I don't think it's going to be within the next few days.
Grab your masks and get ready for yet another day of downright dangerous air quality. Thick smoke blanketed the Big Apple yesterday. As conditions rapidly deteriorated, New York was temporarily gifted an unusual title, the most polluted city in the entire world.
So we don't have and we spoke about this yesterday at our press conference, and I think there's a little bit of misinformation there. We have over 100 plans for the city. We have a backpack full of plans for the city. We don't have a specific plan for fires. But what we do have is we have what are called all-hazard plans that apply to a variety of different types of emergencies based on the impacts and what the effects are on New Yorkers. So in that sense, we have things that we always can do that are in our hip pocket that we can apply to situations like this.
The ominous yellow haze smoked out just about anything and everything that comes to mind. It limited visibility and slowed flight traffic at all 3 major airports. At one point, the air quality forced a full ground stop at LaGuardia and caused delays averaging more than an hour at Newark.
It's going to be an hour late delay, but that's what they say.
A hazy overcast hung over Yankee Stadium for Tuesday night's game, but yesterday's matchup between the Bronx Bombers and White Sox was called off 2.5 hours before first pitch.
We're going to try to come back tomorrow.
Adding to the long list of smoke-related woes, Broadway shows were postponed. The Bronx Zoo shut its gates. All outdoor activities at New York City schools were canceled. Even libraries announced early closures. And Mayor Adams says it could be a while before we see some improvement.
This is an unpredictable series of events.
For that reason, city and state officials are passing along this valuable advice. Just take it easy.
You don't need to go out and run tonight. You don't need to go out and take a walk. You don't need to push the baby in the stroller. This is not a safe time to do that. I want to reiterate that.
Another live look at the Statue of Liberty. People come here from all over the world to see it today. It is shrouded in thick white smog. Let's talk again about the city and state responses to all of this. Governor Hochul, she has offered firefighting help from the state over to Canada and has teamed up with the city to hand out 1 million masks at subway stations and bus terminals, even at state parks. Mayor Adams, in the meantime, he has shut down city beaches, canceled outdoor events. The Staten Island Ferry is also operating on a reduced schedule. We did just see it passing by in the background in the vicinity. Some other boats are out here, but a very quiet morning here in New York City. For now, we're live in Battery Park City. Bianca and Rosanna, back to you, ladies.
Yeah, you can really see the effect of it from Brielle's point of view. Brielle, thanks so much. Well, as she said just a few days ago, none of us could have expected how our lives would be affected by fires hundreds of miles away.
I felt like I was in Mars yesterday walking down the street.
Crazy.
Reagan Medji in Central Park with more. How are New Yorkers reacting to all this?
You know, it's a mixed bag. I think a lot of people are just shocked that we're experiencing the aftermath of wildfires so far away from Canada. I mean, with that wind just shifting down and streaming into the area, we have been dealing with these wildfires. People in California, they've experienced this a lot more than we have. But to give you an idea that we're still under that air quality alert, it will be with us, National Weather Service says, until midnight tonight. So what that looks like, this. You can make out the skyline in Manhattan. Again, we're in Central Park, but when you pan to the left, I'm going to have Mike Nash, my amazing photographer, show you. It's still that haziness of all of that smoke in the air, and it's going to stick with us for another day and a half. So let's take a look at some video that Rosanna was just talking about just moments ago, almost looking like Mars. If you were out and about, if you happened to just, you know, look out the window around 2:30 yesterday afternoon, my goodness, it was that eerie yellow-orange glow throughout the city, illuminating the buildings. Very creepy. A lot of people tweeted at me and sent through my Instagram. It looked apocalyptic, and indeed it did. It was just very, very bad air quality at that point, and a bulk of that smoke coming from the wildfires in Canada streaming through the area. So now we get to today. The air quality is a bit better, but still there's dangerous levels of those fine particulates in the air. Briella was just talking about that. So here in Central Park, as you know, big area for people to come out and, you know, get their bodies and minds right in the morning, move about. So we decided to talk to some of those people with and without those face masks about why they chose to head outside. So you're here from visiting where?
Germany.
And your bucket list is to run in Central Park.
Yes.
And you arrived, and we have never experienced wildfire smoke like this.
Yes.
Oh. How many more days are you here?
3.
So what has it been like for you to walk in Central Park right now?
It's okay, but it would be better to run. I would like to run.
And you got your mask on you just in case?
Yes.
So what?
Maybe I run 100 meters. just to
cross off the bucket list. All right, thank you so much and welcome. All right, so that was one of the several people we spoke to this morning. Some people decided to have their masks. Some people said not so much. So if you are looking to have an N95 mask, just make yourself aware that FDNY is offering some of those masks at certain firehouses throughout the city, throughout the day. And also the state is stepping in. We have a list on the screen right now. Grand Central Terminal, Port Authority, Javits Center are some of the areas where you can grab that N95 mask. And now a live look back here in the middle of Central Park, and you can see that we have some people with masks. We have a bicyclist wearing that mask, but others not so much. We have a scooter coming out our way here and also some runners. So it's really up to you and your choice. Now, the N95 masks, the reason they're asking, the state health department is asking for these masks in particular, the cloth masks are not as effective. These masks are actually a tighter fit on your face. In addition, the material that is used prevents 95% of those fine particulates in the air that we're experiencing right now, preventing those particulates from getting through the mask into your lungs. That's what we want to protect here. Okay, we're live here in Central Park. Reagan Maggi, good day, New York. Guys, back to you.
All right, Reagan, thank you so much for that. Meanwhile, the wildfire smoke comes with a number of hazardous ingredients.
Health officials are urging you to stay indoors, and if you do go outside, wear that mask, as you heard from Reagan. Joining us right now, New York State's Acting Health Commissioner, Dr. James McDonald. Commissioner, nice to have you on Good Day, New York.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me.
So, Commissioner, did we see an uptick in hospitalizations yesterday related to this smoke?
You know, we haven't seen it just yet, and it doesn't mean it won't happen. Keep in mind, it's a cumulative effect when you're out in this unhealthy air. And right now in our metro New York City area, the air is very unhealthy.
So, Doctor, I know that you're suggesting the N95s. They're so hard to breathe in. I mean, you can't wear those other masks. And what about the eyes? Don't the eyes take in bad things as well?
Yeah, you know, your eyes are exposed, but I'd encourage you to wear the best available mask you can get your hands on and the one you're most comfortable with. You know, I have an N95 here. I actually wear these when I see patients. I find them comfortable. You just get used to it. You know, but if you're not comfortable with that, and the best you can do is a surgical mask, it'll give you some protection. It really will. And there's nothing wrong with using a surgical mask. You know, my main message is, look, you have some tools to succeed here. One is you've got your mask. The other thing is, hey, let's download that weather app on the phone so you can see what your air quality index is every day. If you have the weather app, you can see what it is, you can know what to do.
Tell us how bad it is in terms for our health if you don't wear a mask for the next couple of days.
Yeah, what we're worried about is those particulate matter. The particulate matter is so small, it doesn't get filtered out by our nose hair. So what it does, it gets down deep into our lungs. And by getting into our lungs, we're putting ourselves at risk for infection or inflammation. So some of my patients with asthma or people who have other lung disorders, people with heart disease, a little higher risk. Same thing with people who are pregnant. So this is why you have to be extra cautious if you're someone in that vulnerable population.
I saw this idea floating out on the internet, and it's kind of a wild one, but people are talking about wet deposition or cloud seeding, because, you know, when it rains, it kind of does clear away pollution and pollen, where you can manufacture rain. Like, has that idea been thrown out?
You know, I really haven't heard anyone talking about changing the weather in the state of New York, and I'm not advocating we do that, folks. You know, I think we just have to let Mother Nature be who Mother Nature is. I think part of what we should be doing ourselves, though, is saying, how do we help Mother Nature? And this is a call to just say, I need to start thinking about climate change. My friends, Canada is dry. New York is dry. If climate change hasn't become real to you, look at this as an event to say, hey, what's going on? What can I do to improve the climate I live in?
So some of our Twitter friends are, tweeting this morning that they have sore throats, itchy eyes, they're coughing. Are there long-term effects from the smoke?
You know, there shouldn't be long-term effects if this is just a short-term experience, but it really gets back to our earlier thought about it's a cumulative effect. So if you're having itchy eyes, a sore throat, even wearing a mask indoors where you clean up the air you breathe through, wearing the N95 even indoors will help you breathe up some clean air, and that should help you feel a little more comfortable. But keep in mind, this is going to be a short-term experience, is our belief. We're hoping next week this clears up. And I say that because, look, we've been through a pandemic. It's not lost to me that we've gone through that. This is short-term. It's happening to all of us at the same time. But, sunny days are ahead for New York, so we're going to get through this together.
I like your practicality, Doctor. Can we talk about giving out masks today at the Javits Center? Why did you pick that venue rather than, outside subway stations?
We picked a lot of venues across the state, and we tried to go where people would be, but quite frankly, where we've distributed things before, so people knew where to find us.
Right. Okay. That's good to know. And do you see any price gouging going on with the masks or purifiers? Listen, I'm not buying another thing. I got them stashed all over the house. I just went looking for them yesterday.
Yeah, I had a box in my home as well, and I haven't seen price gouging yet. Obviously, we hope that doesn't happen. And I hope New Yorkers, New Yorkers are good people. Our better angels are, the part of New Yorkers that we all love. And quite frankly, I think as New Yorkers, we know how to get through this, and we get through this together. But one of the things as New Yorkers, we know we don't take advantage of each other.
I do have one question to ask, though, going back to what you said about you're not seeing any long-term effects from this because it's a short event. Then if there's no long-term effects, then why are we wearing masks? Also, 1966, the 3 days of smog.
And we lived through the 80s. I did anyway.
Yeah, so keep in mind, it's a cumulative effect. So we haven't seen long-term effects yet. But why you wear a mask today is so you don't get sick today or tomorrow. And why you stay inside today is so you don't get sick today or tomorrow. Because keep in mind, as the air gets worse, and it might throughout the day, your risk goes up. And keep in mind, if you're in that vulnerable population group, you might have a harder time sooner than others. So this is protect yourself.
Do you have any inside info on whether it's going to be just as bad as yesterday? Because we had the Office of Emergency Management here. They couldn't predict it.
Yeah, today might be a little bit better than yesterday in New York City. Western New York, I'm a little more worried about what I see there. Today might be worse in Western New York than yesterday. It's really hard to predict where the smoke is going to go. I'm a doctor, not a weatherman. I wait and see what I see.
Even the weathermen have problems, Doc. You're in good shape.
It's a tough business.
It is. New York State Acting Health Commissioner Dr. James McDonald, thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Speaking of the weatherman, tough act to follow. Mike Woods coming up with the very latest and when we can expect the smoke to lift. Maybe he's got some answers because we're not getting any answers.
I know. And later, I'm going to be joined.
All right, everybody. I do want to get to some breaking news that we are following at this hour right now. Pat Robertson, a religious broadcaster who turned a tiny Virginia station into the global Christian broadcasting network, try to run for president and help make religion central to the Republican Party politics in America through his Christian coalition, has died at the age of 93 years old. Robertson's death Thursday announced by his broadcasting network, but no cause was given. Robertson's enterprises also included Regent University, an evangelical Christian school in Virginia Beach, the American Center for Law and Justice, which defends the First Amendment rights of religious people, and Operation Blessing, an international humanitarian organization. But for more than half a century, Robertson was a familiar presence in American living rooms, known for his 700 Club TV show, and in later years, his televised pronouncements of God's judgment on America, from everything from homosexuality to the teaching of evolution. The money did pour in as he solicited donations, his influence soared, and when he moved directly into politics by seeking the GOP presidential nomination in 1988, he brought a huge following along with him. Robertson pioneered a now common strategy of courting Iowa's network of evangelical Christian churches and finished in second place in the Iowa caucuses ahead of Vice President George H.W. Bush. Now, at the time, Jeffrey Hayden, a University of Virginia sociologist and a Robertson biographer, said Robertson's master stroke was insisting that 3 million followers across the U.S. sign petitions before he would decide to run. The tactic gave him an army there. So again, Pat Robertson has now died at the age of 93, no cause of death given. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back to this breaking news that we are following at this hour here. Pat Robertson, religious broadcaster who turned a tiny Virginia station into the global Christian broadcasting network, tried to run for president and help make religion central to the Republican Party politics in America through his Christian coalition, has now died at the age of 93. Robertson's death Thursday announced by his broadcasting network, but no cause has been given. Robertson Enterprises also included Regent University, an evangelical Christian school in Virginia Beach, the American Center for Law and Justice, which does defend the First Amendment rights of religious people, and Operation Blessing, an international humanitarian organization. But for more than half a century, Robertson was a familiar presence in American living rooms, known for his 700 Club TV show, and in later years, his televised pronouncements of God's judgment on America for everything from homosexuality to the teaching of evolution. The money came in as he did solicit donations, his influence soared, and when he moved directly into politics by seeking the GOP presidential nomination in 1988, he brought a huge following along with him. Robertson pioneered a now common strategy of courting Iowa's network of evangelical Christian churches and finished in second place in the Iowa caucuses ahead of Vice President George H.W. Bush. Again, if you are just joining us here, Pat Robertson, religious broadcaster who turned that Virginia station into Christian Broadcasting Network, has died at the age of 93. That is according to his broadcasting network. Of course, we know tributes will be pouring in here, so we will bring those to you raw and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to head back to some of the other stories that we are following right now. Take a live look over New York City, where it does look a lot different than it did just about an hour ago. We were keeping an eye on essentially what appeared to be an image out of Mars, but was just the webcam that was pointed over toward the city there in New York. Still very smoky, very hazy, as we're seeing all that smoke from the Canadian wildfires moving in. I do want to send you over to a report from Marianne Rafferty with Fox News as she breaks everything down about the Canadian wildfires and the smoke being seen across the country.
Relief nowhere in sight for millions of Americans still struggling to breathe.
I started coughing in the smoke.
As the smoke and harmful particles from hundreds of wildfires still burning in Canada continues smothering communities across large portions of the Northeast, Midwest, and the South.
Seems like apocalyptic.
It smells like barbecue.
As of Thursday morning, the Environmental Protection Agency listed air quality for areas in red as unhealthy. The purple on the map shows areas with very unhealthy air, and in maroon are pockets with hazardous breathing conditions.
People with asthma and lung problems, the very elderly, the very young, people with underlying medical conditions, this can really lead to problems.
So anytime there's inflammation or irritation that narrows the airway because of the swelling, that causes difficulty breathing.
The unrelenting smoke also causing headaches for folks trying to fly. On Wednesday, visibility issues caused delays at Newark, LaGuardia, and JFK airports. Aviation experts say it's possible more delays could happen throughout Thursday.
Passengers expecting the worst when these things happen. This could be a sign of a sort of a new threat to our air system with these wildfires.
You're sitting in the concourse waiting for your plane, and you can't see the baggage trucks out on the tarmac.
Because of the ongoing fires and the current weather patterns, the smoke is expected to linger until the weekend. Doctors advise wearing a face mask if you need to go outside. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
And we will have an expert join us here shortly to help break everything down about the wildfires and the effects on people across America. Let's get to some of the other big stories that we are following right now. A federal grand jury investigating Donald Trump in Florida heard from at least one additional witness Wednesday amid signs that the DOJ was moving toward a possible indictment over the former president's mishandling of classified documents. In the last week, his lawyers have met with the Justice Department officials to argue against an indictment. Trump has issued social media posts suggesting that he anticipated that he might be charged, and a former top aide appeared before a grand jury in Miami, which is an indication, legal experts say, that prosecutors had settled on Florida rather than Washington as an appropriate venue for charges. In addition, several media reports Wednesday evening said prosecutors had recently issued the Trump legal team a target letter, which is often but not always a precursor to criminal charges. The DOJ defines a target as someone whom prosecutors have substantial evidence linking to a crime. Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team brings us the latest.
Federal prosecutors from the Office of Special Counsel Jack Smith have told former President Donald Trump's attorneys that he is a target of their investigation into the mishandling of classified documents after he left office. In January of last year, the National Archives took 15 boxes from Mar-a-Lago and told the Justice Department that they contained, quote, a lot of classified documents. FBI agents seized more in August during a search that occurred after the former president's lawyers asserted that their own search had not unearthed any more. All told, authorities found more than 300 documents with classified markings at Mar-a-Lago. John Solomon, a conservative journalist who has served as one of the former president's representatives to the National Archives, which keeps presidential papers, reported that an indictment is imminent.
I think they're on a fast pace.
That's why the target notification, which is a required notification in the U.S. Attorney's Manual, has occurred.
On Truth Social, former President Trump said, "No one has told me I'm being indicted, and I shouldn't be because I've done nothing wrong. But I have assumed for years that I am a target of the weaponized Department of Justice and FBI." On Monday, 3 of the former president's attorneys met with Smith, the special counsel, and members of his team at the Justice Department. The New York Times characterized that meeting as a final attempt to head off charges against former President Trump. Last night, his vice president, Mike Pence, who has declared his candidacy for the 2024 Republican nomination, reacted to the possibility of an indictment.
I would just hope that there would be a way for them to move forward without the dramatic and drastic and divisive step of indicting a former president of the United States.
But former Vice President Pence took on former President Trump over his demand that he not certify the election results on January 6th, 2021.
When the president asserted that I had the right to overturn the election, I said today that I felt that he was asking me to choose between him and the Constitution. I chose the Constitution, and I always will.
Let's head over to California right now, where the family of Maria del Carmen Lopez, who was kidnapped outside of her home in Mexico about 120 days ago, pleaded for help from President Biden and the Mexican president, saying the investigation has been, quote, slow moving. Lopez was taken from out in front of her home in Mexico back on February 9th when she was outside gardening. Lopez, who is an American citizen, does have family in that area, but also in LA, and is a mother of 7. Now, on Wednesday, her children stressed the need to find their mother, saying the investigation from the FBI and the Mexican authorities is moving too slow. Our Fox 11 LA team has that story.
And it's horrible. It's nothing. I don't wish this on nobody.
Tony Lopez will never forget the call he received from Mexican kidnappers.
What did the kidnappers tell you?
Well, they said it's like you see this in a movie, you don't think it's going to happen. They flat out tell you, we have your mom. And then they just proceed to give you instructions.
His mother is 63-year-old Maria del Carmen Lopez. It's been 119 days since she was kidnapped while watering her plants in front of her home in Pueblo Nuevo, Colima, Mexico.
We miss her with a pain that defies words.
Her family feels the investigation between the FBI and Mexican authorities is moving too slow. They are now asking the President of the United States and the President of Mexico for help.
I implore you to hear my words, to feel my anguish. I implore you to and take immediate action.
The Lopez family believes a ring of organized kidnappers targeted Maria del Carmen, a U.S. citizen, thinking her family had money. The amount they demanded is something the Lopez family simply can't afford.
It was a ridiculous amount. We knew right away we were in trouble because we don't count with that type of money. Even if we begged for help, we were never going to attain that.
It put in perspective the disconnect of who they think they have. We're normal working people. We don't, it's a hopeless feeling actually, because you know, I don't have that.
The kidnappers did provide proof of life, a voice recording of their mother.
She's pleading for her life, and she names a few of my brothers and sisters, and she's saying, please hurry, act quickly, my children, and give them what they want. And my life depends on it.
That was our Fox 11 LA team with that report. We are taking a live look once again at just one of our many smoky cameras across the country. This is a live look over in New York City, looking a lot different than it did yesterday and even about an hour and a half earlier this morning, where it looked like a scene out of space, maybe Mars. But still, we're talking about a very smoky haze there. I want to talk more about the Canadian wildfires and the smoke that we are seeing in cities across the U.S. here. Dr. Meng Wang is a professor at the University of Buffalo here and joins us live to talk more about it. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
So first off, what is causing this Canadian wildfire? What is the situation with that smoke that is now being seen all over the U.S. in cities like New York, Philadelphia, you name it?
So the wildfire actually happened quite affecting a large area of the United States. There's many reasons could affecting this wildfire event. First is probably that the meteorology, for example, we just experienced hot weathers in the past few weeks, and that could make the land use more believable and making the wildfire more easily to happen. And also that another thing is because that, for example, the wind blows the smokes away from Canada to United States. And there's also many other factors could happening affecting this. And the large size of the wildfire could also be a big issue.
Are the wildfires that are seen in Canada normally this powerful? Because let's say in New York City, for instance, they're saying that it's the worst air that they have pretty much ever had. Is this a normal situation or is it fairly abnormal?
I would say that with this large size of the wildfire, it's kind of an abnormal situation. Because at least in Buffalo area, we haven't seen such a severe air quality in the past, for example, 10 years. So I think that's an abnormal situation.
The smoke is making for some interesting sunsets, sunrises, but can it actually be dangerous overall?
Yeah, for sure. So the poor air quality could affecting people's health, especially susceptible population like the pregnant women, elderly, and children. So definitely people need to do something to prevent from this dirty air.
Is it likely that this is all going to stick around for quite a while, or is it going to leave in the coming days here?
I would say that that depends, because the wildfire could continues depending on if the weather is bad. For example, if there's rains, for example, if there's some rains in Buffalo area, we will be good. But if this sunny weather continues, hot weather continues, and it's possible that it could take several days or even weeks.
What do you hope that Americans in general can learn from all of this as we kind of watch the situation in Canada with the wildfires and now see that smoky haze that we're dealing with in several U.S. cities and several U.S. states?
Yeah, first I would say that probably in the future, because I believe that many states don't have the residents don't know this situation happened, so early warning system established should be important in the future. The second thing is that the personal prevention from the resident is also important. When this poor air quality happened, people need to do something to prevent from air. For example, closing the windows, using air purifiers, and also using air conditionings to lower down the air quality could be very important.
And you kind of touched on this here, but what should people be doing right now as they are in cities like New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and this kind of smoky haze is over them? A lot of people will say, I know that I'm told to stay indoors, but I've got stuff to do, I got to go somewhere. What would you suggest they do?
So yeah, it's possible that it can't impact their daily life. So if people need to go outside really, but first, I would say that this especially affect susceptible population. So for healthy people, it probably be fine, but for the susceptible population, if they need to go outside, wear mask. And if they stay indoor, use air purifier.
And I just want to ask you really quickly, what are you seeing outside your window right now where you are? Have things kind of cleared up a little bit, or what's it looking like?
I just checked the air quality. It's better than yesterday, but still the level is above the safety level.
All right, Dr. Meng Wang there with University of Buffalo. Anything you want to add before I let you go?
No, that's all right. Yeah.
All right,
thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, want to take this live look once again. This is actually over in New York City, where you can see that smoky haze is still sticking around. Coming up any moment now, we are going to be joined by Briella Tomasetti. She is with our Fox 5 New York team, and will provide a live report on what they are dealing with. We know that just yesterday they had the worst air quality it appears that they have ever had in their history. So definitely an interesting situation caused, of course, by those wildfires. We will bring you the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we're going to get right back into your headlines and live events. If you've been watching this morning, you know a lot going on, so we'll get right back to it. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 8:41 over on the East Coast and 5:41 on the West Coast. We do have several different cameras right now that we are keeping an eye on here, and that is New York City, where we are dealing with that hazy smoke there. Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team will join us momentarily with more on the situation there. In the meantime, I want to let you know, because of all of that haze, that smoke coming in from the Canadian wildfires, we do have a ground stop at Philadelphia's airport that is due to low visibility and is expected to run until at least 9:15 this morning, though we have seen it extended several times, so it is likely that will happen again. We also know there is the ground delay over at LaGuardia. That has actually been a ground stop for the most part, but is now just a delay, and that is expected to take place really over the next several hours into the next 24 hours, so we will keep you posted. Speaking about Philadelphia, I do want to bring you this report from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team a bit earlier that kind of breaks down what they are seeing.
I don't know. I was going to ask him. I'll ask him next time if he's been through anything like this. I don't remember anything like this.
So many people are saying they haven't seen something like this. Not on the East Coast, anyway.
Oh, yeah, the West Coast is kind of making fun of us, Hank, out in Los Angeles.
They're saying we have to deal with this all the time.
Every day, this is every day for us.
Oh, yeah, guys. Well, it's not us. We have to get used to it.
I pray that we don't. This Sue is telling us maybe by mid-weekend it'll be moving on down the line. It's got to. But quick question, guys. Sun or moon? Think about it before you answer it, because it was the moon a little while ago, much the same color, only about half of it. Now it is the sun refracting through a ton of layers of atmosphere, and yes, more smoke particles than you could ever begin to count. It looks strange. I can't stop looking at it. I hopefully won't go blind. But check out this video from here at Camden River Park this morning. That old devil moon disappearing a little earlier than it usually does. But because the moon was behind that shroud of smoke, it said goodbye a little earlier. Camden River looks misty. It's hard to see all the way across. You can barely make out the trails, barely see a couple of runners over there who, yes, are working out. Some of the town is still getting its workout in. Dr. Cheryl Bedigo of the Philadelphia Health Department says that if you had a big landscaping day planned for today, maybe put it on the back burner.
Avoid taking car trips if you possibly can. Carpool if you do need to go somewhere by car and you can. Don't let your car idle, because that releases pollutants. And avoid, for several different reasons, mowing your lawn or using a leaf blower, any kind of those activities with gas-powered devices today. Those will add to the pollution, and of course you'll be outside breathing in the air right now. So all of that stuff can wait for a different day. We're just recommending that people, if possible, stay inside, ideally at home, so they're not running a car.
Twist my arm. Don't go out and mow the lawn. You got it, Dr. Bedigo. But listen, she's for real. The CDC advice bears that out. Stay inside, reduce strenuous activity. And guys, the real deal out here is that the body just doesn't lie. The physical doesn't lie. My throat is dry and a little bit scratchy. I've been out here since about 2 o'clock in the morning. My eyes are itchy as well. You know, it's like, I think Steve said, that, quoting from Airplane earlier, I guess I picked the wrong day to stop smoking. Even if you never had a cigarette in your life, guys, today you got no choice. How about that?
Smoke them if you got them, and you do have them. Everybody has them. All right, let's check out Center City then. From Jersey to Center City. There's Steve.
There's Steve. You can see it behind them.
Yikes.
You can't see the skyline at all.
You know, I swear I just saw a rat among all the normal filth here, and he had a little N95 mask on, and he pulled it off and then coughed a little bit, put it back on, and scurried away.
Sure.
I swear I saw that. We're showing the art museum because I was just thinking if Rocky had a Rocky like 15, it'd be Rocky versus the air.
That is a look right there over at some of our Fox 29 Philadelphia coverage. Hard to believe that is the city of Philadelphia there, covered in that orange haze. And you were hearing from Steve Keeley, a reporter who has been out there covering it. I do want to head back over to New York. That is where we have been keeping in touch with our Fox 5 New York team to gather the latest information on the effects there. Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team joins us live now with conditions over there. And Briella, it's really hard to see anything behind you right now.
Yeah, Josh, good morning to you. I mean, things were a lot worse yesterday, so we're seeing a bit of improvement, but what tends to happen is that conditions deteriorate again in the afternoon. And we all know New Yorkers are not deterred from doing anything. There are people jogging right now, walking their dogs, taking strolls, but really, we advise you to stay inside, wear that mask if you are outside, because conditions are very dangerous out here. I'll give you another closer look at the skyline. You can see the thick white haze, the smoke. Again, it was more yellow yesterday. We are expecting that to happen a bit later this afternoon when the sun is a lot higher in the sky. There are also some boats out. We do know the Staten Island ferry is operating on a reduced schedule right now. But as a reminder, it is the worst air quality that the city has seen in more than 50 years. The air quality index where we are right now, it is hovering at 190. To put things into perspective, a safe level is just 59.
Crazy. It's been rough. Oh my God, this is horrible.
It was so weird to see the orange sky. It was so strange.
When will it end? Because I don't think it's going to be within the next few days.
Grab your masks and get ready for yet another day of downright dangerous air quality. Thick smoke blanketed the Big Apple yesterday. As conditions rapidly deteriorated, New York was temporarily gifted an unusual title, the most polluted city in the entire world.
The AQI air quality index hit 484. It tops out at 500.
The ominous yellow haze smoked out just about anything and everything that comes to mind. It limited visibility and slowed flight traffic at all three major airports. At one point, the air quality forced a full ground stop at LaGuardia and caused delays averaging more than an hour at Newark.
It's going to be an hour late delay, but that's what they say.
Adding to the long list of smoke-related woes, Broadway shows were postponed. The Bronx Zoo shut its gates. All outdoor activities at New York City schools were canceled. Even libraries announced early closures. And Mayor Adams says it could be a while before we see some improvement.
This is an unpredictable series of events.
For that reason, city and state officials are passing along this valuable advice. Just take it easy.
You don't need to go out and run tonight. You don't need to go out and take a walk. You don't need to push the baby in the stroller. This is not a safe time to do that. I want to reiterate that.
And Governor Hochul, who you just heard from right there, has teamed up with the city to distribute 1 million masks at subway stations, bus terminals, and state parks. Mayor Adams, in the meantime, has closed all city beaches, limited or canceled most outdoor activities, I should say. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the Staten Island Ferry is operating on a reduced schedule. There are some boats out here in the water behind me, but it's not nearly as busy as it would be on a typical beautiful June day. Josh, will send it back to you.
All right, Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team. Stay safe out there. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Of course.
All right, everyone, let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break and more of your headlines coming up in just 2 minutes. A developing story out of Georgia now. That is where 2 women were shot during a family-friendly carnival at a mall in the Atlanta suburb of Alpharetta. Mark Teichner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team joins us now with the latest on that investigation. Mark, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, good morning. At this point, we haven't been given a condition update on those 2 young women who were both shot out here at this carnival in a mall parking lot. But we do know that at least one of them had to be air flighted to the hospital.
Victims? Gunshot victims?
Shots rang out at a carnival, sending people running for safety and 2 young women to the hospital. Alpharetta police say around 7 Wednesday evening they responded to the carnival, which is taking place in the North Point Mall parking lot.
It was in the area of those rides. I'm not sure at this time whether they're actually on a ride when the firearm went off or if they were standing next to it.
One victim was airlifted to the hospital, the other taken by ground ambulance. Police say the shooter escaped. Detectives did locate a handgun at the scene. They tell us it's too early to know if the gunman dropped the weapon while fleeing or if it belonged to someone else.
Not sure who actually had the firearm, but it was located in the area of where the shooting occurred.
Investigators talked to witnesses and collected evidence, but right now have only a vague suspect description and no motive for the shooting, which they do believe was isolated.
Because it's an isolated incident, it does not appear that the public is in any danger at this time.
But obviously there was a lot of folks scared out here when this shooting took place. They tell us, these witnesses, multiple shots were fired. Now, this particular carnival is an annual event in this parking lot here at the mall. We're told that it's always gone off without a hitch. It's a family fun event, as you can imagine. It was closed down after the shooting took place, not surprising. We'll have to see if it reopens again today. It's scheduled to stay open until June 11th. Reporting from Alpharetta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner for LiveNOW from Fox.
And Mark, I do know that they held a news conference, Alpharetta Police, last night. Have they announced if they plan to hold any sort of news briefing or provide any update this morning or later on today?
Not as of yet. They've told us that they would send out a press release if they had any more information. That's when we were able to get the new information about the victims being young women, because during that press briefing they did during the night hours, they didn't even know that. They also gave us this incredibly vague description of the shooter that's quite frankly useless as far as trying to track him down. So if we do get more information, we'll of course pass that along to our viewers, and we'll put it on our website as well.
All right, Mark Teichner there with our Fox 5 Atlanta team. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, taking a live look over New York City, where it does look a lot different than it did just 2 hours ago. You had that orange haze all over the sky. It looked like something out of space, maybe Mars, but now still fairly smoky, but not as orange as we saw yesterday into early this morning. We do expect that smoke is going to hang around, though, for quite a while. Doug Luzader with Fox News brings us the latest information as we are seeing this not just in New York City, but nationwide.
Firefighters in Canada are racing to douse the flames, but the smoke from hundreds of wildfires keeps billowing up and moving south. Wind currents are carrying the thick air into the eastern half of the country. In New York, Times Square took on an orange hue. And in Washington, some fans at last night's Nationals game left early, with the haze easily visible through the lights.
My throat is a bit itchy, and I feel a headache coming on, so decided to leave.
Satellite images capture the extent of the smoke, and through that haze you can see the return of something many of us ditched some time ago: face masks, lots of them, with New York's governor warning residents to stay put.
You don't need to go out and run tonight. You don't need to go out and take a walk. You don't need to push the baby in the stroller. This is not a safe time to do that. I want to reiterate that.
President Biden spoke to Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau yesterday.
This is why the president has made climate change a priority.
But in truth, there are a number of causes here, a combination of dry air, huge fires, and winds blowing from the north. And it can all add up to health problems.
People, if they were to be outside, especially if they're exercising, breathing faster, they're going to be inhaling particulates at concentrations that normal smokers would inhale.
The tourists, meantime, are still out and about, even if the sightseeing isn't quite what they were expecting.
And that right there was Doug Luzader. As we mentioned, our Fox News friends are covering this from each and every angle, but so are our local affiliates. We have them in New York City, Philadelphia, just about everywhere that is being impacted by this smoky haze. Again, if you are just joining us, it is coming in from those wildfires that are burning out of control, more than 100 of them over in Canada. Our Fox 5 New York team actually spoke with several people who were in the area vacationing, so to speak, and they looked up and saw the haze.
We've just been in New York for a few days, so compared to New York, this is significantly better. I have said to my husband Robert a few times, oh my gosh, I can't breathe.
We just thought it was kind of hazy.
We saw more people in masks around here than we've seen at home.
It's not as bad as I would have thought.
No irritants for you or anything?
No, I'm doing good, yeah. But I'm not pushing myself really hard either, so.
The air quality is terrible because, in the United States, it's very rare. It makes me throats very itchy.
Agencies across the region issuing code red warnings. Several parks departments and school districts canceling recess and outdoor activities. One health official we spoke to says the smoke from the wildfires contain tiny particles that go deep into your airways and can irritate your lungs. So what's the best thing to do to protect yourself? She says stay indoors, and if you must go outside, wear an N95 or KN95 mask.
Cloth masks are not going to be helpful in this situation. Surgical masks are not going to be very helpful in this situation. And definitely scarves, bandanas, those kinds of things are not at all helpful.
Sensitive groups like children, the elderly, and expecting mothers are considered most vulnerable. Poor air quality can trigger asthma or heart attacks even if you're exposed for just a short amount of time. You may also experience headaches, sinus and eye irritation, difficulty breathing, coughing, and chest pains. Dr. Roez also says your pets can be affected, and you should make sure your AC unit is running.
Making sure that your HVAC system is working properly. That's going to be an important thing to do. Making sure your windows and your doors are closed. You really want to avoid getting that outdoor air inside. The other thing that I think people are not thinking about is their pets. It is not good for you to be outside, and it is not good for your pets to be outside. Now is the time to keep them indoors. Short bathroom breaks are recommended. Definitely do not go on long walks with your pets.
And our Fox 5 New York team has been providing continuous coverage here of the air quality alerts that have been issued and when that smoke could finally go away. This is their live coverage, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Right? It's usually around more like 50 or less.
And then yesterday it was almost 500, which is like the worst it could possibly be.
You're getting ready to be off the charts at that point. 500, they don't even have a measurement above 500. So to see it coming down to around, it's kind of, it's sad to say that 191 is good, but it's better than it was yesterday. And that is the general trend. So you can,
You want me to leave?
You go find yourself a mask. It's for when you get outside, because I know you didn't bring one. See if you can find a friend. Anyway, we do have an air quality alert that isn't affected until midnight, but things are starting to improve for us altogether. So that's the good news, is we've probably been through the worst of it. But still, that air quality coming in at 190 is in the unhealthy range, just one click away from being very unhealthy. And once you get to 300 plus, it's hazardous. That's what we had yesterday afternoon. Not the case for you today, but those numbers will fluctuate a little bit as the day goes on, and the winds fluctuate as well. We need something really big to kind of scoop this up out of here, and that'll start to happen after midnight tonight. We've got 60 right now, Newark and Central Park, 64 degrees out at Newark and 53 degrees in Sussex. Fairly nice day out there. The sun is going to get through. Hopefully it warms us up a little bit more so. Yesterday it was a struggle because of all the smoke. The winds are light and variable, generally coming in from the west-northwest at around 5 to 10 miles per hour, and that's the area of low pressure which has been pumping down that smoke from the Canadian wildfires right into the northeast, and it will continue to do so, but it's having less and less of an impact. See how the smoke kind of thins out on the smoke futurecast, kind of breaks it up as we head into the afternoon. We don't get a completely clear condition, but it does look a lot better as we get a little deeper into the day and into tomorrow. Things continue to improve. So your high temp today, 72 degrees, hazy sunshine out there for you. Definitely unhealthy in terms of being outside, especially in the, well, it looks like the worst of it's already come through, so it's not like yesterday, but things don't really get nice for you until we get into the weekend. So take it easy, wear the mask, and we will get you through this here.
I know we will. So as you said, Mike, the air quality expected to get a little bit better than yesterday. Officials are warning you, though, to stay inside today if possible. And if you do have to go out, wear a mask. Yesterday, Briella Tomasetti, when I saw people on the street with masks, I'm like, is this 2020 again? What is going on?
Yeah, Rosanna, it's like we're living in the apocalypse all over again. And I was just listening to my talk and I started laughing because typically you wonder how much rain is in the forecast, not how much smoke is in the forecast, but this is the reality we are living with. New Yorkers are living in this giant haze of uncertainty, almost as hazy as the skyline behind me looking across from New York into New Jersey. But as a reminder, like you said, here is what it looked like outside yesterday. A plume of thick yellow smoke blanketing the Big Apple, and we could be in for a repeat, but fingers crossed that doesn't happen. The ominous yellow haze slowed flight traffic at all major airports. At one point, the air quality forced a full ground stop at LaGuardia and caused delays averaging more than an hour at Newark. Yesterday's Yankees-White Sox game was called off 2.5 hours before first pitch. The list goes on and on. Broadway shows were postponed. The Bronx Zoo shut its gates. All outdoor activities were canceled. Even libraries announced early closures. New York City schools were already scheduled to be closed today and tomorrow, but some suburban districts across New Jersey, Westchester County, out on Long Island, they're also canceling classes. State Health Commissioner James McDonald weighing in on the potential health impacts.
Yeah, what we're worried about is those particulate matter. The particulate matter is so small, it doesn't get filtered out by our nose hair. So what it does, it gets down deep into our lungs. And by getting into our lungs, we're putting ourselves at risk for infection or inflammation.
Yeah, again, so even if you are not at risk, this is something for everybody to take into consideration. Hospitals are not at capacity. That's a very good sign, but they are getting a lot more calls, an uptick in the number of people coming to the ER with smoke-related issues, health issues, respiratory issues. The FDNY, in the meantime, they've been getting a lot of phone calls, not about the health issues, but worries about the smoke, the odor, because it has a burning smell. People are worried that their apartment, that their building is on fire. So there are just a wide range of issues at play here. If you can, take it easy, stay inside. If you have to be outdoors, we keep telling you over and over again, wear a mask until all of this hopefully subsides sooner rather than later. For now, we're live in Battery Park City. Rosanna, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Brielle, you've been out there all morning for us. How do you feel? Are you okay?
I'm okay. You know, I've had this lingering headache and I have allergy-induced asthma, so every now and then I get a little bit of a cough, but I've got an inhaler. I've got my, what is it, the Flonase nose spray. I'm like a walking pharmacy. My mom always tells me that.
All right. Well, be careful. Thank you so much for that report this morning. And also, if you're traveling, check out the airports because they are experiencing some delays. And my husband notified me this morning that City Pickle, they have canceled any kind of outdoor paddleball activities, pickleball activities at the Woolman rink. So just plan accordingly, because, you know, the city's warning everybody, stay inside. Smoky conditions continue. If you can, grab a mask and then go outside. Regan Medji in Central Park this morning. Are people out there exercising?
They absolutely are. Not only are they exercising, they're walking their dogs, they're on their bicycles, they're running. And, you know, it's a hit or miss if they have those masks on. They say the N95 mask is the best mask of protection. You know, tighter fit. It's got this, you know, fabric that prevents 95% of those particulates in the air due to the wildfires from going into your lungs. Let's take a look at the haze that continues throughout the city, even throughout Central Park where we're at now. Now, we spoke with a couple of people about their choice to either wear the mask or go without. Some people wear their masks, some people not wearing their masks.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on it?
I believe that I should wear it. I'm not as compliant as I should always be, but I've been trying.
I don't feel the threat is quite what it was yesterday. Maybe.
Did you wear a mask yesterday, though?
No, I didn't get outside yesterday, so
you avoided it altogether.
I got out in the morning, but it was quite decisively different from you know, the morning to what, 1 o'clock?
2 in the afternoon.
2, yeah, it was like an orange glow. That
it looked like Mars.
Yes, it did. I know.
I have it in my pocket, and I came out a few hours ago, and I figured if I felt, you know, if I started to feel my throat or lungs feeling uncomfortable, I'd put it on, and the air doesn't seem as bad as it was yesterday, obviously.
You know, and Mike can support that. You know, these wildfire, the smoke is streaming on its way down south of our area. Expected this weekend to be much better, but the air quality alert still in effect, according to the National Weather Service, until midnight tonight. So grab those masks if you're going to be outside. You can see maybe a couple of people behind me, some with the mask, some without. But again, it's your decision. Stay safe. If you're looking for masks, the state is handing out some masks at places like the Port Authority, Grand Central Terminal, and also the Javits Center. We're live here in Central Park. Regan Medji. Good day, New York, and be safe.
All right. Good to know. Thanks so much, Reagan. All right. So we want to know, how dangerous is this smoke? The entire New York City skyline has been clouded by a layer of orange. Officials say the air quality is toxic, the worst in the world, and we should be wearing masks. So if you've been outside, what symptoms should you watch out for? Joining me right now, Dr. Eric Lagome. He's professor of emergency medicine at Mount Sinai. Doctor, nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Have you seen an uptick at all at the hospital?
So we have not seen what we were worried about, surges, and so we are seeing patients who come in and very clearly say, I stepped outside, I have asthma, and now it's worse. I'm having trouble breathing, my wheezing, people have COPD, people with chest pain. So we actually have, but we haven't seen the worst of it or what we had worried about.
Are there warning signs that you should go seek medical attention?
Sure. You know, to some extent, it's the same warning signs that you would have otherwise. If you have asthma and the usual treatments that you're doing, you use your inhaler, you go back inside and it's not working, you come into the emergency department or see your pulmonologist, your doctor, same thing. If you have chest pain, you get it regularly and you take nitroglycerin, it goes away, same thing. But if it doesn't go away, if it's worse or different. We also worry, though, about patients who don't know they have a chest pain or know they have coronary disease, and this is you may start to see it as they are irritated by the smoke.
So, Doctor, we have some Twitter friends who have some questions for you. Jean Palello asks, we're talking about the lungs and wearing masks, but what can we do for our eyes? Because a lot of us are really feeling an irritation in our eyes.
Yeah, and that's something that almost everyone is starting to feel. So it's really a combination of kind of basic things of you can wash your eyes out or just irrigate your eyes. If just plain water doesn't work, you try over-the-counter saline. Other things to try are some of the over-counter antihistamine drops.
El Arena wants to know, what's the difference in the air quality now compared to 9/11?
So it's a little hard for me to comment specifically, but it's a little bit of a different type of irritant. And remember, there's other things that were burning. There's plastics, metals. You're talking more about wildfires. But wildfires have a lot of very, very small, very fine particulate matter, and that's what we worry about with them.
You know, we grew up in the 80s. Sure. The air quality isn't as nice as it was now compared to then.
Big change.
We survived. So can you compare the 80s to now?
So you're talking a little bit about different, it's a little bit of apples to oranges. One was always a little elevated, but if you look at the air quality indexes, which you can look online, airnow.gov, it was higher than it is on a daily basis. We're in the 50s, which is, if you talk about your blood pressure, it's like having 120 over 70. It's fine. Sometimes it goes up in the 80s, 130, 140s, but now we're talking like your blood pressure being the 200s over 100s. It's really, really high. We weren't seeing that on a regular, everyday basis.
So will there be long-term effects from this? Do we know?
So it's unlikely for a couple days to have long-term effects, especially if you're healthy. It's probably going to be okay. You may you may have some inflammation, some irritation. You'll probably be okay, especially if you're just out for a little bit. I think we're more worried about patients who have underlying diseases, underlying heart diseases, or don't know they have it, and they can be triggered or worsened very acutely by this.
So what's your advice?
I would say the same advice that you've been given since I've been listening to you. Stay inside, shut your doors, shut your windows. You can use your air conditioner, but make sure it's on recirculate. Don't bring in air from the outside. That's the real difference.
Recirculate.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if my air conditioner has that there, but I'll look on it.
Turn the fan on.
Turn the fan on rather than the air conditioner.
Yeah. But you don't want to bring in air from the outside. Same if you're in your car, put it on the recirculate. Don't use it. You don't want to bring in things from the outside.
Okay, that's good advice. I didn't realize I shouldn't put on the air conditioner. It's not that warm outside anyway at this point.
We've been lucky. The other thing I would say, a mask is a mask, but not all masks are the same. So sure, anything is better than nothing, but really the KN95s or the N95s are what you want to use because they don't filter out the very small particles.
Dr. Lagone, where can people find you?
I chair the emergency department at Mount Sinai West and Mount Sinai Morningside. I'm part of the Mount Sinai Health System, and we are here to take care of you.
All right, Dr. Lagone, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your wisdom with us this morning.
Thanks so much for having me.
Appreciate it. All right. Let's take a little deep breath. Let's be distracted for a second. The Tribeca Festival underway tonight is the...
All right, that was our Fox 5 New York team. Of course, they have been covering the air quality around the clock, bringing the latest information and providing those live reports. You saw there Reagan Medji and Briella Tomasetti. They are out there in the field. We're also seeing a similar situation with our Philadelphia stations, our Atlanta stations, essentially everyone that is dealing with that smoke overhead. Once again, taking a live look here. This is actually from New York City, one of my favorite shots that a bit earlier on this morning was completely orange, but now, even though it is pretty foggy out there and there is quite a bit of smoke, it's not quite as bad as we saw yesterday. It is 9:14 on the East Coast and 6:14 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I want to get back into the headlines here. And right now, a Florida woman who deputies say shot and killed her neighbor following a dispute regarding her children is appearing virtually before a judge. Susan Lawrence, seen right there in that photo, was arrested Tuesday night on charges of manslaughter with a firearm, culpable negligence, battery, and assault. That is according to the Marion County Sheriff's Office. Now, the woman she is accused of shooting and killing has been identified by authorities as A.J. Owens. She was a mother of 4. As I mentioned, that suspect in court right now for her first appearance, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Susan Lawrence. Good morning, ma'am. What is your name?
Susan Lawrence.
Ma'am, you've been charged with manslaughter with a firearm, culpable negligence, 2 counts of assault, and battery. I've reviewed your application for the services of the public defender. I have a couple questions. Next to bank account and equity and motor vehicle, is that a number 22 or are those question marks?
On the form that you filled out, the AIS form, I didn't fill it out.
Okay.
So she's saying, I'm sorry, Amanda Sizemore for the record, she's saying that she didn't fill that form out.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and go through it. Ma'am, do you have a job?
Not right now, no.
Okay, when's the last time you worked?
About 2 weeks ago.
Do you have any savings?
No.
How do you support yourself, ma'am?
Well, I was working and I filed for disability.
Okay. And it says that you own a vehicle?
Yes.
Do you have any equity in that vehicle?
I owe $22,000 on it.
Okay, so you're making payments?
Yes.
All right, and do you own your home?
No.
Do you support anyone besides yourself?
I help my sister out.
How old is your sister?
She's 55.
I do find you qualify for the services of the public defender. I'm entering an order appointing them to represent you. Ms. Sizemore, I assume that's going to be you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And before I go any further, any other attorneys in this case, can you please announce your name for the record?
For the state, James Moody.
Becky Fletcher for the state.
All right. Yeah, from Public Defender's Office.
Okay.
Sean Gravel from the Public Defender's Office here as well.
All right, thank you. Does the state show a criminal history?
We do not show criminal history for the defendant.
I have reviewed the probable cause affidavit. I do find probable cause for your arrest. Ms. Lawrence, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes.
All right. How long have you lived in Marion County?
About 15 years.
Where did you live before that?
Down in Spring Hill.
Do you have any family here in Marion County?
Just my sister.
She lives here?
Yes.
Do you own any property in Marion County?
No, ma'am.
And you told me you left your job 2 weeks ago. Where was that?
It was with United Healthcare.
It was what?
With United Healthcare.
What did you do for them?
HEDIS.
I didn't
know.
understand.
The HEDIS program.
What is that?
Where we set up appointments for people who have Medicare, Medicaid insurance. I have a insurance license, so that's why.
Are you intending to get another job?
Eventually.
Mr. Moody, argument about bond?
Your Honor, due to the severity of the charges and the surrounding facts and circumstances, the state would be asking the court to have the defendant remain on a no bond status.
Will you be filing a motion for pretrial detention?
We are looking into that, Your Honor. We're going to be doing that.
Okay.
We have discussed the options that we've got, and that's something that we're looking into.
Okay, so
that decision today.
Do you know right now if you're going to file a motion under 907? Or are you just asking me to keep her on no bond?
Your Honor, if you could keep her on no bond, we'll make that decision today.
Okay, so no decision's been made about pretrial detention motion?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is she not entitled to a bond?
She is, Your Honor. However, if the court is inclined to give her a bond, the state would alternatively argue that it would be appropriate that her bond be significantly higher than what the bond schedule allows. And again, based on the nature of these charges, I know that there was testimony from the defendant about her sister living in Marion County, but it's our understanding that her sister lives in a different county. And the fact that she has no job and no property kind of limits her ties to this community. So we're asking that, at least for the time being, she remain on the no bond status.
Okay, but again, she's entitled to a bond, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and under 3.132, are you or are you not going to file a motion for pretrial detention?
We will be doing that, Your Honor.
Are you asking me for time to do that? Or
Yes,
did you want
ma'am.
me to make a bond determination this morning?
If the court would allow us time to make that determination, we'll be, or to actually file the pretrial motion.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm being very clear. I'm not giving you time to decide whether to file the motion. I'm asking you whether you are going to file the motion. Because if you're not sure, I'm going to go ahead with the bond hearing under the law.
We will be filing the pretrial motion.
All right, in anticipation of such a motion, I did speak with Judge Hodges, who's assigned to the case. He did say that he has a couple of trial weeks coming up, and the best way to schedule that motion hearing would be to contact his judicial assistant. And that hearing, of course, has to happen within 5 days. So I'm going to task the state to get the hearing scheduled with Judge Hodges, of course, file the motion, get the hearing scheduled with Judge Hodges and coordinate with Ms. Sizemore. Is there anything else to discuss here today?
Not from the state.
Not from the defense.
Okay. All right. Ms. Lawrence, your next court date is July 11th at 9 a.m. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You can go to your left for paperwork.
Thank you, Judge. May we be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, that was the suspect appearing in court this morning. No bond set right there. A lot left to figure out, and the next court date is set for several weeks from now. The Florida woman, deputies say, shot and killed her neighbor following a dispute regarding her children just appearing there virtually over in Marion County, Florida. Susan Lawrence, 58 years old, arrested Tuesday night on charges of manslaughter with a firearm, culpable negligence, battery, and assault. The woman she's accused of shooting and killing, identified as the woman right there on your screen, that is A.J. Owens. She was a mother of 4. We will continue to follow this case and bring you the latest as we do get it right here on Live Now from Fox. It is now 9:25 on the East Coast and 6:25 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we're going to get right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are once again taking a live look over in New York City, looking a lot different than it did a bit earlier on this morning and yesterday, where it looked like a scene out of Mars pretty much. It was just orange everywhere you looked. Right now, still hard to see, very low visibility, and there is still smoke in the air and quite a bit of it. This all coming in, of course, from that system, the Canadian wildfires that are burning out there over in Canada. More than 100 of them, I believe, at last check. I do want to bring in an expert to help talk a little bit more about this. Glenn Coyne is the weather, environment, and science reporter for Syracuse.com and the Post-Standard. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning.
Great to be here. Thanks.
So first off, the big question, you're over there in Syracuse. What are you seeing outside of your window?
Seeing a little bit of gray haze today. Certainly an improvement. If you look behind me, this is from Tuesday. Pretty thick haze. We're probably about half the particulates today that we had before. So definitely better. We've had a little bit of rain that kind of knocked it down. But still a haze. You can still see it. Don't smell it today, though.
And that's a question I was going to ask, because a lot of the reporters that we've spoken to have said not only could you see it there, but you also could kind of taste it and smell it. Was that your experience?
Definitely. It's a real strong, acrid smell of smoke. I mean, people compared it to burning tires or a campfire. You'd step outside and it would just kind of hit you. So it's very strong odor. Very unusual.
From your experience, obviously covering weather and the environment and living there, has New York, Syracuse specifically, ever seen anything like this?
About 20 years ago, we had a kind of a similar setup with fires in Quebec and the same kind of winds. But even then, the numbers didn't approach what we had now. I think the highest we got, the air quality index way back then was 180 something. And I think we were over 440 yesterday. So much worse this time. We haven't seen anything like this since at least 1999 when they put the monitors in.
And one thing that we're hearing from a lot of people, a big question here, we know this is all stemming from the Canadian wildfires, but how is it going about making its way over to New York and these northeastern states? And of course, now we're seeing some other states a little bit farther to the south that are experiencing that smoke as well.
Well, not to get too technical, but there's a high pressure system that's sort of forcing winds to come down from the north, which is unusual. Usually our winds come out of the west. So that is pushing it right down. And for the last couple of days, that band just kind of came right over Syracuse. We were among the worst in the state the last couple of days for air quality. We just happened to be right in that thick plume.
Are you surprised to see this happening here as you are experiencing it and you're seeing it outside your window over the past several days? Is this surprising to you? Is it surreal? How would you explain it?
Definitely surreal. Yeah, you step outside and see that sun at 2 o'clock in the afternoon glowing like an ember in the sky and just lighting everything orange. Yeah, very surreal, kind of like something from the road. And definitely unexpected. I mean, we get, occasionally we see haze from wildfires out west, but that's way up in the distance, high in the atmosphere, you can't smell it. But for this to come down to surface and sort of coat the area, kind of fill the area like this with smoke and haze and smell, yeah, I was not expecting to wake up to this on Tuesday.
And a big question we've also heard, you look on social media, you look just about anywhere, and you can see the images and even the videos. How different is it to actually be there and see it versus just seeing the photos and videos?
Well, like I say, they say you got to be there, right? I mean, it's just the smell, first of all, the feel of the smoke in the air, and just everybody talking about it. It is the thing that you hear at grocery stores and gas stations and at work and in your neighborhood, and everyone's saying, oh my God, did you see the smoke? This is crazy. So just to kind of all experience it at once is something you can't get unless you're on the ground.
Any idea how long this is going to stick around? I feel like I've heard days, I've heard hours, basically several different answers. So how long is it going to stick around?
Well, it's getting better. I don't think we're headed back to the 400 levels again, it looks like. But the winds by the weekend should be shifting from the west again, and that will push that smoke away from us toward the east. And we're also got good chances of rain coming up this weekend and early next week, and that knocks a lot of the smoke out. So I hope the worst is behind us, but we're definitely going to have some unhealthy air for a few days.
What are health officials advising? We've heard from the New York governor, we have heard from city officials there in New York City. What are local health officials advising people to do? And I'm sure it kind of carries on, and it's something that folks anywhere in the U.S. who are experiencing this should do, not just in that one specific area.
Yeah, and if you're somebody who has some pre-existing conditions, heart disease, asthma, you want to be indoors as much as possible. You don't want to be exercising outdoors. And the last couple of days when we hit those hazardous levels, which is the highest level in the EPA ranking, everybody was encouraged to stay inside. And, even healthy young people can still, those particulates can get down into your lungs and all the way into your bloodstream. And, you don't want foreign objects in your bloodstream. So basically they've been saying everybody be cautious, but particularly those people who have pre-existing conditions.
What do you say to people who are, let's say, going outside and they say, you know what, it's just some smoke, it's just some haze, I'm fine, I don't need to worry about staying indoors, putting on a mask, any of that? What do you say to someone about that?
Well, everybody makes their own choices, right? And I saw someone yesterday walking down the street, and I thought, what are they doing out? And she turned around, she was smoking a cigarette. So I guess, everyone makes their own risk choices, and a day or two, if you're a healthy young person out in this stuff, isn't going to kill you. But why take the chance? I would say stay inside if you can.
All right, Glenn, thank you so much for taking the time to be here and provide kind of that firsthand account of what you're dealing with over in the Syracuse area. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
No, I just want to say that this is very unusual for the Northeast, because generally this particular confluence of events with fires, these big fires in Quebec, and the north winds is very unusual. So it's not something we're going to see a lot of. But as the climate changes and fires continue to rage out of control, it's going to happen again. So we need to kind of prepare ourselves for this.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, everybody, taking a live look once again over in New York City, one of several shots that we do have here that shows really just how hazy it is and how low that visibility is. Not the same orange sky that we saw yesterday, but still pretty intense. If you are in that area, the best advice from health officials is to stay indoors if you can. We also have a live image showing Philadelphia International Airport. Now, at one point, it was so hard to see that a ground stop was issued there in Philly. However, it appears that has now been lifted and planes are taking off and landing. Let's take a live look at the stock board right now here on your Thursday morning. You can see the market is open and off to, well, kind of a green start there. You can see the Dow is up 0.12%, starting off the day in the red just a little bit, but now looking fairly nice in the green. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we're going to get back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look at New York City, where we're fairly low to the ground, so it's a little bit harder to see the smoke that is filling the sky. Still looking a lot different than it did just yesterday, with those orange skies that look like something out of space, maybe Mars. Let's take a higher up view right now that is actually over some of the skyscrapers there, and you can see it is still difficult to see. There is very low visibility, but we are keeping an eye on this and speaking with experts to help break it down. I want to bring in Dr. Chad Hansen, a forest and fire ecologist with the John Muir Project and author of Smokescreen, Debunking Wildfire Myths to Save Our Forests and Our Climate. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So first off, your thoughts when you see these images coming in out of New York City where essentially everything is orange and it looks like some kind of apocalypse.
Yeah, it's difficult to see that. Obviously, you can certainly have especially short-term health effects from that smoke, and there are things that people can do to limit their exposure to smoke. Certain types of masks and limiting strenuous outdoor activity and other things. Indoor air filters can work as well. Now, the deeper issue is that wildfires are a natural part of our forests. You can't stop them. They're going to happen, and we need to take measures to protect ourselves from things like smoke.
And kind of explain to me what people should be doing right now to protect themselves, to protect the forest from these wildfires. What can people be doing?
Yeah, that's the key question right there. There's two things. Like I said, the one is people can limit their exposure to the smoke from a health standpoint, and that's key. The second thing is people can do things to keep their homes and their communities safe from wildfire. So if your community is in wildfire country, there are things that can be done to focus on the homes themselves, to make the homes less flammable, less combustible, more fireproof, and then pruning of vegetation within 100 feet of homes. That makes a huge difference. Evacuation plans, evacuation assistance. But fires ecologically out in the forest, they don't destroy the forest. They actually provide all kinds of ecological benefits. A lot of wildlife species depend on the habitat created by fire, including dead trees. And so the issue really is, how do we protect communities?
And so when we see something like this happening, it is fairly rare when you're talking about wildfires that are burning over in Canada, and now you have all of the smoke coming into the U.S. I know things like that can happen, but as far as the rarity of seeing this much smoke, it's not something that happens every day.
No, it's not. So right now in Canada, just under 10 million acres have burned so far this year. And that's above average for recent decades, but it's not particularly exceptional. There have been about 10 other years that have had 10 million acres or more that have burned. The big issue here is that certain times the wind will blow the smoke to the east and to the south, and then you've got a lot of smoke in the northeastern communities of the U.S., and that doesn't happen every time. So sometimes you can have big fire years and not have the smoke impact northeastern communities as much, and sometimes like this year it's going to be significant.
Is it possible that after the smoke clears here, we're going to see something like this happen again?
Yeah, the fires like this will happen again. Absolutely. These are lightning-caused fires. These are fires that are ignited by lightning strikes, and of course, you can't control lightning. These forests have evolved to burn and be adapted to fire. A lot of the biodiversity depends on fire. In fact, a lot of the tree species need fire to regenerate and reproduce. And so these fires are going to happen again. Big fires are natural in the boreal forests of Canada. And so it really is a matter of how we take measures to focus our resources on protecting communities and also protecting health from smoke.
What do you advise, and we kind of already touched on this here, but what do you advise that people do right now? Because you hear from people all the time that it's just smoke, it's not a big deal, I can go out, I'm used to, being out there when maybe there is a little bit of smoke and conditions aren't the best. What do you say to those people who essentially are just saying, it's not a big deal, I don't need to wear a mask, I don't need to protect myself?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So these the health effects are generally temporary, but that doesn't mean they're insignificant. And there are things that people can and should do because there are certain individuals who are more sensitive than others and are in vulnerable groups. And so those health effects can be significant, even if they're temporary. So limiting outdoor activity during days of significant smoke, wearing N95 mask can help. Indoor air filters can help. These are all things that can make a difference. The key thing here is that fires are going to happen in forests. Smoke is going to happen. There are things we can do to limit our exposure and protect our health. There are things we can do to protect communities. Right now, most of our resources and our policies are focused on trying to stop fires out in forests. And that's not working. It's not working with fire suppression. It's not working with logging practices. The fires burn right through those logged areas, oftentimes more intensely. And so the issue is we need to rethink our policies and focus on communities and human health.
All right, Dr. Chad Hansen, anything else that you want to mention that you want to make sure that we mention here, right here during this interview?
Well, thank you. I think I would just wrap it up by saying we need to think in two distinctly different ways about fire in our forests from an ecological standpoint versus fire and communities and human health. And fire doesn't destroy forests. It's actually really beneficial for forests, even the big fires. This is really a lot of beneficial effects. But that's not true for communities, and so we need to do things that focus on homes, focus on human health, and I think that we'll be able to adapt to fires and live much healthier, safer lives, and appreciate the ecological benefits that happen deep out in the forest.
All right, Dr. Chad Hansen, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, everybody, I do want to take you to some breaking news that we are actually following right now. Take a look at your screen as that face probably looks fairly familiar. We did learn that Jorn van der Sloot left Peru this morning and is en route to the U.S. with agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That is according to Fox News. They are reporting this right now, and of course he is the prime suspect in the May 2005 disappearance of Natalie Holloway in Aruba during a Mountain Brook High School, Alabama senior trip. We did learn the plane took off shortly before 8 a.m. from the international airport in that area. That is according to van der Sloot's attorney there. We do know that he has filed multiple appeals and attempts to stop the temporary extradition, but Peruvian courts did not take action on them before his client's departure. We'll have much more on this coming up right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Any moment we do expect to hear from the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries. The podium is set, and he is expected to speak in just about 11 minutes. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to a live event that we do have going on at this hour here. Let me pop it up for you right here on our screen. So this is the continuation of the hearing as the Russian legal team responds to Ukrainian arguments that were presented June 6th in a case brought by Ukraine against Russia and the UN's top court, alleging that Russia breached treaties on terrorist financing and racial discrimination in eastern Ukraine and Crimea. The case, filed in 2017 before Russia's invasion last year, triggered a full-scale war in Ukraine. Let's pop up the audio and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the court, it is an honor for me to appear before you and to do it on behalf of the Russian Federation. As has been recalled by our agent, it is for me today to take a look at the scope of the dispute as presented by Ukraine and the definition of racial discrimination in the context of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. There are 5 key issues that must be examined in this respect. First of all, the limited scope of Ukraine's application. As the agent has recalled, Ukraine wants you to decide that the Russian Federation has embarked upon a campaign of systematic racial discrimination, targeting Tatar and Ukrainian communities in Crimea. But Ukraine cannot depart from the limits defined by your 2019 judgment on the preliminary objections. Secondly, I will take a look at the criteria that have to apply in order to determine the existence of the so-called discrimination campaign. Then I will show the attempt by Ukraine to reformulate its initial application, turning it into a complaint concerning indirect discrimination. And as I will explain, this is not compatible with the statement according to which Russia carried out a systematic campaign of racial discrimination, which by definition is a deliberate and planned act. What is more, indirect discrimination, as defined by Ukraine, in any case, is not governed as such by the Convention. In the fourth part of my oral arguments, I will take a look at the attempt by Ukraine to broaden the scope of the Convention by referring to political opinions, saying that they're covered by the definition of ethnicity. Now, this approach is clearly contrary to the Convention and to your jurisprudence, and it reveals that the true objective pursued by Ukraine, as the agent has just pointed out, in this case, is to challenge the very status of Crimea. Lastly, I will show that the measures adopted on justiciable grounds are not a racial discrimination within the meaning of the Convention. Ukraine has come before you with an extremely serious accusation. It is saying that Russia deliberately embarked upon a systematic campaign of racial discrimination targeting the Tatar and Ukrainian communities in Crimea. The agent for Ukraine declared that Russia, and I quote, embarked upon a campaign of cultural erasure targeting ethnic Ukrainians and the Tatars of Crimea. We must pause here in order to recall historic examples of campaigns, systematic campaigns of racial discrimination, which, as the court knows full well, are, if you take the best known of them, the Nazi regime in Germany, the apartheid regime in South Africa. As regards the struggles of these regimes, and the agent has pointed out, Russia, the Soviet Union, played its role, and of course I speak as an African, but not only I, everybody else is aware of what was involved. So Ukraine is seeking to assimilate the situation in Crimea to these odious criminal regimes. So, this artificial submission before you is in stark contrast with the precedents that I have just cited. The way in which Ukraine has chosen to formulate its application has a significant impact on the scope of the dispute before you. It's precisely because of Ukraine's allegation that there was a systematic campaign of racial discrimination that the court, in its 2019 judgment, dismissed Russia's objection of inadmissibility on the grounds that internal remedies had not been exhausted. And I quote, and you have it before you so that it is perfectly clear, according to Ukraine, the Russian Federation has engaged in a sustained campaign of racial discrimination carried out through acts repeated over an appreciable period of time, starting in 2014, against the Crimean Tatar and Ukrainian communities in Crimea. Ukraine does not adopt the cause of one or more of its nationals, but challenges, on the basis of CERD, the alleged pattern of conduct of the Russian Federation with regard to the treatment of the Crimean, Tatar and Ukrainian communities in Crimea. The court's jurisdiction is limited to deciding whether it is so that a systematic campaign of racial discrimination targeting the Tatar and Ukrainian communities in Crimea was established by the Russian Federation. As I shall be demonstrating, and this will be done also subsequently by Professor Azeri, the answer is clearly in the negative. The court's jurisprudence clearly indicates that the claims against the state involving charges and this has been recalled just now, of exceptional gravity must be proved by evidence that is fully conclusive, and that a charge of exceptional gravity against a state requires a high degree of certainty adapted to the level of gravity. This rule governs administration of evidence and must apply to this case. Ms. Cheek's comments in this regard are, at the least, most surprising. She was speaking on behalf of Ukraine, and she suggested that the court might apply a low standard of proof, because even if Ukraine's allegations, according to her, are without doubt serious in nature, they don't involve the same types of violations as in the case of genocide in Bosnia. Now, this is incorrect. Admittedly, this case does not concern genocide, but a systematic campaign of racial discrimination is, however, an accusation that is just as extraordinarily serious. Mr. Coe spent some time talking about the ban on racial discrimination as a rule of jus cogens and the way in which Russia allegedly systematically violated that standard. Now, how can one seriously make such an assertion and not draw...
You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered at the International Court of Justice as Russia is responding to claims by Ukraine of racial discrimination. This has been going on for several hours here, and again, Russia is arguing against Ukraine's claims. If you look off to the top right-hand side of your screen right now, you can see any moment now we expect to hear from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He is going to provide his weekly press briefing and speak about several different topics, also answering questions from members of the media. And if you take a live look here to the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is New York City. Hard to see, but it is there. There are health alerts that are now in effect due to that smoke, all of it that is coming in from over in Canada, where those wildfires are burning out of control. Again, a live image right there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. I do want to get back to some breaking news that we have been following over the last few minutes, I would say. Let's bring you the latest on the case involving the disappearance of Natalie Holloway. Joran Vandersloot left Peru this morning and is en route to the U.S. with agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Vandersloot is the prime suspect in the May 2005 disappearance of Natalie Holloway in Aruba during a Mountain Brook High School, Alabama senior trip. We have learned from Vandersloot's attorney that the plane took off shortly before 8 a.m. local time from an international airport there. We've also learned that the attorney is filed multiple appeals and attempts to stop the temporary extradition, but Peruvian courts did not take action on them before his client's departure. As we get more details, we will let you know, but it does appear that Vander Slout will arrive in Birmingham, Alabama at some point this afternoon. We will have full coverage of that right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to head back out live over to the international court as Russia is defending itself against claims from Ukraine of racial injustice.
Demonstrate in this regard that the alleged acts of racial discrimination are sufficiently interconnected in the context of a general policy, that the Russian Federation had the intention to target specifically the Tatar and Ukrainian communities, and that the alleged systematic campaign had a disproportionate effect on those communities as compared to other ethnic groups. At the outset, it should be underscored that those criteria are not something that's been cooked up by Russia, as insinuated Tuesday by one of Ukraine's counsel, but based on the convention, the way in which Ukraine formulated its application, the judgment of 2019 of the court, and other relevant sources of international law that you will find in further detail in the Crown Memorial and the rejoinder of the Russian Federation. It goes without saying that as regards the systematic campaign of racial discrimination, Ukraine must demonstrate the systematic nature of the alleged behavior of Russia. At the very least, Ukraine must demonstrate a series of facts that occurred several times over, committed in a deliberate and organized fashion in order to reach a specific goal. In other words, there have to be identical or analogous violations of the Convention that are sufficiently interconnected and committed in a planned and intentional manner with the purpose of singling out the Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians. Without any such proof, it would quite simply be impossible to speak in terms of a systematic campaign. Ukraine asserts that it would be enough to demonstrate a multitude of individual violations of the Convention by Russia, and that an inference can be drawn from such alleged violations to reach a cumulative result, along with the conclusion that a systematic campaign exists. Ms. Cheek added that the comprehensive nature of Russia's asserted violations leads to the inevitable conclusion that Russia has engaged in a campaign of racial discrimination. This assertion shows once again that Ukraine is refusing to demonstrate that there really was a systematic campaign as opposed to separate unrelated cases. This is extremely revealing of the truth. Ukraine has formulated its request artificially with the obvious aim of circumventing the requirement to exhaust domestic remedies, internal remedies. What is more, Ukraine has to demonstrate.
You are listening in to the International Court of Justice as Russia is responding to Ukraine's claims of racial discrimination. This has been going on for several hours. I do want to call your attention over to the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That is a live look over at New York City, where the health alerts do remain in effect due to all that smoke coming in from the Canadian wildfires. We also, any moment now, expect to hear from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, providing his weekly update on a variety of different issues and answering questions from members of the media. I did see the camera kind of point its way toward the door. It appeared that maybe he was going to enter, but that has not happened. We also have several other live events that are underway as we speak. One of them, the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee hearing to examine the federal response to escalating wildfires and evaluate reforms to land management and wildland firefighter recruitment and retention. A big deal right now, especially as we are talking about those wildfires leading to a lot of smoke. Let's pop up the audio on that and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Fires now makes up 30% of the United States emission of particulates. And things aren't improving. In fact, in the last 2 decades, the top 4 largest wildfires in human history have occurred in both the northern and southern hemisphere. In the U.S., more than half of the most destructive wildfires in our history have occurred since 2018. Also, The acres burned annually have doubled in the past 30 years and are forecast to double again in the next 30 years. Our committee has discussed at length the impacts of climate conditions and past mismanagement of forest that has ushered in a new era of fuels and wildfires. We've essentially created a perfect storm, and as a result have witnessed an increase in the occurrence of megafires, with communities across the West suffering from tragic loss of life and property. While agency leaders have talked about correcting this course for some time, it unfortunately seems that with each passing year we continue to slip further behind. Because most of our committee members are now intimately familiar with the causes and impacts of wildfires, we're going to spend much of our time this morning focusing on the firefighter workforce. As we are at the beginning of fire season for a large part of the U.S., let me first take a moment to thank all of the federal wildland firefighters for their service. These men and women bravely serve our country day in and day out, working long, grueling hours in a dangerous job. Despite the risk, they choose to continue to serve, and we all owe them a debt of gratitude and our support. My staff and Ranking Member Barrasso's staff have been talking directly with wildland firefighters and their family members, as well as several firefighter organizations, to ensure that we fully understand what federal and wildland firefighters are experiencing and how we can improve the federal capacity. We are particularly grateful to the grassroots wildland firefighters and the National Federation of Federal Employees for working with us to ensure that we understand the issues permeating the workforce as well as the pros and cons of potential solutions. Over the last 2 years, Congress has provided record levels of funding, over $10 billion, to help the federal agencies achieve a paradigm shift in the way they manage the wildland firefighting workforce and our public lands. So I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about the bottlenecks the agencies are facing, because we must get to work changing the status quo. Not only is the safety of our communities and health of our forest and the safety of our communities at stake, but also the lives of the men and women who serve in our fire service. There are several proposals existing today that offer some creative, common sense solutions for addressing the problems facing our firefighting workforce. For example, last year, Ranking Member Barrasso and I introduced the Promoting Effective Forest Management Act, which directs the agencies to undertake a range of activities aimed at reducing fire risk on federal lands. The bill also significantly modifies a current federal policy related to retirement benefits for firefighters. In previous hearings, we've discussed how, if a federal firefighter has longer than a 3-day break in service over a 20-year career, he, or more often she, unconscionably must forfeit previously made retirement contributions. This is a policy that is impacting our workforce, and we must fix it. Also, I want to acknowledge that the administration submitted a legislative proposal with its fiscal year 2024 budget request, which will reform the way federal firefighters are paid. While this is a complicated issue, it is clear a great deal of thought and effort went into this proposal. I greatly appreciate that, and we believe we need to work to ensure that we get whatever the solution is going to be right. I am sure we will discuss both of these in more detail this morning as our committee looks at ways to increase retention in our shrinking wildland firefighting workforce. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today, and I look forward to hearing your perspectives on the situation that we find ourselves in with wildfires and our firefighters, as well as your perspectives on the potential solutions that we need. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ranking Member Barrasso for his opening statement.
Well, thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much for holding this hearing today. Wildfires in Canada have ushered in smoke and poor air quality right here in Washington, D.C. this morning. This is what we have been experiencing far too frequently in Wyoming and throughout the West. And it is a sobering reminder that we must manage our forests to make them more resilient to catastrophic fires. In recent years, our western states have endured wildfires of unprecedented scale and destructiveness. These fires ravaged forests, destroyed communities, and upended lives and livelihoods. On average, roughly 8 million acres burned each year between 2017 and 2022. Now, that's more than double the average annual acreage burned in the 1990s. Western states are again bracing for what will likely be another devastating wildfire season this summer. As fire seasons have become longer and more destructive, fire suppression costs have increased dramatically. Over the last 5 years, suppression costs average $2.86 billion a year. 2021, agencies spent a record over $4 billion in suppression activities. It is unsustainable to keep throwing more and more money and resources at suppression without dramatically increasing mitigation. Waiting for our forests and communities to burn is not a defensible strategy. America's wildfire crisis will continue to escalate until our forests are properly managed. Our forests are overgrown and they are unhealthy. This is due to decades of misguided policies, including a hands-off approach to management and associated declines in sawmill infrastructure. Between Forest Service and Department of Interior lands, over 100 million acres are at elevated risk to high-intensity, catastrophic fires. Mr. Chairman, that is more than 6 times the size of West Virginia. Fires on federal lands are typically much larger and much more destructive than fires that ignite on state or private lands. In a report from last summer, the Congressional Budget Office concluded that fires on federal lands are 5 times larger than those on non-federal lands. And that's why in this committee we have heard time and time again that federal agencies need to increase the pace and scale of fire mitigation. These increases cannot be incremental. Mitigation needs to increase by orders of magnitude. This includes the removal of hazardous fuels through mechanical thinning and prescribed burn projects. We've heard from both the Forest Service and the Department of Interior that a paradigm shift is needed. Congress has given agencies billions of dollars in additional taxpayer funding. And we have heard ambitious rhetoric. We have seen lines drawn on maps. What we have yet to see is progress at the pace necessary to actually address the problem. We know that too often such progress is stopped by regulatory red tape, by harmful litigation that prevent critical fire mitigation projects from moving forward. This committee has considered legislative solutions to cut red tape and stop frivolous lawsuits. They include Senator Daines' bill to undo the disastrous Cottonwood decision, which has tied up important fire prevention in the courts. Senator Risch's Fire Sheds Act, which would enhance collaboration and cut regulatory red tape in high-risk, fire-prone areas. And, Mr. Chairman, the bill you mentioned earlier, the bill that you and I have together, the Promoting Effective Forest Management Act, which would increase agency transparency and require the use of streamlined authorities. And I'm hopeful that in this Congress, we can actually act on these badly needed reforms. One of the major consequences of the wildfire crisis is the effect it has had on brave firefighters. A recent Government Accountability Office report concludes that increased wildfire activity across the West is straining the federal wildland firefighting workforce. Factors such as low pay, poor work-life balance, the mental and physical health challenges from fighting longer and more brutal fire seasons all are hurting the firefighting workforce. For years, our firefighters have been asked to do too much for too little in return. The only way to ensure that we have enough firefighters to defend our forests into the future is to ensure that they are fully supported and compensated. These are the issues we need to address. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to today's hearing and testimony.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso. We have a great panel assembled this morning. Today we have Mr. Jeffrey Rupert from the Department of Interior's Office of Wildland Fire. We have Deputy Chief Jalith Hall Rivera from the Forest Service. We have Ms. Kelly Norris, the Interim State Forester of Wyoming. And we have finally Mr. Cardell Johnson from the Government Accountability Office. And Mr. Rupert, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Manchin, Ranking Member Barrasso, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you this afternoon to provide testimony on the federal response to escalating wildfires and Interior's efforts to reform land management and wildland firefighter recruitment and retention. The discussion today will convey Interior's most pressing wildland fire needs and our efforts to support compensation for wildland firefighting, our wildland firefighting workforce, as well as to reduce risk and effectively manage wildfire response now and into the future. The climate continues to play an oversized role in the extreme fire weather we're experiencing across the nation and across the continent. A drier and hotter climate results in low fuel moisture, frequently leads to extreme conditions that produces these large and intense wildfires and megafires. In June of 2023, the National Significant Wildland Fire Potential Outlook assesses fire potential throughout the country for the next 4 months. Portions of Alaska, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Idaho, Montana, the Great Lakes, and the Northeast are predicted to have above normal significant wildland fire potential over the next 4 months. And I would just make the obvious observation, as Chairman, you and the ranking member opened, the smoke that and the impact that tens of millions of us are experiencing right now are an extension of that fire potential across eastern parts of North America and what's occurring in Canada right now, and that our friends and fellow citizens in the West have frequently experienced this in recent years. We are tackling this climate crisis and working to improve the wildfire resiliency of our nation's lands with the help of the bipartisan infrastructure law. It provides Interior with nearly $1.5 billion of funding over 5 years. This support is being used collaboratively with our partners to increase the pace and scale of fuels management treatments to rehabilitate lands damaged by wildfires, fund wildland fire-related research, and to increase wildland firefighter pay. With this funding and annual appropriations, Interior is accomplishing risk reduction. Last year, we accomplished 1.9 million acres of priority reduction treatments, which was a 20% increase over 21. And this year, our goal is to treat 2.1 million acres. These longer, more intense fire years and the need to actively manage and reduce.
You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to that Senate hearing underway on the federal response to, quote, escalating wildfires. That, of course, a big topic right now as we're talking about the situation over in Canada and the wildfires burning, now leading to what you're seeing on your screen right there. That is a live view over of New York City. Health alerts in effect due to all that smoke and very poor visibility. I do want to head out live to Jane Minar. She is a meteorologist with Fox Weather and joins us live from Edgewater, New Jersey with a look at conditions over there. Jane, thank you so much for being here.
Hey, good morning, Josh. Yeah, let me tell you, it's still a tough go here in New York City. A little bit better than what we saw yesterday. Yesterday afternoon was just a really frightening thing to see. The sky turning orange as the thick smoke settled in overhead of us. All of that smoke now making it down to Philadelphia this morning, where unfortunately they're faring a lot worse than we are. But even this morning, you know, you take a look back out of the big city behind me and there's this smoky haze. You can barely make out the George Washington Bridge behind me, which is a very popular thoroughfare to get into Manhattan, especially on a busy work morning. But, you know, as far as where the smoke is going, unfortunately, it's going to stick around for the next couple of days, today and tomorrow, until we see a change in our weather pattern. And so all of this smoke continues to spill over the border, settling into western New York, Pennsylvania, down into the Delmarva. In fact, some of this smoke even making it all the way down into the Carolinas. It was a fiery sunrise in Columbia earlier today. We will see a change by the weekend, and that's some positive news there. We are expecting to see that cleaner air begin to move in as those winds shift the smoke out of the United States. But in the meantime, air quality is hazardous right now in places like Philadelphia, where schools have gone ahead and canceled any outdoor activities. A lot of municipalities are also urging workers to work from home to close out the rest of this week. That does include Washington, D.C. and New York City as far as steps taken to protect yourself from this smoke in the air. And I can tell you, it's scary to see, and it's definitely, you know, something to take your breath away. But as far as standing in it for long periods of time, it does make your eyes water. You do have reactions as far as a tightening chest, difficulty breathing, and a scratchy throat. And so officials are urging that you stay out of the smoky air as long as you possibly can. Keep the windows shut and be aware of your air conditioning.
So it's got to be different when you do see those photos and the videos of everything online. It's one thing, but it's got to be so different actually being out there and experiencing, I mean, an orange sky and just all of that around you, right?
Yeah, Josh, you know, I grew up in New Jersey. I'm a Jersey girl, as I like to say. I've been here my entire life. So is my family. And we have never seen anything like this. The New York City skyline's iconic, right? In fact, I live just across the river. I can see it from my home. And typically on a clear blue day, it takes your breath away. But to be only a couple, say 50 feet, 100 feet away from the water line, and you can barely make out the tall skyscrapers, and then having that orange glow on top of it, it's eerie. And I was with my cousins, my little cousin, she's 3 years old yesterday, and she kept looking at the sky and saying, the sky is dirty, the sky is dirty. And I think that's the perfect example of what it is. It's scary to look at, but it's also scary for you to breathe, and it's dangerous to do so.
All right, Jane Menard there, meteorologist with Fox Weather. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here, and stay safe out there.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. All right, everybody, do want to take you back to that live image. This is from New York City right now. Again, very hard to see really anything there. There are some buildings in the background, though. Normally the shot is a beautiful one, and right now it is a smoky haze. 10:19 on the East Coast and 7:19 on the West Coast. Let's head to our first commercial break of the hour, and we'll return in just 2 minutes with all of your live events and top stories. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, an image that we've shown you quite a bit this morning. It almost looked like it cleared up just slightly a few hours ago, but now that smoky haze is back there as we see all that smoke from the wildfires burning in Canada moving through New York City and some other big cities as well, including Philadelphia and D.C. We're going to keep an eye on conditions there, but remember that if you are in those areas, health alerts have been issued due to some less than favorable conditions. Want to take a live look here at the stock board really quickly, and you can see right now the Dow is in the green. It's gone kind of back and forth since the market opened about an hour ago. Right now the Dow is in the green, up about 0.15%. We'll keep an eye on the market as we do every day here on Live Now from Fox. Also want to take a live look over in Washington, D.C., where any moment now we do expect Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries to take the podium for his weekly address. He will, of course, also answer questions from the media on a variety of topics. That was scheduled to begin around 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and we are now approaching 10:30. It is likely that he will take the podium any moment now. While we wait, I do want to dip back into the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Full Committee hearing to examine the federal response to escalating wildfires and evaluate reforms to land management and wildland firefighter recruitment and retention. We're going to pop that audio up live, raw, and unfiltered.
Prices and we look forward to working with the committee to continue providing world-class suppression response and reducing the severity of wildfires in our country. Thank you.
Senator Barrasso.
Well, thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to introduce Kelly Norris, who is here from Wyoming. And Kelly, I'm so pleased you could join us today with such short notice. Kelly is currently a resident of Cheyenne, Wyoming. She's lived around the state in her work with the Forestry Division. Kelly has worked for the Wyoming State Forestry Division for more than 13 years. She has a degree in forestry from the University of Wisconsin, and in January, Governor Gordon appointed her to serve as our interim state forester for the state of Wyoming. Kelly has incredible experience working as a forester for both the state of Wyoming and, before that, the U.S. Forest Service. So she has years' worth of critical on-the-ground knowledge, is a valuable resource for the many issues that we're going to be discussing here today. Kelly, congratulations again on your appointment. Thanks so much for joining us today from Wyoming in Washington.
I bet she wishes back home.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Manchin, Ranking Member Barrasso, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Wyoming State Forestry Division. My name is Kelly Norris, and I'm the interim Wyoming State Forester. The integration and cooperation of federal, state, and county cooperators has been a success for Wyoming. Our firefighter entities have adapted and evolved over decades to become a more effective and efficient alliance whose main focus is protecting life and our valuable communities, infrastructure, grasslands, and forests. Wyoming State Forestry is tasked with wildfire suppression and management on 3.5 million acres of state trust land and coordinating suppression on 29 million acres of private land. 48% of the state is federally owned. The BLM manages 18 million acres, the Forest Service manages 9 million acres, and the BIA manages 2.2 million acres, each having their respective suppression responsibilities. Wyoming State Forestry is an extremely small organization. We depend almost exclusively on local county volunteers and our federal partners for initial attack. State Forestry supports the state's initial attack response with our heliTAC, single-engine air tankers, and the inmate conservation crew. In Wyoming, we believe in the closest resources response concept. Typically, that means our county cooperators will be the first firefighters arriving to the wildfire. Other times, it might be the BLM or U.S. Forest Service firefighters who are responding first to a wildfire. Everyone coordinates to suppress wildfire, no matter the jurisdictional responsibility. A great example of interagency cooperation is our aviation program. We contract our helicopter and manage our program with 1 permanent and 4 seasonal employees. The Medicine Bow Route National Forest and Thunder Basin National Grasslands supports our heliTAC program by providing a trained employee to assist us in managing it. 2 detailers are also provided by the local national forest to help support the program. The committee is aware of the immediate issue with recruitment and retention for federal firefighters. This is also a challenge for our state and county fire districts. As veteran firefighters retire, they are not being replaced at the same rate. The need to effectively recruit within our county volunteer fire districts is a big concern that Wyoming is looking to address. We need to work together to find solutions that meet the needs of our wildland fire community. There will not be a one-size-fits-all solution, as the need will have to be addressed at all levels. I would like to transition the conversation to proactively managing for the health of Wyoming's forests. A recent study from the Nature Conservancy found that Wyoming's forests provided approximately $26 billion of economic value every year. Our forests are the headwaters to 4 of the nation's main river basins and provide more than just board feet sold. They should be managed appropriately for the values they provide, such as water supply and storage, wildlife habitat, recreation and tourism, and carbon storage. Wildfire and forest health threats know no boundaries, and there is an urgent need for active forest management. Last year's Fish Creek fire, located in the Black Hills, was stopped in a fuel break treatment area. The fuel break saved multiple homes while helping bring the fire down in intensity and gave our firefighters the opportunity to control the wildfire safely and effectively. State agencies must be a part of the solution to getting more management done on the ground with our federal forests. Wyoming State Forestry has increased its G&A program successfully and sold 11 million board feet of federal timber in our 2022 fiscal year. However, G&A can be more than assisting federal partners with timber sales. G&A can provide flexibility needed through our state contracting systems to complete a wide variety of projects for our federal partners. In conclusion, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. Wildland fire response continues to be one of the most challenging problems our agency faces. This primary mission is further complicated by the persistent challenges with recruitment and retention of our wildland firefighters. The other side to the wildfire response problem is long-term, as it relates to the health of our forests. We need to address how we continue to manage our forests by making strategic investments in them. We must continue to implement more active forest management on all ownerships. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're listening to that full Senate hearing that is underway there in D.C. This is on the federal response to escalating wildfires. And speaking of wildfires, look to the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That is in New York City, where you can't see much of anything. Health alerts in effect there in NYC and other states and cities across the U.S. due to that heavy smoke coming in from the Canadian wildfires. Up to the top right-hand side of your screen, any moment now, we do expect to hear from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He's going to address the media and the public here any moment. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, if he is at the podium, we will pop up the audio and listen in. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look there at New York City once again as we continue to follow the latest on that smoke coming into several U.S. cities as a result of those Canadian wildfires. We know more than 100 of them are burning. I do want to pull up this XRAD radar system there because it gives you kind of a pretty cool view of where that smoke actually is. You can see those red markings there. Several different states being impacted, health alerts in effect for many of those states. Now at this moment, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries speaking live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Congress, we have said that we are willing to find common ground with House Republicans whenever and wherever possible, while at the same time being prepared to confront extremism whenever necessary. The extremists in the House Republican Conference have once again taken control of the House floor and stopped us from doing the business of the American people. This is extraordinary. And we stand ready to find common ground with the other side of the aisle if they can break from their extremists. The problem that seems to exist is that the House Republican Conference is captive to the most extreme wing of their party. Well, at the same time, we're thankful for the leadership of President Biden. President Biden was able to arrive at a resolution that avoided a dangerous default and stopped the extreme MAGA Republicans from crashing the economy and triggering a job-killing recession, which would have inflicted tremendous pain on millions of everyday Americans. House Democrats remain thankful for the leadership of President Biden, which spared the country from another hostage-taking situation that the extremists have now made clear they would have been ready to bring about the first opportunity they had to do just that. But the debt ceiling has now been suspended into the early part of 2025, thanks to the leadership of President Biden. We're also thankful that President Biden was able to negotiate a resolution consistent with our values that protected Social Security, protected Medicare, protected...
And those are the comments being made by House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries there. He is addressing reporters and will answer questions from those members of the media. We'll bring you that a little bit later on today. Right now, I do want to take you over to New Jersey, where the governor is making some remarks, live, raw, and unfiltered, about the air quality. Again, we have seen those images time and time again, where you can't see much of anything due to all the smoke coming in from the Canadian wildfires. Let's pop up the audio and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
What we have seen is unprecedented. As I mentioned, the widespread nature and uncommonly high levels of fine particulate concentrations reaching the unhealthy category is of a historic magnitude. And poor air quality impacts everyone, and exposure to high levels of particulate matter can cause difficulty breathing, chest pains, and asthma attacks, as Judy will discuss in more detail. Given the forecast for today, we continue to urge strongly all sensitive individuals, especially, meaning those with health conditions like asthma, heart disease, lung disease, as well as our kids, pregnant individuals, and seniors, all of the above, especially to stay inside. Everyone should try and limit their time outdoors today and avoid strenuous activities. The most effective way to prevent breathing harmful particles from wildfire smoke is to stay indoors with the windows and doors closed. If you must spend time outside, please wear a mask, a good-fitting N95 in particular, and that will help limit irritation to your respiratory system. And if you're working outdoors, take more breaks if possible and shorten the length and intensity of any physical activity. As Judy and I saw time and time again during the pandemic, the heroic efforts of folks who have no other choice but to be outdoors and in the mix is something that we always have to be reminded of and tip our cap to those men and women. The state police and Office of Emergency Management, and Sean will refer to this, are distributing N95 masks to those who need them. In fact, first thing this morning, state police delivered masks to NJ Transit staff at multiple high-volume locations. So you can request an N95 mask from an NJ Transit customer service representative at the following locations: Newark Penn, right across the street, Atlantic City, Camden, Trenton, Secaucus, and Hoboken. And over the past couple of months, the Department of Health, under Judy's leadership, had already distributed HEPA units and filters to over, I believe, Judy, 1,800 schools and over 450 child care centers. Those were originally aimed at COVID-19 safety, but those will certainly be helpful on a day like today. So this morning at 7 a.m. in Jersey City, the air quality index was 226. In Central Jersey, it was 237, and in South Jersey, it was 285. Those all fall within the very unhealthy range, meaning the air quality poses a risk certainly to those who are vulnerable, but frankly to everybody. The highest concentrations of smoke are expected to dissipate over the next several hours, and you've already seen the beginning of this and into the afternoon. However, later this evening, as Katie will no doubt refer to, the haze and smoke are anticipated to become more dense. To get the latest updates on air quality in your area, as well as fire and smoke mapping, go to airnow.gov. airnow.gov. I was also going to dep.nj.gov yesterday, Katie, you'll be happy to know, and Paul. But airnow.gov, I think, is an all-encompassing good place for folks to go to. I mean, one last observation. If anybody has any doubts, this past couple of days and what we're going to be dealing with for the next few, climate change is here. And unfortunately, this is our new reality. That disturbing orange haze in the sky, that smell of smoke and that burning in our throats, those are clear warning signs that the status quo cannot continue. And it only hardens our resolve to aggressively pursue the bold action our climate reality demands. In the meantime, we have no choice but to take precautions on days like this. So please, again, stay inside if you can, especially if you're in a high-risk group. With that, please help me welcome the woman who needs no introduction, the Commissioner of our Department of Health, Judy Persichilli.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. As the Governor just said, staying indoors and keeping activity levels low during high air quality index days is the safest approach. At the highest risk are older adults, pregnant women, young children, and especially individuals with underlying respiratory diseases such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, particularly asthma, emphysema, and chronic bronchitis. Children are particularly at risk from exposure to wildfire smoke and poor quality, air quality. This is because they breathe more air relative to their size and are more active than most adults. The health effects of wildfires on children can include chest tightness or pain, shortness of breath or trouble breathing, coughing, irritation of nose, throat, and eyes, and feeling dizzy or lightheaded. We recommend that you check the local air quality levels daily using sites like US EPA's airnow.gov and search by your zip code. For everyone, and especially our children, outdoor activity should be minimized and athletic or physical education stopped until air quality improves. Children with breathing problems such as asthma are at increased risk. They should be kept indoors until air quality improves. If your child has asthma, it is important to make sure that all their medications, including their daily preventative medicines and rescue inhalers, are available and close by. Some steps you can take to keep yourself safe include wearing a well-fitting N95 mask, especially if you must be outdoors. Dust masks that are commonly found in hardware stores will not provide protection against smoke and particulate matter that is impacting our state right now. And remember, children under 2, it is not recommended that they wear masks. And for children over 2 years of age, you know your child best, so you can determine if a mask is appropriate. Most important, for all of you, pay attention and listen to your own bodies. If you experience trouble breathing or worsening symptoms, seek medical attention. Also be sure to check on older relatives or neighbors who may be at increased risk. As noted, children are at more risk because they breathe more air per body weight and are much more active than most adults. They are also still growing and developing, so be aware of the signs of distress in your children. Because we recognize the significant impact of air quality on children's health, as the Governor shared, the Department of Health rolled out a CDC-funded program making free portable, high-efficiency particulate air filtration, HEPA filters, and purifiers to all New Jersey K-12 schools and early childhood education centers. The goal of the program is to provide layered protection from respiratory illnesses and address other airborne irritants such as dust, mold, and pollen. Although we began the program with COVID-19 in mind, it's proven especially timely right now. To date, nearly 1,800 schools and over 450 child care centers are participating in the program and receiving over 52,000 HEPA units. And this includes about 75% of New Jersey schools that we consider at high risk because of older buildings. At this time, we are closely monitoring the number of emergency room visits, total hospital admissions, and EMS transports for respiratory issues across the state. As with any threat to public health, the department is in constant and open communication with our sister agencies and partners to provide any necessary support to safeguard our public's health. Remember, stay indoors if you can. Close all windows, doors, and openings. Place your air conditioner to recirculate if possible. And stay healthy and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Well done and well said.
All right, what you're listening to right there is a live news conference underway with New Jersey's governor and several other officials there speaking about the smoke that is filling the air as well as the air quality issues that are in effect. We do have a live camera that you were looking at during that news conference right there. That is Atlantic City, and you can see just how smoky it is there in the distance. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll pop the audio back up as it's likely reporters will be asking questions there about New Jersey, surrounding states, the smoke, the air quality, all of it. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 1047 on the East Coast and 747 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. New Jersey is just one of many states being impacted by all that smoke coming off the Canadian wildfires. And right now the governor there in New Jersey is holding a news briefing, so I do want to pop that audio up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Come on down.
Good morning, Governor Murphy and my fellow members of Cabinet. As the Acting Commissioner of Education, my highest priority continues to be safeguarding the physical and emotional health and well-being of our students and providing them with the best possible educational experience. In the wake of the ongoing Canadian wildfires and the resulting smoke and air quality concerns, I want to emphasize that we are taking a proactive and diligent approach to address these challenges to protect our students' learning environments. We are utilizing our partnerships with the New Jersey Department of Health and the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, relying on their expertise to inform strategies for school districts across the state. Recognizing the unique circumstances faced by each school district, we often work to empower local educational agencies to make their own decisions based on the specific health and safety concerns in their respective areas. Local leaders understand the needs of their communities by providing districts with crucial information and giving them the ability to make decisions based on the advice and guidance of health and environmental experts. We are fostering a culture of responsiveness and adaptability that is crucial to meeting changing circumstances. That is why yesterday we shared information with school districts about current conditions and expert guidance detailing how to address and respond to poor air quality, including recommendations to limit outdoor activities on behalf of children who are more vulnerable than many adults to the effects of this air. I would also be remiss if I did not commend the educators, administrators, and staff in our schools. They remain instrumental in implementing safety protocols, altering schedules, and adjusting learning options when necessary. Their commitment to our students' well-being is truly remarkable, and I am proud to work alongside them. Our ongoing collaboration with the Department of Health and the Department of Environmental Protection ensures that school districts have access to the latest information and expertise necessary to evaluate the air quality conditions and make informed decisions. I would like to once again thank Governor Murphy for your leadership. Together with our dedicated educators and staff, we will continue to navigate challenges and provide the best possible learning spaces for our 1.4 million students. Thank you, Governor.
Thanks, Angelica. Angelica, thank you. And I mentioned the folks who work and have no other choice, and on that list you'd have educators who are out there, hopefully all of them, if not most all of them, indoors with the precious children in our state. If Pat Callahan were here, he could not be with us today, he would absolutely emphatically agree that the secret weapon, the hero behind the curtain in so many different dimensions of the COVID pandemic was our next and final speaker. Please help me welcome the Lieutenant Colonel of the New Jersey State Police, Sean Kilcommons. Sean?
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor. I feel like I'm the guy to replace Derek Jeter on the Yankees, stepping in for the Colonel. Our State Emergency Operations Center at the Rock was activated earlier yesterday and has been activated to a level 3, which is enhanced monitoring. They remain in connection, connected with the National Weather Service to assess the impact of the smoke on New Jersey and continue to monitor the conditions across the state. We're actively coordinating with many state and federal partners, such as New Jersey Department of Health, the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, and the Federal Aviation Administration, along with the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, and along with New Jersey Transit. The state police and OEM have offered available state resources to assist our local, county, and state law enforcement partners across the state, as well as resources to the 21 state OEM coordinators. As the governor mentioned earlier, at 4 o'clock this morning, we made available N95 masks to 6 locations across the state, and I'll go over those locations again. It's Newark here at Penn Station, Hoboken, Secaucus, Trenton, Camden, and Atlantic City.
All right, you're listening to that news conference underway with several officials across New Jersey, including the governor, and of course you have law enforcement there as well, speaking about the conditions, the smoke, the poor air quality resulting from all of that smoke coming in from the wildfires burning in Canada. A big story that we will continue to follow right here on Live Now from Fox. 10:53 on the East Coast and 7:53 on the West Coast. We're going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, our very own Mike Page will be in the hot seat with all of your live events and top stories. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
A kid in school, we really don't want you outside doing outdoor extracurricular activity. If you're vulnerable in any way, you shouldn't be outside. If you are, you should be wearing a mask. No need, at least at this point, to require that behavior. There are exceptions. Paramel Garg and I were concerned yesterday, late afternoon, by images we saw on the George Washington Bridge, Staten Island, as I recall, as well. The Port Authority implemented, at least yesterday, a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit on their bridges for the very simple reason the visibility was so poor. Less about polluting less, more about you couldn't see a foot in front of you. Please.
Commissioner, as someone who has asthma, I always carry a rescue inhaler on the albuterol. Not everyone in the state of New Jersey who has asthma has access to that albuterol at a moment's notice. And when a parent has a child who's having an asthma attack or needs that rescue inhaler, they might seek it out and realize they can't afford it or there's some roadblocks to it. So what is your advice to people who don't have that immediate access to albuterol or rescue?
The most important thing is if you see some worsening symptoms to go to either call your primary health care provider or go to the nearest emergency room or urgent care center to get care.
Good question, by the way. And for those who didn't hear it, what if you've got asthma and you don't necessarily have the proper stuff with you? And that's a great answer. Ma'am.
Just wondering, you closed state offices early yesterday, you opened late. Why let school districts make their own decisions under these extremely dangerous conditions, especially for young people? Some school districts have closed today, but it seems like they should have been closed yesterday when things were much worse. And schools closed during COVID. Yes, that was controversial, but it seems like maybe it should have been more drastic yesterday, not just keeping kids inside. I also read on some school districts' websites that they have limited supply of masks and telling parents that it's up to them to mask their children when they go to school.
Got it.
What is the state doing about
I'll jump in, and Angelica, if I miss anything, you'll rescue me. We've only ever closed schools on a pan-wide state basis once in our history. That's not something that we take lightly, and when you've only done something once in several hundred years, that tells you that it's not a lever that we lightly pull. Secondly, and Angelica, I think, alluded to this, we have a very high concentration of state workforce in a couple of different places. We were deeply engaged with what the air quality was like in both Trenton and Newark, to pick the two biggest pods. We have over 600 school districts, and the reality is going to be very different at a local level, including to your very good question about access to PPE. So those are decisions we feel strongly need to be made locally in concert with the local health department or the county superintendent, county health reality. And there are a handful of districts that chose to not open today. Am I right? You said 5, Angelica? 5 is my Yeah. So there's a handful that have taken that advice, and we respect those decisions. But we don't see, neither yesterday nor today, a need to make a blanket move on that front. Both to your question, to this gentleman's question, and to other questions, depending on where this goes, we leave all options on the table. This is another example of stuff that you and I have dealt with that, you know, is kind of coming out of left field, and so options remain on the table, but for the time being, that's where we are. You good with that? Yes. Okay. Thank goodness.
Supplying masks to schools again, like you did during COVID, is that something that could be on the table?
Potentially, absolutely. Absolutely. But again, that's going to be a decision that's going to get made at the county level or even at the local district level, but absolutely. Mark, nice to see you, man. Long time.
So, Governor, with the increased...
Nice to see you, but it'll depend on what your question is. I should have said.
With climate change, the increased risk of climate change, these intense fires could happen more and more frequently in places like the Pine Barrens in northwest New Jersey. What preventative measures can New Jersey take?
Yeah. It's something that we're giving a lot of thought to. And while this is 10 to 12 million acres, think about that for a second. That's the range of the scale of this thing in Canada. That is the guerrilla event that is leading us to this gathering as we speak and the steps we've taken. We're not immune to this. At the basis of your question, and somebody asked us earlier, that we had our own reality last week, and we remain exposed. And unfortunately, the climate crisis has not just made the challenge more intense, but it's lengthened the period in which we are, and our DEP folks will, I think, support this. This has gone from a couple of months a year to 4 or 5 months a year. And unfortunately, the expectation is it'll continue to widen. So it's not just the intensity and frequency, it's the span on the calendar. So, you know, we spend an enormous amount of time. We have one of the best firefighting organizations in America. They are outstanding. I meant to say this earlier. We probably have no better ally than Canada. So we're talking about all the impact of these fires on us, and we should be. But we also send our thoughts, prayers, and resources to one of our best allies. As of last night, according to the senior Canadian authorities, there were 600 American firefighters in Canada, and that number was going up dramatically. But we spent a lot of time on things like cleaning up the forest floor. One of the concerns I think our DEP brothers and sisters would agree with, that one of the knock-on challenges from yesterday's haze, I think it's better in this respect today, but the watchtowers that we have erected at elevation to try to suss out where there may be fires were completely blocked by haze, which is a real concern. Thank God we got through the night in one piece, but we're not immune to this. Please.
Yes, Governor, we do keep talking about climate change, but if you can explain to residents what that means, like warmer weather causing these fires, especially in Canada, if you can expand upon that, you know, why is this happening?
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be, Smokey the Bear existed long before we were talking about climate crisis. So there's always going to be sloppy behavior, humans just doing something like boneheaded or malevolent behavior that's been around forever and always since fire was invented. So let's park that over there, and whatever we could do with the bully pulpit, public relations, law enforcement to limit that as much as possible. That's been a many decade, if not longer, endeavor. But the reality is temperatures are going up. Storms are more frequent and more intense, including thunder and lightning. We're getting more densely populated than before. We've got all sorts of elements swirling around that were always among us, but at a much lower level. And when you add up that intensity, frequency, and a longer runway each calendar year that you're dealing with these things, that conspires to lead to bad things in the environment. Maybe one more, please.
You said runway, so I have to ask you about Newark Liberty because these delays are mounting.
Yeah.
And out of the 3 area airports, it seems like we have to worry about the entire state and Newark Airport. So I'm wondering if you've been talked to.
We have. I don't have do any of my colleagues have a more recent, Sean, do you have an update in terms of average delays? They were running about an hour and a half last night, and that was the last number I got this morning as well. It is functioning. LaGuardia, by the way, was in worse shape than we were. Not that we wish ill on LaGuardia, but you're right. It's not just New Jersey, but it's the tri-state air reality, which includes obviously LaGuardia, Kennedy, and most importantly for us, Newark. Maybe one more.
Yeah.
Brett.
So I know you mentioned conditions today and tomorrow. Is there a sense when the air will clear? Do we have that yet, or is there not a time?
And what's your second one?
That's it.
Oh, that was it. Jeez. Katie, you want to?
Usually I have 4. So.
Yeah. I'm impressed. What's your gut tell you in terms of timing here?
Well, I mean, I think we're looking at the next few days for sure. As we said, the action alerts are active for today and tomorrow, and it really does depend on the wind and the weather. So it's difficult to predict, but I think we're in it for another day or two at least.
Yeah, I doubt, thank you, Katie, I doubt we'll be gathering again like this tomorrow, but I think to underscore what Katie's point, I think almost certainly it's the next day or two at a minimum. And again, I'll leave you with everybody. First of all, go to this website, airnow.gov. It's a really good place to go. Secondly, don't panic, but use your head. Use common sense, particularly if you're in those vulnerable categories. Little kids, seniors, adjacent health challenges like lung, heart, asthma. Do the common sense things, and I think most importantly, stay inside with the windows and doors closed. So I want to thank Judy, Angelica, Katie, Sean, Paul.
New Jersey governor there and other state officials talking about the latest in air quality concerns. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being here with us today. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll take you out to a Senate hearing on wildfires here in the United States and the federal response to them. And coming up in about 10 minutes, we will also get an update on the very latest of a possible looming new indictment to the former president, Donald Trump. That's all coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. And we're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we bring you the day's biggest top stories as well as live feeds from all over the country. Coming up here in just moments, we will be getting an update on a possible looming new indictment on the former President Donald Trump on the documents investigation by the special counsel. We'll be bringing that to you in about 5 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do have a live event that we want to get to. This is on the Senate side, a hearing on wildfires in the U.S. and the federal response to them. This comes at a good time there as we're seeing the Canadian response for wildfires that are happening up north, and we're seeing the devastating impacts of the smoke and debris being felt here in the U.S.
Solution is right in front of us, which is there are people that want to harvest wood in the forest, and we should figure out a way to let them do so in an environmentally sound manner. I'm convinced that can be the case because the disparity between 12 to 13 billion and 2 billion, there's got to be a right number somewhere in that between those two. So how do we significantly increase harvesting? And I think the testimony is accurate that we have a lot lower fire risk on private land and on state-owned land because it's more heavily managed. Mr. Rupert, how do we break through and get to the point where we're taking out the understory and the junk wood and the fuel so that we can really get at the bottom of this problem, and then we don't. A lot of other issues can become much more manageable.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And I do very briefly want to make the point that, so in Interior, we're administering about 500 million acres across the nation. Maybe 1 in 5 of those acres is forested. 4 in 5 are not forested.
Yeah, my calculation was your forestry plus U.S. Forest Service.
But to your point, I think, how do we have more? I think as you look across the country where we're having success, is where we're collaborating, coordinating, partnering at scale. So we talk about landscapes, we talk about watersheds. That's a scale where individual parties on the ground, local communities, local landowners, local interested parties have a seat at the table to share in a strategy to identify shared values to protect, and I think that's the key, is that scale piece.
But part of the shared value ought to be CO2 in the atmosphere, and these fires are giving us a lot of CO2 in the atmosphere that can be offset, and there are environmental issues surrounding cutting. I understand that. I'm from the most forested state in the country, and when I was governor, we passed a very strong Forest Practices Act. I get that. However, we're not taking cognizance of the big picture, which is the CO2 released by these catastrophic fires. It may be that we need to have more cutting in order to prevent that CO2. Do you see? I think I can make a strong environmental case for this argument. You're nodding, Ms.
Yes, we agree, Senator. We need
Nods
to.
don't go in the record.
Right. Yeah. We agree. We need to scale up all kinds of treatment. Hazardous fuels treatment, but also timber management. That's one of our critical tools in the toolbox.
One of the bills I've submitted, which goes along with the list that Senator Barrasso gave about different bills addressing this, is one that would say that the Forest Service can allow less than 8-inch trees to be removed for free, and it would incentivize reducing again the fuel load in the forest, because a lot of this is the smaller the undergrowth and also dead and dying trees that ought to be gotten out. So I hope that the Forest Service can really look at this and come back to us and say, okay, why did we go from 13 to 2, and how do we change that in an environmentally sound manner? Can you take that as a question for the record?
Yes, we'll absolutely do that, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here this morning. Obviously, a very, very timely meeting. You know, it's interesting following my colleague. We're co-chairs of the Arctic Caucus, and it's been interesting that as I visit with fellow Arctic parliamentarians about the issues of the day in their respective countries, in these Arctic nations. On everyone's radar now is what is happening with these fires in Arctic environments. We never used to have to worry about that on tundra. We're just seeing significant changes. And as I look at the wildfire outlook, once again, Alaska's got way more red than we want. It's interesting, though, that as we speak and we're receiving the impact from the Canadian fires, some of our Alaska hotshot crews are helping out in Canada. We've sent some aircraft in Canada. Typically, this time of year, we can't afford to send anybody anything. In fact, we are asking for support, whether it's support from the lower 48, from our friends in Idaho, from our friends in Canada. We've got a later season. That's good. I'm going to be asking you a question, Mr. Rupert, as to whether or not you think the late breakup that we're seeing in Alaska and the snowmelt indicate that we're going to see a lighter fire season, or whether it's just going to be pushed a month later. But before I get to that question, I want to ask.
All right, a very timely hearing there on Capitol Hill today, talking about the federal response to wildfires here in the U.S. That's just as the Canadian wildfires are causing a lot of smoke still going on right now in the eastern part of our country. A live look right now in New York City, and you are seeing that they are still dealing with that air quality issue. And we just heard from the New Jersey governor as well. So we will continue to update you on that matter here on Live Now from Fox. But moving on to other top stories that we are following for you, it appears that another possible looming indictment coming to the former President Donald J. Trump there, as the special counsel investigation into the documents continues there, and it looks like it's getting closer to a possible grand jury indictment. That's where we bring in Fox's Griff Jenkins here with the latest on this. Griff, this is could be another big blow for Donald Trump.
Well, it could, Mike. Good morning. And by the way, the air here in D.C. a little bit foggy as well. Not quite like you were showing in New York, but we are dealing with pretty big legal news indeed. Fox News confirming that the special counsel has notified Trump that he is the target of the special counsel's criminal investigation into the handling of classified documents. And Mike, this notification that Trump is a target is fairly routine as part of criminal investigations. It's done at the discretion of prosecutors, and of course, in this case, it's special counsel Jack Smith. But there is a lot we don't yet know. And what Fox News is learning and confirming is that this notification that Trump was a target came days ago, and that sources close to investigations say they believe Smith may be close to deciding whether or not to bring charges and to file an indictment. And it comes after, remember, Trump's legal team met privately on Monday with Smith's counsel and his team at the Justice Department. Unclear exactly what transpired in that meeting. Now, what we were watching at this moment is a possible decision any moment now from the federal grand jury, Smith impaneled here in Washington, D.C. Now, we've learned Smith also impaneled a second federal grand jury in the documents case in Miami. They're probing if any crimes, such as obstruction of justice, may have been committed in Florida. You may recall that raid at Mar-a-Lago 10 months ago that produced classified documents. Yesterday, they heard testimony from an individual named Taylor Budowich. He's a former Trump spokesman. We learned that he took to Twitter saying he answered all his questions honestly. Now, Trump has been reacting to all of this on his Truth Social, saying, "No one told me," quote, "he was being indicted, and I shouldn't be because I've done nothing wrong." However, he didn't mention in that post that he was notified he was the target. We should also, just to add to the whole big picture here, it comes, Mike, as a separate special counsel is investigating President Biden's alleged past mishandling of classified information after documents from his time as vice president were discovered at his home in Wilmington, Delaware, and his Penn Center office here in Washington. But right now, it is all eyes on this grand jury here in D.C. Our sources know that the jurors were seen arriving a little after 9 a.m. today going into court. And that's all we've got. Now we wait and see. But as you mentioned in the open there, legal scholars very much believe that this notification of Trump being a target would likely then be followed by an actual indictment. It's also unclear, to not further complicate it, but just to point out, with the two grand juries both looking into the documents case, it is possible that Smith could choose to try and bring charges in both Washington, D.C. and in Florida, either, both, or neither. Mike?
Yeah, it's truly fascinating there, the legal ramifications there for Trump, as he is a top contender in the Republican Party. The polls have him leading far and away there. And Griff, if another indictment comes, this time from the federal level, what are the thinking of him maintaining that poll lead? We saw that at the last time he got indictment there in New York City. It really, if anything, it helped him and really energized his base.
Well, you really put your finger on an important point, Mike, and that is, so that our viewers understand, there's really two tracks to this. The actual legal track, as we just talked about, and then the political track, and what does it do? And when Alvin Bragg, the New York DA, indicted former President Trump on the hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, the adult film actress, that only increased his poll standings, and now he is a declared candidate for the GOP nomination. There is no doubt in my mind, and this is based on my experience covering these things, that if indeed Jack Smith on the federal level indicts Trump for anything, he will use that, Trump that is, for his political advantage, to say that they're just out to get him. We also know that already on the Trump social media platform that he uses, he's out there saying that things are already a witch hunt, saying that he's a target of the weaponized DOJ and FBI. So you can clearly see the path that would come politically with President Trump playing the victim and trying to use it to further embolden his lead in the polls, which are double digit over the next second closest, which is Ron DeSantis, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. But we don't know what the impact would be with voters, particularly as they go to states like Iowa and New Hampshire as we get closer to caucuses and primaries.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating there leading up to 2024 and on the debate stage coming up there in August. We appreciate it, Griff Jenkins, as always, breaking down this big story that we're following here with Donald Trump. Always great, Griff.
Thanks, Mike. Great to see you.
You too. And, of course, we'll continue to follow this for you all right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break right here. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. And we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Senate hearing continues on the federal response to wildfires. Let's listen here on Live Now.
Damaging. Let's not forget that a catastrophic wildfire is a carbon emitter. A healthy, vibrant forest is a carbon sink. We now talk about having a fire year versus a fire season. This puts strain on wildland firefighters. Year after year, they battle at more complex, dangerous fires for longer. In 21, I worked on a bipartisan manner with Senator Feinstein to secure recognition of the work that wildland firefighters do by passing our bill to create a title that reflects their actual job of fighting fires and getting them a badly needed pay raise. Director Rupert and Deputy Chief Hall Rivera, could you talk briefly, because I'm out of time, about how the title change and the pay increase has impacted recruitment and retention of wildlife firefighters at the agencies? Start with Mr. Rupert.
Yeah, thank you. Really briefly, it certainly helped. I'm aware that we've seen firefighters that have made a decision or delayed retirement as a result of the support, the increased support, as well as on then the recruitment side. We have had success recruiting additional firefighters and have continued to focus on expanding our capacity and recognize an important part of that effort is not only the pay support, but also the support for a full career that goes along with all of the work, for example, that's been done to establish the new series. So,
Director Rupert, thank you. Any additional comments there?
Yes, Senator, I would just say that we know that the temporary bill pay increase has helped us retain some of our workforce who might have left otherwise, certainly has brought some new workers into our firefighting workforce. And that's why it's absolutely critical that we avert the pay cliff and put something permanent into place.
Thank you. And that pay cliff is September, by the way, where this pay raise expires, unless we take action here in Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we are currently experiencing the worst drought in 1,200 years in the West. The forest is dry. Every fire season, it seems these fires get worse and worse. And now we're seeing this in other parts of the continent with the fires going on in Canada today. Here's a satellite image, and I'll show this for the record. And you can clearly see, the smoke over the eastern seaboard. New York City today has reported the worst air quality in the world, though when I check the air quality index for New York, it's currently 199, and in D.C. it's 273. So I would argue maybe here in Washington it is possibly the worst, or at least close to the worst on the planet. Well, this is something we see in Arizona year after year, especially in the northern parts of the state. Wildfires are just burning hotter, and it's a challenge to fight them. So last Congress, Senator Romney and I added legislation to the bipartisan infrastructure law that created a wildfire mitigation and management commission that is meeting today, 18 members who are going to report out in September with their recommendations. How do we do a better job fighting wildfires? I've been in the United States Senate just a short period of time and through a few fire seasons, and what I've seen is we basically do the same thing each year and hope for a better result. Well, we're not going to get a better result unless we make some changes. Senator Dean said if we don't act, this will continue to be a problem, and I do agree with that, and he spoke about healthy forests. We have a project in Arizona, the Forest Initiative, the biggest ponderosa pine forest in the world, just burns every year because it is just not a healthy forest. So we've got to move that forward. We've got to act. We've got to be more proactive and come up with some new ideas. So I'm looking forward to these recommendations that we should see in September and possibly get these implemented. But also in the bipartisan infrastructure law was a requirement of a new classification, a distinct classification of a wildland firefighter job classification. And it's my understanding that the Forest Service and the Interior Department are in different places regarding the implementation of this. Well, that was required under the law. So, Director Rupert, I'm interested, where is Interior on the implementation of this occupational series of wildland firefighter?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So the development of the series has very much been a joint collaborative effort between USDA, Interior, as well as OPM. The new series was established almost a year ago, 0456. In Interior, we've been hard at work. This has also been collaborative work, taking the new series and developing actual position descriptions. The current status of that in Interior is we have sort of our standard wildland firefighting positions, grade GS3 through 10, with PDs that are ready to go that we're beginning to use. We still have additional work to do, especially as you get into some of the more specialized firefighting positions and the position descriptions that'll go along with it. But we have made real progress with developing position descriptions and have begun to implement the use of them.
And Deputy Chief Hall Rivera, has the Forest Service implemented this occupational series as well?
So we are in a similar place to the Department of the Interior, and we have worked collaboratively together up until now. But we are going on a little bit of a slower timeline, and we've worked with OPM to secure an extension to the end of the calendar year. The reasons that we're doing that are a couple. There's significant complexity in the Forest Service. We have hundreds of position descriptions that could be going into this new series. And so what we want to do is make sure that we build in time to get it right. And what that means is making sure that we can engage with our firefighting employees, our union, and our fire supervisors to make sure we get those details right before we put them into the new series. So that is why we are in a bit of a timing difference than the Department of the Interior. We have over 12,000 firefighters, and like I said, hundreds of position descriptions. So from my perspective, it's a go slow to go fast and to go right.
So worst case, when would you expect that you would hire somebody new, not somebody that's already a new classification, but your next wildland firefighter under this classification?
I would expect that would happen next calendar year, Senator.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to just one quick round. Senator Cortez Masto, I think it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry.
Not a problem. So similar to my colleagues from the West, don't want to just beat this to death, but just to put it in perspective, 2020, the August complex fire in Northern California burned 1,032,000 acres. And that's an area larger than the state of Rhode Island. In 2021, this is true. In 2021, the Dixie Fire burned 963,000 acres, along with the Caldor Fire at the same time burned 221,000 acres. Some of that was man-made, some of that was caused by lightning. The reason I bring this up is because, true to what you just saw in Utah, the smoke there was caused by these fires. We see that in Nevada. We see that all across the West. It looked just like that. And my goal here has been, as I talk with my firefighters in my state, both state, local, and federal, we've had summits. Thank you very much. Forest Service has been at the table, so has Department of Interior. How do we ensure that we're providing all of the resources we need to combat these fires that are hotter and longer, and to keep our firefighters safe and our communities safe? One of the things I want to bring up is a key part of the firefighting is our Air National Guard in Nevada. The 152nd Airlift Wing has 8 legacy C-130H aircraft with the modular airborne firefighting systems. Are you familiar with this system, Ms. Hall Rivera?
Yes, I am, Senator.
So the Air National Guard is utilizing these aircraft to fight fires along the West. They are looking for the C-130Js. That has the new system associated with it. Why is that important to have this new system and the C-130Js?
Well, it's always important to have the most modern aircraft that you can get in the firefighting environment. The C-130J is an excellent aircraft to be used as an air tanker, either one that's converted or in this case the MAFs where it rolls on. And we have a few of those in our contracted fleet as well.
And the goal here is to give them the most up-to-date equipment to fight these fires. And my understanding is it can contain up to 3,000 gallons of flame retardant to help suppress fires by dropping more of this flame retardant. And these fires are fought by the Air National Guard in the western states. It's not just because they're in Nevada, it's unique to Nevada. They are out fighting fires. Is that correct?
Yes, so the MAFs program, as we call it, is a long-time partnership that we've had with the Department of Defense, and essentially they are modular systems that roll onto the aircraft and then are able to drop retardant. And we work with lots of different units, including Nevada. We have units in California and other places that partner with us and provide those aircraft, the personnel and the retardant systems.
Thank you. And I bring that up because I want my colleagues to understand why the request is coming from Nevada for our Air National Guard for the newest model of these C-130Js. It is important for our firefighting in the western states. Let me jump back to the compensation issue because this is, again, thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your report. This is exactly what I'm hearing from our firefighters in the state of Nevada. And clearly more has to be done to provide permanent and better compensation. We also have to provide the affordable housing opportunities that are so necessary for the reasons that we have just talked about. The bipartisan infrastructure package provided over $600 million to the Forest Service, about $480 million, and then Department of Interior $120 million to temporarily increase that base firefighter salary for the reasons we were hearing. But let me ask you this, it's falling off. Their money's no longer going to be there after a certain period of time. So for purposes of, I guess, DOI and the U.S. Forest Service, if Congress doesn't pass a bill to extend the pay increase by the time these funds run out, what happens? Well,
I think it would be absolutely catastrophic, Senator. I stated earlier, and I'll restate it. Our union is telling us they would expect 30 to 50% of our firefighting workforce would leave our service and go elsewhere, as they should, to make a living wage and the right kind of compensation that they deserve to be paid. We are starting to see some resignations now. People are not gonna wait until September 30th.
And does that include, let's talk about the specifics, the hotshot crews, the smoke jumpers, right? Losing qualified, skilled professionals in this area fighting fires in wildfires.
Yes, you make a really important point, Senator, that we would lose those folks who are leaders in the fire service, who have the most institutional knowledge, and that would be incredibly difficult for us to replace because it takes years and years of experience to get that kind of knowledge and expertise.
Thank you. And I know my time is up. I'm going to submit this for the question, Mr. Rupert, because I do absolutely want to hear from you as well. But I also have concerns hearing from my firefighters, particularly Todd Inglesby, he's a fellow Nevadan president of the Professional Firefighters of Nevada, about the concerns about the physical and mental health that multiple deployments have on our firefighters. What does that mean, and is that having an impact on what we're seeing in the loss of so many firefighters?
So you're hearing that feedback from firefighters in Nevada. There's good, solid evidence now from studies that is in fact the case. Firefighters are at a elevated and greater risk of PTSD and anxiety as a result of those repeated deployments and long hours. And it's an opportunity to highlight. So we talked about pay. Another aspect of the proposal we have moving forward is about capacity. So as we reduce the number of hours that we're essentially requiring firefighters to work to address that mental health issue, we also have to have additional capacity to make up for those hours. And so these things are all interconnected in terms of how we deal with the wildland firefighter workforce reforms. Pay, capacity, mental health support, housing, all of it together is important.
Thank you.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the witnesses for being here. I want to start with a shout out to firefighters in my state, the state of Missouri. Earlier this year, in March of this year, the Forest Service began a prescribed burn in the Mark Twain National Forest down at the southeast part of my state. And this prescribed burn was led by a new all-veteran firefighting crew. which is just tremendous. There's been great reports on it throughout the state, and I think that this is a great model for what we can do. I see you nodding along, Ms. Hall Rivera. So I'm very proud of those firefighters, very proud of these vets, and proud of the model that they are, I think, showing for the rest, or setting up for the rest of the country. Ms. Hall Rivera, let me ask you about the Forest Service role in a different regard when it comes to mining approvals for essential critical minerals. Would you agree with me that critical minerals are vital to our energy security?
Yes, I would agree with that, Senator.
The International Energy Agency estimated earlier this year that lithium demand is expected to grow by 400% by 2040, cobalt and nickel between 200 and 250% by 2040, copper demand supposed to go up more than double by 2040. Now, here's the thing that worries me. One nation in the world is currently refining 68% of the world's nickel. Would you care to take a guess who that might be?
I would presume China.
It is China. One nation is refining 40% of the world's copper. Want to guess who that is?
I would presume the same.
It's China. One nation has 59% of the lithium and 73% of the cobalt. Want to guess?
I'm going to say China.
It's China. You've got it. It is China. So given that, would you agree with me that it's important that we do everything we can to develop our domestic critical mineral mining here in this country?
Yes, I would agree with that, Senator.
Great. Okay, then let me ask you about the Superior National Forest in Minnesota. Earlier this year, partly at the behest of the Forest Service, the Biden administration withdrew 225,000 acres of critical mineral mining in northeastern Minnesota. This is the largest reserve of cobalt and nickel in the United States, perhaps I'm told maybe even in the world, and yet your administration shut it down. Your agency recommended that it be shut down, depriving us of these minerals, making us dependent on other nations that mine them in a completely unsafe and unsustainable way, and also making us more dependent on these foreign nations. Why?
Well, Senator, I do want to say I'm not an expert on that process. That's not a part of the Forest Service that I oversee. I know we have a lot of values to balance there, especially with the Boundary Waters Wilderness area, but I'm sure that we could get back to you with more details on the specifics of that decision.
Would you? That would be helpful, if you would. I would really appreciate it, because here's my view. My view is we shouldn't be making China richer and America poorer. My view is we have the best technology in the world to mine and develop these minerals. We know how to do it in a safe and responsible manner. We should be doing it. And listen, I've heard from people all over the country, but particularly people in this part of the country who have said that this decision is devastating to their region economically, but I just submit it's devastating to our energy security and our national security. And at a time when I hear from this administration, climate change, climate change, climate change, we need to have reliable, sustainable sources of energy, why would we want to tie our own hands and make us and the world more dependent on China, who've got to be the worst have the worst environmental record of any nation in the world? If they're not the worst, they got to be close. So I just don't get it, and I'd appreciate you getting back to me on that. With my few remaining seconds here, Mr. Johnson, let me just ask you, in your testimony, your written testimony, you talked about barriers that federal agencies face when they're trying to recruit and retain firefighters. I agree with you that this is critically important. I want to highlight a bill that Senator Ossoff and I introduced last year called the Fire Station Improvement Act, which would cut red tape, expand the Assistance to Firefighters grant, allow new funds to improve facilities, protect the health and safety of our firefighters. Do you think an effort like that is necessary, needed, number one, and number two, what else do we need to do?
Yes, thank you, Senator. All efforts to help build capacity to address the wildfires would be very helpful. And also, as we've heard today, any efforts that because a lot of these barriers are interrelated, so dealing with some of the poor work-life balance, some of the mental health challenges, all of these will go a very long way to addressing the barriers.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hickenlooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You know, the smoke that we're seeing right now in Washington is blanketing large portions of America right now, is mostly coming from Canada, it's my understanding, and that, and I'm just, Mr. Rupert, why don't I start with you? My understanding is there's an argument that for years the Forest Service had what we call the Smokey the Bear approach, to put out every forest fire, and that the argument goes that that somehow made the forests overgrown and unhealthy and more vulnerable to hotter, larger fires. But Canada never really had a Smokey the Bear policy, right? My understanding.
Thank you, Senator. I'm, to be honest with you, I'm not sure sort of what that history in Canada is around kind of the public outreach that they have in place around firefighters, whether they have equivalent or not. But I think to your point, yeah, I mean, fundamentally what's driving, you know, these large catastrophic wildfires and mega fires, in addition to, you know, the weather that is associated with this changing climate, longer drought, and more extreme weather, is also fuel for the wildfires that is related to very aggressive suppression of wildfires, certainly across America and even across the continent, you know, over the last century. Now, as you get farther north, closer to the Arctic, you know, there are more fundamental shifts having to do with climate, with areas that really have never burned that now are at risk. Right. So as you get farther north in Canada, some of that's certainly in play.
Well, I guess the point is that the climate change is something you've got to put in your calculation, and that the expenses of air quality at this level are, you know, when you actually begin trying to itemize them, it becomes enormous. I actually had a more specific pedestrian, although air quality is pretty pedestrian, I guess, it affects each one of us. Affordable housing is obviously an issue, and certainly many Coloradans are grappling with. But in terms of firefighters, it's good to hear that you guys are all working and recognize that this is something important. What are, any of you can answer this, we'll start with you, Mr. Rupert. What are some of the challenges you face in making housing more accessible for our firefighters, and the ways you're addressing that issue?
Yeah, the real challenge and the real impact, I think, as you hit on, it's the availability of affordable housing, and really in many, many places across the nation. You know, we are asking for additional support, and that support that we're asking for is focused on renovating existing housing that we have, modernizing existing housing, and building additional housing.
Yes, I would echo that, Senator. It's a multifaceted problem. It's an availability problem. It's an affordability problem, predominantly, especially in the Western United States. Obviously, you see that in your state, some of our resort communities in particular, second home communities. That's exactly where our firefighters need to live and work. And not only do we need to increase their wages so that can help with the affordability issue, as Mr. Rupert said, we have, as part of the administration's proposal, a $50 million investment in employee housing, but I believe we need an all-of-the-above approach. We need private sector partnerships, we need public-private partnerships, we need to look at how we can work with our communities to keep our firefighters in those communities.
Absolutely.
Yes, Senator. We do provide housing for our seasonal helitax staff so that we can compete with our federal partners, so we can offer a way for them to stay and live in the area and be able to help us. We also have additional housing.
All right, everyone, so we are listening into the Senate side of this hearing on the federal response to wildfires, a really timely hearing there, talking about not only what is happening in real time with the Canadian wildfires and the smoke, but also wildfires, combating them right here in this country. I want to give you a live look right now of the look here of New York City, and the air quality concerns continue, and that is where we join right now. Fox News' Nate Foy still on this story here that has a lot of people talking. Nate.
Hey guys, yeah, the air quality is still very unhealthy here in New York City. It appears that we have another day of this before Saturday morning looks like the time here along the East Coast where things should start getting a little bit better. But in the meantime, over the next day, the Pittsburgh area is expected to get hit especially hard with the smoke from the Canadian wildfires. President Biden has spoken with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, offering federal help up in Canada to decrease the effects of those over 400 wildfires burning in Canada. But you can see behind me in the New York City skyline that there is a significant amount of smoke even today. We're seeing more people wearing face masks today than we did yesterday, so more people are taking precautions. But Mayor Eric Adams projects that things will get worse as we continue moving forward in the day, similar to what we saw yesterday. Take a look at this video. I believe it's going to start, you're looking at Times Square, which isn't too far from where we were. We were at Central Park yesterday in Midtown Manhattan for about a half an hour period at 2 p.m. The smoke was so thick that we could not see the sun. Cars had lights on while they were driving around the city at 2 p.m. It felt more like it was 8 p.m. We spoke with people who were walking around. Some were wearing masks, some weren't. Some people were exercising, and they told us that they were experiencing physical symptoms like burning in their eyes, nose, and throat as a result of breathing in all this smoke and those little particles that can be very, very harmful. Listen to the women that we spoke with.
I feel like I feel it. I'm getting like a little bit of a headache.
When I got back from school, my head was hurting. I don't know. I was just having really bad headaches, and then my nose started bleeding.
So those people actually are from Philadelphia, and you just heard they were experiencing symptoms as well as the people that we spoke to yesterday here in New York. And these conditions also having a big impact in a wide variety of ways. You're talking about airports right now. There are ground delays at LaGuardia Airport as well as Newark. Flights have resumed in Philadelphia, but air travel has been significantly impacted, as has sports and entertainment. The Phillies game was canceled yesterday, as was the Yankees game. There's supposed to be a doubleheader today at Yankee Stadium, but conditions are expected to get worse today. First pitch in game 1 is after 4. So we'll see if they can squeeze that game in. Broadway shows were canceled yesterday, including the hit show Hamilton. Horse racing is continuing. Horse racing has been stopped at Belmont Park. However, the big race, the Belmont Stakes, is set to still happen on Saturday. That's if things happen as expected and the smoke clears out here on the East Coast by Saturday morning. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Nate Foy there in New York City with the great skyline in the background. Seeing a little bit more today than yesterday, but we appreciate the updates as always right here on Live Now from Fox.
You got it.
And we will continue to follow this here. It looks like we do have the New York governor, Kathy Hochul. She is speaking right now on the air quality issues. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Cure that much before my time, because when I became governor, we had come through a lot of the pandemic, but then it's ramped up again with Omicron. So I was glad we had that in inventory. I will never be. I'd rather be criticized for being over-prepared for a public health crisis than saying we just didn't even think about it, we weren't ready, and I'm sorry, those other states have more than we do because we weren't ready. That'll never be New York.
Governor, is there any sense of like the toll that the smoke has taken thus far, like increased visits to emergency rooms, deaths, traffic accidents? Any sense of any numbers that have come in?
Not seeing any numbers like that at this time. Dr. McDonald regularly monitors the emergency room visits. Not seeing a spike for respiratory illnesses at this moment. There are individual hospitals. A couple in New York State have reported an increase. It is early yet. This has a cumulative effect, especially for people who insist on being outside, day after day. At some point, it's going to have an effect on them, I believe. And so it's perhaps a little bit early for us to have a full assessment of the health impact. Dr. McDonald, is there anything else on that?
Let me just thank you, Governor. Let me just add this real quick. As a state health officer, I want people outside exercising. I really do. I want people out enjoying New York. It's interesting, my brother texted me just before this saying, good day for a run? I said no. With the air quality today, it's not a good day for a run. Probably a good day to go to the gym, though. So, take that as a tip here. But we are monitoring this closely. You know, keep in mind, one of the things I think the reason why New Yorkers are responding to this so significantly is you can see this, right? Everybody noticed it, right? And unlike the pandemic, you really could see the impact. So I think that's why people said, I'm staying inside. If I'm going outside, I'm wearing a mask. Because you're seeing people wearing masks today. It's interesting.
Was there any, right here, was there any indication it would be this unhealthy? You said you had some heads up that was going to happen. Was there any notice that it would be, the numbers would look like this at this point?
No, there was not a way, 6 days ago when we started giving out our announcements to be prepared, we were monitoring, and I can have Jackie Bragg talk about how we started watching this, but these are unprecedented numbers. We would be concerned about a 200 level, which is where we are in much of the state today, 150, 200, 250. But for areas of our state, even yesterday, to have hit 400, that is extraordinary. And this is the worst air quality we've had at least since the 1960s when we started monitoring. And that was the time when it was pre-Clean Air Act, and companies and industry all over the state of New York were able to discharge pollution into the air, and we're as bad as that time. And that is what is frightening about the moment we're in right now. That is the shock value of this, but it is also a wake-up call that this is the new normal for what we're going to be dealing with. When I spoke to, I think I mentioned this yesterday, when I spoke to the Canadian Council, he said that the wildfires that they're experiencing, and they had them out west last year, we're experiencing it here in New York because they're in the east, but they've been going on for a long time. He said that their increase is up 1,400% firefighters in Canada. And we have, I want to get a word out to people too, we could have our own wildfires here. Despite some rain today, it has been unusually dry. So please be smart. Do not be the source of the next wildfire in the state of New York when you're out camping or going on a picnic in one of our great state parks. And so everybody has to be very cognizant of the role that they can play in protecting themselves, but also helping us protect each other.
On that bigger scale,
you mentioned climate change and New York's efforts to take action on climate. The renewable developers and offshore wind developers have now asked the state to increase their subsidies to continue with their projects. Does that threaten New York's renewable goals and achievements? And do you support that petition to increase the subsidies?
We're looking at everything on a case-by-case basis. Ramping up this transition is critically important to all of us. I'm proud that we have a nation-leading Environmental Bond Act. I just launched the Environmental Bond Act, listening toward and listen to people across the state about where they think the needs are greatest. So we're very focused on this. We'll look at individual cases on what's happening. Obviously, since much of these decisions were made a few years ago, there have been supply chain issues and other issues that were perhaps were definitely unintended. So I want to make sure we continue leaning hard into those industries. Renewables, that's our future. Offshore wind, that's our future. Wind and solar, that's our future. And we're not stepping away from that, because as we see today, with this dangerous situation we're here in today in 2023, we have no other option. We have to power through this and let the people of our state and our nation know that we're going to continue to lead, because failure is not an option. Thanks,
everybody. If there are rumors that there could be a housing bill before the legislature, would you consider it?
New York officials there talking about the air quality on really day 2 of this, as we're seeing a look here of New York City. Coming up here in just moments, we'll get some tape playback of President Biden with the UK Prime Minister. We'll bring that to you as soon as it gets going. In the meantime, do want to bring you back out to Capitol Hill, the Senate, talking about federal response to wildfires. Let's listen. Oh, you know what? Before we do, we have that tape playback right now, President Biden.
Well, Mr. President, I just promoted you, Mr. Prime Minister. It's great to have you back. And, the past few months we've met each other in San Diego, and then we met in Belfast, and we met in Hiroshima, and now we're here. We're going to solve all the problems in the world right in this next 20 minutes. But, Prime Minister Churchill and Roosevelt met here a little over 70 years ago, and they asserted that the strength of the partnership between Great Britain and the United States was the strength of the free world. I still think there's truth to that assertion. And together we're providing economic, humanitarian aid and security assistance to Ukraine in their fight against the brutal invasion of the Russians. And we've worked out an arrangement with AUKUS, with Australia, to make the Indian Ocean and the whole area safer, more secure, and you know, we built on the Good Friday Agreement, 25 years, and keep that going. We can talk about that a little bit. As NATO allies, we're working together to help provide the collective defense of all of us, and we're going to further, I hope, we're going to discuss today plans to further strengthen our economic relationship. And the global economy is undergoing, I think, the greatest transformation that's occurred since the Industrial Revolution. And something you know a lot about, AI, is going to play a big part in that. I want to hear your views on that as well. And we don't have a closer ally than Great Britain, and we're delighted you're here.
Well, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for the warm words, but also thank you for welcoming me to the White House and for allowing me to stay in Blair House, which I've got to say, the spare room in the flat in number 10 Downing Street doesn't quite compare. So it's been a real privilege. And as you said, it's daunting to think of the conversations that our predecessors had in this room when they had to speak of wars that they fought together, peace won together, an incredible change in the lives of our citizens. And again, for the first time in over half a century, we face a war on the European continent. And as we've done before, the US and the UK have stood together to support Ukraine and stand up for the values of democracy and freedom and make sure that they prevail, as I know we will. But also, I completely agree with what you said. Our economies are seeing perhaps the biggest transformation since the Industrial Revolution, as new technologies provide incredible opportunities, but also give our adversaries more tools for harm. But one thing I know won't change, I'm confident won't change, is the strength of our partnership, our friendship, and we will put our values front and center, as we've always done, to deliver for the British and American people.
Well, if we had time, I'd take you over to the residence where I live. And when you were over in Blair House, President Truman was there because they were redoing the White House. He put a hole in the Truman balcony as it exists now because of Blair House being built. That second balcony you see, the first balcony you see going up. So at any rate, and there's an awful lot of stories that are told, but probably a bunch apocryphal about the former Prime Minister liking to take baths up that, anyway.
Wandering around at 3 in the morning. Yeah, Winston Churchill bothering Mrs. Roosevelt, yes. So you won't, don't worry, you won't see me there bothering you and the First Lady.
Anyway, welcome.
Well, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Good to be here. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Okay, thank you so much. This is a special meeting. Thank you so much.
Is it in good shape?
Real good shape.
Anything we should know about the federal response to the smoke, Mr. President?
You're going to get a chance to ask me questions of the President.
Wait, what did he say? Sorry. Thanks, everybody. You do have a press conference later.
The President said you have a chance to ask us questions later on.
Thank you.
All right, President Biden and the UK Prime Minister will be doing that joint news conference and remarks coming up at 1:30 Eastern. We will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look right now live at the Dow, and you can see it's up 50 points in the green, and we'll continue to follow it right here for you on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to go out to the House Minority Leader, Representative Jeffries, with his weekly address.
Work on behalf of everyday Americans. From the very beginning of this Congress, we have said that we are willing to find common ground with House Republicans whenever and wherever possible, while at the same time being prepared to confront extremism whenever necessary. The extremists in the House Republican Conference have once again taken control of the House floor and stopped us from doing the business of the American people. This is extraordinary. And we stand ready to find common ground with the other side of the aisle if they can break from their extremists. The problem that seems to exist is that the House Republican Conference is captive to the most extreme wing of their party. Well, at the same time, we're thankful for the leadership of President Biden. President Biden was able to arrive at a resolution that avoided a dangerous default and stopped the extreme MAGA Republicans from crashing the economy and triggering a job-killing recession, which would have inflicted tremendous pain on millions of everyday Americans. House Democrats remain thankful for the leadership of President Biden, which spared the country from another hostage-taking situation that the extremists have now made clear they would have been ready to bring about the first opportunity they had to do just that. But the debt ceiling has now been suspended into the early part of 2025, thanks to the leadership of President Biden. We're also thankful that President Biden was able to negotiate a resolution consistent with our values that protected Social Security, protected Medicare, protected Medicaid, protected veterans, protected education, protected public safety, protected the Inflation Reduction Act, and protected the American people from the draconian 22% across-the-board cuts that would have undermined the health, the safety, and the well-being of everyday Americans. So this week puts into clear focus the choices that the American people have in front of them in terms of which direction their government will go. On the one side, Democrats, Team Reasonable, Team Normal, and Team Get Stuff Done. On the other side, Republicans, Team Chaos, Team Dysfunction, and Team Extreme.
Thank you. Do you have any concerns that the hostage-taking strategy employed by MAGA Republicans, that one can say now it's an eternal Republican issue, can become the norm in the House with the potential to block the country and impact the lives of everyday Americans? And how do you assess MAGA Republicans blocking the rule in a way that has not been done in the past 20 years? And what do you see as a way out in working for a common good of America?
In terms of the way out, House Republicans are going to have to decide whether they're going to be responsible public policy makers or continue to bend the knee to the extreme MAGA Republicans in their party. This is a very serious situation in that the extreme MAGA Republicans have stopped the House of Representatives from doing the business of the American people. There are several things that need to happen, including the reauthorization of the Farm Bill, the reauthorization of the FAA, so that the American people can fly safely in this country and that our economy can continue to function in a normal way. We have to reach a spending agreement so that the needs of the American people can be reached. But right now, there is no activity happening in the Congress because of the extreme nature of the House Republican Conference. That's sad.
On redistricting in New York, there's arguments this week, right, in some of the litigation around that. Do you think the new makeup of the court will make it more receptive to the case being brought by Democrats?
That's not clear to me, and ultimately, I think the case right now is before the third department, as I understand it, which is the intermediate level court, and so we'll see what decisions are made. I think what is clear to me is that the notion that the people of the state of New York should be forced to make decisions as to who represents them based on a partisan map drawn by an unelected, out-of-town special master signed off on by a right-wing judge who was hand-selected in a forum shopping exercise bipartisan Republicans is ridiculous. Now, what the legal case is in terms of how that resolves itself on the merits, I leave to the lawyers and ultimately the judges, and I will respect whatever judge or judicial decision is rendered. Sorry, let me go. Sorry, go back to this side. Yeah.
I have two very different questions, and I will go into both. One, have you been debriefed on the SCO decision in Alabama? They just struck down the congressional map. If so, what's your immediate reaction to that? Two, do you think McCarthy is a weak speaker because he cannot get out of this situation yet, and you're going into next week not even knowing when you're going to vote?
Well, I think Kevin McCarthy is going to continue to work the dynamics out on his side of the aisle as best he can. And he's in a very difficult situation because of the extreme nature of the House Republican conference. That situation is what it is, but they need to work it out because the American people are the ones suffering with the House of Representatives shut down. I haven't had the opportunity to review the Supreme Court decision, but it appears to be an affirmation that the Voting Rights Act is the law of the land, and it is illegal to engage in race-based gerrymandering. It's clear that the Alabama legislature engaged in race-based gerrymandering. And they're not the only ones throughout the country who have done that. And we can at least draw some comfort from the fact that the 1965 Voting Rights Act remains alive.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Two questions. One, what is your response to China and Cuba reaching a secret agreement for China to establish an electronic eavesdropping facility on the island? And second, would House Dems have a discharge petition if the Senate passes a supplemental defense spending bill that includes aid for Ukraine?
Well, I have no comment on the first issue until I have the opportunity to be briefed on it. With respect to the Democratic approach in terms of any supplemental, our view is that a resolution was reached consistent with the conversations that took place between President Biden and House Republicans that was subsequently voted on and passed with decisive margins in both the House and the Senate, and that is the law of the land.
Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Paul?
Following up on that answer right there, would House Democrats support appropriations bills that came in below the caps?
No.
Mr. Leader. Mr. Leader.
Thank you for asking such a clear question, Carl.
Mr. Leader, based off, building on this point you're making about the House conservatives kind of blocking everything that Kevin McCarthy is attempting to do, you've had success here through this debt ceiling negotiation and Democrats and Republicans kind of partnering to get that legislation passed and in many ways isolating that very small faction of far-right Republicans that are causing Mr. McCarthy grief. Isn't there some rationale toward you working with Kevin McCarthy going forward to find common ground on bipartisan legislation on a regular basis so that every single time he runs into trouble with that faction, that they aren't as big an issue and have such a loud voice in these negotiations?
Yeah, House Democrats have made clear from the very beginning that we will continue to try to find common ground whenever and wherever possible. But the majority has a responsibility in managing the floor in terms of the legislation that is brought before the body for votes to take place. And it's not clear right now that the majority has the capacity to be able to manage the House floor because the extremists have taken it over. That's quite unfortunate, and we're hopeful that it gets worked out before we return next week.
Mr. Leader.
Let me go back to this side and I'll go over to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you agree with the decision from Director Wright to provide the Oversight Committee access to the 1023 document? And what do you make of Speaker McCarthy declaring it a victory?
It's not clear to me that it's a victory. It seems to me that it was an accommodation that was reasonable, that was reached, and it's our hope that this will put an end to the foolishness that is going on under the Republican-controlled Oversight Committee. I mean, the House Republicans from the very beginning of this new Congress have engaged in a fishing expedition that has one goal: destroy Joe Biden and his family. It's not working. And in the process, they are undermining the rule of law and are willing to attack law enforcement, attack the FBI, and attack the Department of Justice, all for partisan political purposes, because they believe that it will benefit them in 2024. They're wrong.
Sort of along those lines, but a bit more broad.
And that was the House Minority Leader, Jeffrey, speaking on a range of issues there at that news conference. We are going to take a 2-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to take you out live to Philadelphia, where we have the district attorney there talking about a new grant to help try to thwart some of the summer violence that we see so much of in major cities. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking out to Philadelphia, where we're getting a update on a violence prevention grant there as we head into the summer season. And in major cities, we know, like Philadelphia, Chicago, all reeling with major gun violence and violence. So let's listen right here on how this grant may help.
When the DA's office would take that kind of money and would use it for their own salaries and would use it to do even more forfeiture, that ended badly, because that turned out to be a situation where grandma was losing her house, even though she'd done nothing wrong, because while she was at prayer meeting, grandson was selling weed out of the basement. All of that resulted in a years-long lawsuit and a change in how this money is used. And I am delighted and proud to say that this money is being put back into the communities it came from. It's being put back into those communities to restore them from the damage that these drug dealers and other people who have committed crimes in these neighborhoods have caused. I want to start out by acknowledging some of the wonderful people we have with us here today. We have with us Reverend Dr. Kimberly Johnson, who is a dean at Eastern University, but she is also the director of the Center for Community Engagement, which is where we are right now. Dr. Johnson will get the last word before we go to Q&A today. We have with us First Assistants Robert Listenby and Carolyn Temin. We have Jennifer Lynn with us, who is an attorney in the DA's office and currently the chief of the civil unit of the law division for the DA's office, and has been instrumental in this kind of work. We have Melanie Nelson, who's the director of the DAO's Crisis Assistance Response and Engagement for Survivors unit, a unit that intensely cares for the families of homicide victims in the first 45 days. Thank you, Movita Johnson-Harrell, who had a whole lot to do with that a while back. We have Michael Bricks, who is the executive director of Treehouse Books. We have Reverend Adan, that's A-D-A-N, Adan Mairena, M-A-I-R-E-N-A. Reverend Adan is the executive director of West Kensington Ministries. We have Natasha Andrews, the deputy director of Girls, Inc. of Greater Philadelphia and Southern New Jersey. We have Lenita Harris, trauma care coordinator, who is the lead on emerging community solutions for Northwest Victim Services. Once again, Northwest Victim Services, an organization very well known to Melanie Nelson and her mother, organization they founded and used to run. But we're delighted to have Lenita Harris here on behalf of that organization now that Melanie works within the DA's office. We have Reverend Dr. Donna Jones, Executive Director of the Metropolitan Christian Council of Philadelphia, more specifically here in relation to their Restorative Cities Initiative. And she is here with a small army of good people. She is here with Movita Johnson-Harrell, with Yancey Harrell, who will say a few words. She is here with Purple Blackwell, and she was also here with Jody Dodd, who is the Chief of Restorative Justice for the District Attorney's Office. We additionally have with us Liz Langer, who was a social work intern working in the DA's office in connection with the Restorative Cities Initiative. Liz has now graduated but continues to support this incredibly important and innovative work that we are doing. We are here today also with Dr. Jonathan Wilson, who is the founder and executive director of the Fathership Foundation. And we look forward to his comments, as always, today. We are here with Jamil Evans, Fathership Foundation Workforce Development Program, and also Drew Lawson, who is a facilitator with that program. And they are supported as well by Lavon Chaston, who is here. I know I forgot somebody. I am sorry. I apologize. I'll try to make it up to you somehow. But we have a tremendous number of really wonderful people who do great work. And finally, last but not least, but just on the next page, Thomas Allen is here with the Fathership Foundation's Man-to-Man Mentoring Program. All right, we've already spoken a little bit about where this money comes from. It is not tax money. It is money that comes from criminals, and it is money that is being reinvested into communities to fight crime and the blight that it causes. I will say that we believe that this effort at these micro grants has been beneficial. We believe that it has encouraged the city to move more quickly with prevention money. And we also believe there is no more urgent time than at the beginning of this summer. There is some good news. I have some good news for everybody here. And that is, while we remain in the middle of a terrible gun violence crisis, as of this morning, there were 40 fewer homicides this day this year than there were this day last year. This is the first time this year that number has gone down by 40 or more. Is that enough progress? Absolutely not. We are here because that's not enough progress. But is it encouraging? Yes, it is. Not only does it represent an 18% reduction in Philadelphia, but when we look nationally, there was a big article in the Atlantic magazine 2 days ago. When we look nationally at 90 different cities in the United States, homicides are going down. That average is 12% around the country. The amount in Philadelphia is 18%. So the people here are getting it done. They're having an impact. We are seeing that impact. The money hit the streets, the money went to the work got done, and there's less blood on the ground. So let's talk about what they do. It is my pleasure and my honor at this time to call upon Girls, Inc. of Greater Philadelphia and Southern New Jersey who are receiving a micro-grant award in the amount of $40,000. The mission of this group is to serve adjudicated youth who have been through the juvenile justice system, as well as homeless youth and those aging out of the foster care system. It's my pleasure to introduce Natasha Andrews, who is the Deputy Director of Girls, Inc. She will be sharing some thoughts with you before we bring out the big fake check. There's a real check. It's a lot smaller. It fits through the window at a bank. But we'll be bringing out the big fake check in a moment. Natasha Andrews.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. My name is Natasha Andrews, and I'm the Deputy Director and Director of Programs for Girls, Inc. of Greater Philadelphia and Southern New Jersey. We are a local affiliate of the national organization Girls, Inc. Our mission is to inspire girls to be strong, smart, and bold, and we do that through research, education, training, and advocacy. We work with girls as young as 5 and all the way to age 18, and once students graduate our program, they participate in our program called Project Accelerate, which is designed for our alums to ensure that they have support as they go through their post-secondary plans. Our mission helps us develop and equip girls to navigate gender, economic, and social barriers and grow up healthy, educated, and independent. The work we do is intentional as we prepare the future generation of leaders. Bold Futures, which we are getting funding to support, is our intensive violence prevention mentoring program, which addresses the source and repetition of delinquent behaviors for girls ages 9 to 14. These students are at risk of involvement in the juvenile justice system. Bold Futures addresses peer and social protective factors for violence and provides healthy relationships, guidance, support, and ensures that students have the skills to engage in school, build relationship with their peers, have healthy relationship with their families, and of course, reduces their victimization and perpetration of violence. We began our Bold Futures program back in 2016. Bold Futures incorporates a group mentoring model, which has a powerful impact on our youth, and it supports positive, safe, and inclusive environments. Bold Futures participants demonstrates an increase in self-efficacy, improved social skills and behaviors, and of course, they develop healthy coping skills. We currently offer the Bold Futures program at 6 Philadelphia schools, in addition to summer programs for our students. With this funding, we can expand our reach and offer Bold Futures to 2 additional school sites. As a result, over 200 girls will benefit from violence prevention programs offered by Girls, Inc. It is an honor and with gratitude that we thank the District Attorney's Office for, 1, recognizing and supporting Girls, Inc.'s Bold Future program, and understanding that the girls in our city are in need of violence prevention support and services as well. Thank you.
I'll put this here. Thank you. Our next organization is Treehouse Books, which will be receiving a $15,000 micro grant. Treehouse Books, serves youth and emerging adults who have a history of abuse, are homeless or unhoused, and it also serves members of the LGBTQIA+ community. In a moment, I'm going to call up Michael Bricks, but I got to tell a story first. Michael Bricks will be receiving the grant award on behalf of this organization. He's going to share some thoughts on how this investment positively impacts the organization. But when you get old like me, you see all these connections. So we're at Eastern. Eastern is a wonderful university with a remarkable history. And part of that history includes some of these names: Shane Claiborne, Tony Campolo, Brian Stevenson, and my personal favorite, Anthony Gibalisco, who cuts my hair. But the other names, Brian Stevenson, of course, is the author of Just Mercy. He's one of the most accomplished U.S. Supreme Court litigators in the history of the United States. Tony Campolo is a legendary professor who has been in and around this university since I was in junior high school, maybe even earlier than that. Shane Claiborne, along with Michael Bricks, was a member of an organization known as the Simple Way. It was a, quote, poverty Christian, unquote, organization. In other words, it was a group of people of faith who saw very important messages about the proper treatment of poor people and the ending of poverty as being necessary to get at so many of our problems. Shane Claiborne then went on, along with his former professor Tony Campolo, to found a well-known organization called Red Letter Christians. Claiborne himself actively does work in the city of Philadelphia right now, mostly in the Kensington section of town, when he's not walking around talking about his many different books and speaking in churches all over the South. So Mr. Bricks first came to my attention when he was trying to change the world with free speech, with protest, with things of that sort about 20-plus years ago. He's what they call a recidivist. He's still trying to change the world in ways that are positive by free speech and by community organizing and by other things that aren't illegal. So he doesn't get charged with it. But he is a recidivist in the sense that he is trying to bring nonviolent social change in ways that are incredibly important. It is my pleasure to call up Mr. Bricks to speak about his organization.
Hello, thank you, Larry and the District Attorney's Office. It is an honor to be here with that wonderful introduction. I am standing before you, a reformed social justice person until my kids graduate from college, in which case I reserve the right to go back to any social justice protesting that I wish to do. I am standing here today also in honor of being here at Eastern University, my alma mater, and standing in front of one of my mentors, Dr. Kaylee Johnson. I'm excited to have her here as well. And also just really excited to be standing here in front of all these people, these folks who are actually making a difference here in the city of Philadelphia. Treehouse Books is a small part of that change that's happening in Philadelphia right now, and we are blessed and honored to be a part of that change and so grateful for the recognition today and just feeling the love and support from the folks who are here behind us. So to tell you a little bit about Treehouse Books, our mission is to develop and retain a community of readers, writers, and thinkers, primarily in North Central Philadelphia. We do that in so many ways. We give away books. Last year, we gave away over 87,000 books to citizens of Philadelphia, kids, adults, doesn't matter. During the pandemic, we started a bookmobile that got books into the hands of kids all over the city of Philadelphia. And you might have seen that bookmobile riding around the streets of Philadelphia. Today we're here because we're being honored with an award to help us develop our teen programming. We've been doing teen programmings for a long time. We've done teen programmings because we were doing elementary school programs, and our elementary school kids were graduating from those programs, and so we developed middle school programs. And then our kids were graduating from those middle school programs and didn't have something to do, and so we were creating teen programs. And so that's how all of our programs start, are through these organic relational ways that we are doing these things in North Philadelphia. And so today we are excited because our teens are really here behind me being honored because they are the recipients of this award. They're the ones who are going to be the most impacted. And we're excited to be starting this summer because we have 7 teens that are going to be working with us this summer throughout our summer programs as junior staff. I have a small story about that. One of the things that's a benefit of working with a small nonprofit is that as the executive director, I don't just sit behind a desk and write grants, although I do a lot of that. The other thing that I do is I get to interact with the folks that are in the program programs themselves. And yesterday, one of the teens came bursting into my office. Yes, I was mid-doing something, but he did not care. He came down and he sat down, and he was really flushed and looked kind of out of sorts. And I asked him what the problem was, and he said that he had a rip in his dress pants, and that was a problem because he was doing the interview that we were about to give him for the job that he already had in our program this summer. And so he just wanted to put on the best face forward, and I assured him, I said, you know what, it's okay, just go out there in your sweatpants, it'll be fine, you don't need to run home, you don't need to have those things. And then I was talking to my program director afterwards, and I was saying, you know, oh, he was really disturbed about this rip in his pants that he was going to have, and thought that that would affect his interview with you later on. And she said, yes, she said, you know, he's concerned about those sorts of things, but I told him if he comes over on Saturday, I'll bring my sewing machine and we'll solve those pant problems for him. So Treehouse Books does books and literacy and teen empowerment, but it's a holistic approach, right? You can't just do one thing. You have to really come alongside of folks, and you really need to make sure that you are investing in the whole person, which means investing in the whole family, which means investing in the whole neighborhood. And so we're really excited and thankful for this opportunity. We're excited for this money to be able to support the work that we're doing, and we're again honored to be standing here among all of these folks. Thank you. Where are we looking, please?
Congratulations, Blake. Nice to see you. All right, thank you for that. Our third award goes to West Kensington Ministries. This is a $15,000 award. West Kensington Ministries serves the addicted youth population as well as adjudicated youth who have been through the juvenile justice system, unhoused youth, immigrants, and returning citizens. Reverend Adan Myrena is the executive director of West Kensington Ministries and has been an absolute pillar in that community for, I won't say how long, but it's been a good while. He will be receiving this grant award and share how this investment will positively impact the organization's mission. If I saw Telemundo, we'd do this all in Spanish, but maybe we'll do that later.
Well, first of all, thank you, District Attorney and Lamar, for not only these resources that are desperately needed, but for actually coming to our community. You've come on quite a few occasions, and you listen and you engage, and that's greatly appreciated. Every Friday night, we have about 50, 60 youth with their parents that come. It's what we call open mic. We've been doing that for about 2 decades. We've lost a few. A couple days ago, it was the anniversary of a young man named John Bay, who had access to a firearm and died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And that still hurts. They say time heals, but that still hasn't happened. We've lost a few. We've saved a lot. And you mentioned transformation, restoration, and that's our mission, that's our goal. Simply put, we provide a safe space for youth, their families. Now we have youth who bring their children. And these resources will provide an extra night not only to transform and restore, but to preserve life. So these resources will be used to open our doors for another night, to engage our youth in our ceramic studios, in our recording studio, in our silk screen studio. So through the arts, and as the process of creation takes place, there's also that process, again, of healing, of transformation, of restoration, and ultimately just being a safe haven and preserving life. So again, thank you from the bottom of our hearts in West Kensington.
All right, it is now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jonathan Wilson. His colleagues, I know he's here with a few colleagues. Dr. Jonathan Wilson, who is the founder and executive director of the Fathership Foundation. The Fathership Foundation is receiving a microgrant in the amount of $25,000. I would love to tell you what they do, but the fact is that Dr. Wilson will do a much better job than me. Generally speaking, when he gets a microphone, he tears the roof off the place, and so that's time for me to be quiet. I will now be quiet and get out of the way and let Dr. Wilson say what he needs to say.
I gotta get on your shoulder. I need mother support over here, because this is flimsy. Ready? Okay. All right. Pretty good. Greetings, everyone. My name is, hold on, just shake and stop a little bit. Take your time, take your time. Couple seconds. Thanks for your patience. My name is Dr. Jonathan Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of the Fathership Foundation. And on behalf of our board and everybody that we serve in the 51st Ward and the 40B in Southwest Philadelphia, we'd like to say thank you to the District Attorney's Office. And we're just so blessed and thankful and grateful that there's finally been a DA's office that understands that some people that are close to the problem could be close to the solution as well. And I have a couple guys with me that are going to kind of explain that. We got one guy here from our workforce development program, another guy from our man-to-man. So take it away, guys.
All right, how y'all doing? My name is Jamil. I met Dr. Jonathan Wilson. Long story short, I had to do some community service hours. Oh, they don't know what my bad. I had to do some community service hours, and his nonprofit was basically that's where I should go. That was recommended basically. And upon there, I could have just went in for the community service hours and not really cared about it. But upon arrival, I realized that everyone in there, I was able to connect with Brother Jeru Lawson back here, and everyone in there was for you. You know, how can I explain this? Basically, I could tell that everyone in there cared. They had resources. They had solutions. They, for example, I actually stopped going to school. Brother Jonathan Wilson, he came up with solutions. He said, okay, if you don't want to do school, let's find some other alternatives. And then he said, okay, you can come down tomorrow and we could work through this. So I've been able to apply to like Lincoln Tech, get in schools like that, work on resumes. It's just a great place to come if I need help, if I need just work on anything.
Me and Brother Jonathan, we grew up together. We knew each other way before we went by our government names, and we had our street names. We both survived the streets of Southwest Philadelphia from the 80s and the 90s, and we're here now to basically tell our story and present life to the youth. So I created Urban Nerds Foundation, and watching Fathership Foundation because Jonathan was older than me. And, our mission is to give urban youth a different outlook. So we deal in STEM because we actually want to get the youth to be able, inner city youth, black and brown children, to be able to compete with the ever-changing technologies. A lot of our children in Southwest Philadelphia, Kensington, North Philly, they're behind. They're not learning coding. They don't have the money to get into where the technological advancements are going. It's Urban Nerds also wants to give our children a global view. We want our children to be able to travel and not just be on the block. So we created Urban Nerds to give these youth a better opportunity and let them know that they're not what society said they are. A lot of our children are great, but it just has to be brought out of them. So that's why we titled it Urban Nerds. And when you look at this image here, this is Hakeem. He has his book bag on, he has his skinny jeans on, his sneakers. But we want our children to know that being intelligent is cool. You don't have to be a gangster. So that's what Urban Nerds was for, and we work in conjunction with Fathership Foundation.
Thank you so much. Can you hold it right here? Can we move over a little bit so I don't got to get up and get back? Absolutely. We can get over there. Go on this side, TJ. Where'd you go at? Come on, bro. Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Dr. Wilson and friends. For our fifth award, this is an award, a fifth out of six. This is, excuse me, an award to Northwest Victim Services in the amount of $25,000 The mission of this organization is to serve victims of crime in Philadelphia. As I mentioned earlier, somebody in the hallway, Melanie Nelson, knows a little bit about this organization. If I recall correctly, her mother founded it, and then, of course, Melanie ran it for a while. And we are delighted today to have Lenita Harris with us. She is the Trauma Care Coordinator and the lead on Emerging Community Solutions at Northwest Victim Services. She will be here to speak and accept the grant on behalf of the organization and to share how this investment will positively impact the organization's mission. It is my delight to call forward Lenita Harris.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am so honored to be here on behalf of Northwest Victim Services and represent our trauma care team. Our Northwest Victim Services mission is to provide prompt, effective, and holistic services to all victims of crime in the Northwest section of Philadelphia while increasing prevention strategies to alleviate community safety. Northwest currently provides victim services to crime victims in the Northwest section of Philadelphia, which includes education and assistance with navigating the criminal justice system. We provide assistance with filing victim compensation claims, relocation assistance, and counseling and mental health services, as well as victim advocacy. Northwest has a trauma care team that provides holistic and culturally relevant interventions and outreach to survivors of crime and gun violence. Through our newly created Emerging Community Solution Innovative, the trauma care team works collaboratively with Northwest therapists, the Youth Advisory Collective, and other community partners to make victims and counseling services more accessible to youth of color and other marginalized victims of crime. Again, I am honored and thankful for this funding, which will enhance and support the efforts of the Emerging Community Solution Innovative. Thank you.
All right, I have just a few words to say about number 6 out of our 6 awardees. However, there's a whole team here. Just as there was a team for Dr. Wilson, there's a whole team here. So I'm going to let them know that they need to come up and stand somewhere around here. It's my understanding that while the Reverend Dr. Donna Jones is the executive director of this awardee, that Yancey Harrell is going to be saying a few words. I'll let them sort it out, but just so no one here is confused as to who should be coming on up, Movita Johnson Harrell, Yancey Harrell, Purple Blackwell, Jody Dodd, Liz Langer. This way, come on up. All right. This final award for today is a $50,000 award to the Metropolitan Christian Council of Philadelphia, which is the umbrella that also which also works with the Restorative Cities Initiative. The mission that is going to be served by this award is to serve adjudicated youth, those with a history of abuse, addiction, or being unhoused, returning citizens, immigrants, and those who are a part of the LGBTQIA+ community. That's obviously a very ambitious mission, but it's one that they carry out extremely well. It's my pleasure to introduce Reverend Dr. Donna Jones, who is the Executive Director of the Metropolitan Christian Council of Philadelphia, who will receive the grant award, and either she or Yancey Harrell will be explaining a little bit more than I've just explained about the mission of this wonderful and respected organization.
Thank you. So I want to thank Larry Krasner. I also want to give a shout out to Eastern University and Dr. Kay Lee, because I too am an alumni of the Doctrine and Ministry program of Palmer Seminary of the Eastern University. The Restorative Cities Initiative is a grassroots movement catalyzed by Metropolitan Christian Council of Philadelphia. Our goal is to have restorative response teams within 1 mile of every man, woman, boy, and girl in Philadelphia. The team's goal is to do restorative mediation, restorative circles, restorative ... in their neighborhoods. But our goal so far, we have 25 teams. This award helps us continue to expand because we're working on 142 teams throughout our city. I'd like to call up first young brother Quan, who's going to represent Blackwell Cultural Alliance. Blackwell Cultural Alliance has been doing too much. But one of the things that I love is that they're a Restorative Cities hub, and they have a spoken word night on Wednesday nights on the 4th Wednesday of every month, and it begins with the Restorative Circle, and this talented young man is part of that.
How everybody doing? My name is Daquan Carter, and I wanted to say during my time with, How Dope Are You and stuff, I realized when I first came around, it was I was just coming off of a whole lot of stuff, going through losses and stuff, and I was just going through a whole lot of pain. But due to the simple fact that I was with How Dope Are You, they helped me realize I had goals for myself. I had a lot of stuff going on with me that, I couldn't really balance myself with. But, I don't really have too much to say. I don't know. I'm just a little nervous. I'm sorry.
Great job.
Great job.
Good afternoon. I'm Yancey Harrell, president and co-founder of the Charles Foundation. Charles is the acronym for Creating Healthy Alternatives, Results in Less Emotional Suffering, like MCCP and Blackwell Cultural Alliance. We do a lot. Our physical site is at 52nd and Wauwatosa. We're a pantry over there. We have a work program for children over there. But I want us to talk about re-entry, because right now in my heart, I got a phone call, and it was an individual that had been locked up for 47 years. He was just released on a compassionate release, so he has a few months to live. And he's Muslim, but his family is Christian. So in his transition, he wanted to make amends to the victims. So the victims were Buddhists. So Reverend Donna called me because she was trying to get in touch with the imam, but she knew that I was Muslim, so I came to stand with the brother. So, and he made amends, and it was amazing. And I'm going through some feelings because our second son that was murdered, Dante, his youngest son graduated today, and he wasn't there to be there. Our first son that was murdered, his only son was born 26 days after he was murdered. We created another organization at Dante's name, and the acronym is Discovering Opportunities to Nurture, Teach, and Empower. We're the first nonprofit organization that SEPTA has ever donated a bus to. And we're going to make that bus a mobile trauma center, and it's called the STAR Bus. And STAR is an acronym for Stopping Trauma by Aiding Recovery. So we do a lot in the city, but I'm in the process now of helping this guy transition. The family was struggling with having a janazah for him, something that's a Muslim funeral. But I felt it in my heart that I want to have the janazah for him so he would know that in his soul that he was put away right. The family called me and asked me to do certain things, and I said, that's not how we do it. So it's in my heart to make sure that this guy's put in the ground right. Thank you.
All of these testimonies and more represent the relationship between the Restorative Cities Initiative and the District Attorney's Office, and the DA facilitator for Restorative Justice, Jody Dodd, and our wonderful intern, Liz. But we also have Eddie's House, and we have so many organizations that are grassroots, community-based, and resident-led. Just being part of this movement. What Brother Yancey talked about was one of the most touching healing circles I've ever seen. And the amount of healing that happened around that table with the Buddhists and a Christian and Muslims, just all with the same goal, that someone has a chance when they come home because of the work of other organizations that have made it possible for lifers to come home, like the Compassionate Release Program, also supported by our DA's office. They help bring healing and hope in a community. And we are so grateful and congratulate Brother Larry and all of the folk here representing the DA's office for what you're doing that has begun to really bring those numbers down, and we're committed to continue to bring those numbers down, because altogether our goal is to have 0 homicides in Philadelphia.
Yes.
That Philadelphia will be a city of love. And when they think of us, they call on us to say, how do we handle this in Chicago? I'm just saying. So thank you so much, and thank you, Larry.
Come on, Joe.
You want to make sure they know.
We're going to take our final break here of this hour. For some of you, stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
All right, before we go to question and answer, I do want to make sure that we give our generous host opportunity to say a few things. It is my pleasure to introduce the Reverend Dr. Kimberly Johnson, who is a dean at Eastern and is also the director of this center, the center where we are right now, which is the Center for Community Engagement. Dr. Johnson?
Grace and peace, everyone. Again, I am Reverend Dr. Kimberly Johnson, or Kaylee Johnson, as I'm often called, and I serve as the director of the Center for Community Engagement of Eastern University and the dean of Palmer Theological Seminary and College of Eastern University, and we welcome you all to this space. The mission of the Center for Community Engagement is to promote the flourishing of individuals and communities in the greater Philadelphia area. We offer programs, events, community education opportunities that advance causes of social justice and community development in our areas. We often partner with, support, and provide meeting space for like-minded grassroots organizations, nonprofits, faith-based organizations who are really striving to make a difference in the city of Philadelphia. One of the organizations that we connected with shortly after the uprisings that followed the murder of George Floyd was the Restorative Cities Movement, which is led by Reverend Dr. Jonna Jones, who you've heard from earlier, and the Metropolitan Christian Council of Philadelphia. We are here to be a resource to organizations like these, to offer space, to provide partnership and support in a myriad of ways. So we are really glad to see these efforts of the District Attorney's Office, Larry Krasner in particular, to support people who are doing the work on the ground, in the streets, on the corners, in the schools, in their faith-based organizations, because people do need support, and they need money. Money answers all things, right? People do need money in order to actualize their mission. And so we're glad to see this kind of investment is being made. And if there are ways that the Center for Community Engagement of Eastern can be a resource to nonprofits, grassroots organizations in the greater Philadelphia area, this space here on City Avenue is available, and we encourage you to reach out to us. Our website is eastern.edu/CCE. God bless you, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Johnson, for those kind words about this great university. All right, final note. We're not done. We're going to do 2 more of these, and we're going to do them fast. Next Thursday, we're doing it again. Thursday after that, we're doing it again. You see, we're recidivists too. We are going to put the money on the street so the people with the big hearts can get the work done. And we're going to do it now, because even if you can't see it through the smoke, the sun is getting higher, summer is coming on. And as we all know, there is a seasonal cycle to crime, including violent crime, and we need to push it. We are making progress. We need to make more progress, and we need to make it as quickly as we possibly can. It is my pleasure at this time to ask Mike with 6ABC. Do you have any questions, sir?
How important is it to reach out to the youth? I mean, you're seeing a lot of violence right now with teenagers and people under the age of 18. To reach them young before they make it a life of crime.
my answer would be incredibly important, but there's people behind me who can answer it so much better than I can. Is there anyone who'd like to step up and say a word on that?
Yeah, my name is Sajda Purple Blackwell, and as our beloved 18-year-old young Quan has spoken to you about today, we give our young people a space, a safe space to express themselves, to talk about their trauma. And if we can get to them before, the younger, the better. When we get to our babies younger, we get to the families. If we empower our families, we empower our children. So that's why we have young people like Brother Quan out. And what he was trying to express is that in these circles, he gets an opportunity to share his pain, to share what's going on in the streets, and to find solutions. We try to come up with creative solutions for young people for conflict resolution, because that's where it starts. If we can help them fight conflict resolution at a young age, we make impact, we make change, tangible change we can feel not now but right now. And these children are in need of help, and the more that we do it at a younger age, we change the narrative, and it starts with the young people.
Mike, do you have anything else? You're good? Okay, thank you. All right, Pete with Fox 29, my note says you have no questions. Is that correct? Okay. Well, we're about to finish. I'm not aware of any other media in the room. If there's another journalist in the room, please let me know if you have a question. Otherwise, we'll call it. All right, thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate you, and we really appreciate you. Thank you so much. What we are doing here, so we are clear.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here, as always. Coming up on a new hour right here, just moments away. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we roll on with more live events and live feeds throughout the country right here. Live look right outside of the Oval Office. That's where President Biden is meeting with the UK Prime Minister right now, and they will have a news conference coming up in about 30 minutes, so we will feature that for you as it is happening live, raw, and unfiltered right here. In the meantime, I do want to show you just the early remarks that we saw from inside of the White House moments ago.
Well, Mr. President, I just promoted you, Mr. Prime Minister. It's great to have you back. And, the past few months we've met each other in San Diego, and then we met in Belfast, and we met in Hiroshima, and now we're here. We're going to solve all the problems of the world right in this next 20 minutes. But, Prime Minister Churchill and Roosevelt met here a little over 70 years ago. And they asserted that the strength of the partnership between Great Britain and the United States was the strength of the free world. I still think there's truth to that assertion. And together we're providing economic, humanitarian aid and security assistance to Ukraine in their fight against the brutal invasion of the Russians. And we've worked out an arrangement with AUKUS, with Australia, to make the Indian Ocean and the whole area safer and more secure, and we've built on the Good Friday Agreement, 25 years, and keep that going. We can talk about that a little bit. As NATO allies, we're working together to help provide the collective defense of all of us, and we're going to further. I hope we're going to discuss today plans to further strengthen our economic relationship. And the global economy is undergoing, I think, the greatest transformation that's occurred since the Industrial Revolution. And something you know a lot about, AI, is going to play a big part in that. I want to hear your views on that as well. And we don't have a closer ally than Great Britain, and we're delighted you're here.
Well, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for the warm words, but also thank you for welcoming me to the White House and for allowing me to stay in Blair House, which I've got to say, the spare room in the flat in number 10 Downing Street doesn't quite compare. So it's been a real privilege. And as you said, it's daunting to think of the conversations that our predecessors had in this room when they had to speak of wars that they fought together, peace won together, an incredible change in the lives of our citizens. And again, for the first time in over half a century, we face a war on the European continent. And as we've done before, the US and the UK have stood together to support Ukraine. and stand up for the values of democracy and freedom and make sure that they prevail, as I know we will. But also, I completely agree with what you said. Our economies are seeing perhaps the biggest transformation since the Industrial Revolution, as new technologies provide incredible opportunities, but also give our adversaries more tools for harm. But one thing I know won't change, I'm confident won't change, is the strength of our partnership, our friendship, and we will put our values front and center, as we've always done, to deliver for the British and American people.
Well, if we had time, I'd take you over to the residence where I live. And when you were over at Blair House, President Truman was there because they were redoing the White House. He put a hole in the Truman balcony as it exists now because of Blair House being built. That second balcony you see, the first balcony you see going up. So at any rate, and there's an awful lot of stories that are told, probably a bunch apocryphal about the former Prime Minister like you take baths up that, anyway.
Wandering around at 3 in the morning. Yeah, Winston Churchill bothering Mrs. Roosevelt. Yes. So you won't, don't worry, you won't see me there bothering you and the First Lady.
Anyway, welcome.
Well, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Good to be here. Thank you, everybody.
All right, everyone, so that was the meeting just a little bit earlier this morning. Live look right now at the White House. The podiums are set for both President Biden and the UK Prime Minister. They will be doing a joint news conference. That should be happening in the next 20 minutes or so. So we'll keep an eye on that for everyone right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to continue to talk about air quality concerns in New York and portions of the East Coast there as they continue to deal with the Canadian wildfire smoke. Earlier, the New York Governor, Kathy Hochul, giving an update about that. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Really hard hit by inferior air quality, unsatisfactory air quality. I know a lot of people are looking forward to the Belmont Stakes this weekend, so let me give a report on that. We have instituted enhanced measures to protect the horses, the riders, and the spectators. Yesterday, we decided, in my direction, the Gaming Commission directed all tracks to stop workouts and trainings yesterday. That'll continue through today. And this morning, the measures are going to implement, if the air quality exceeds 200 at the facility, at any facility, there will be no racing. That's going to be canceled if the air quality is above 200. If the air quality is 150 to 200, only horses that pass an additional pre-race vet examination will be permitted to race. And we're closely monitoring this because this is a national phenomenon. People come from all over the country. It's huge for the local economy. And so we hopefully can get this going, but there's no assurance of what the weather's going to be, so it's going to be a last-minute decision, I'm sure. Still having significant delays at our airports. LaGuardia, in particular, downstate airports are definitely affected, but the weather service predicts that conditions should start to improve, and we're monitoring all the conditions at airports regularly. Here's my message. This is the new reality we're dealing with. I know a lot of people are stressed out after what happened during the pandemic. I want people to know this is a very different circumstance. We believe it'll be short-term, not long-term decisions will have to be made to keep people indoors. We're not making those decisions. This is personal. But we are taking climate change so seriously here in the state of New York. Always have been. And I've said before, we're the first generation to really feel the effects of climate change and the last one to be able to do anything meaningful about it. So that is why we're going to continue our fight against climate change. And you think about even the Clean Air Act, which we have. The reason we have a Clean Air Act enacted back in 1970 was the tremendous loss of life when we had the smog event in New York City back in 1966, and almost 170 people lost their lives because of the air quality at the time. So we're living in an era of extreme weather, statement of fact, and we're going to continue doing what we can to help do our part. We're doing our best in New York. We also need other states and the international community to join this fight as well, because I don't know what more evidence they need that we are in a crisis with our climate right now. Let's talk about what New Yorkers can do. I think about how to prepare. We do a lot of notices when it comes to major snow events, what people need to be doing to take precautions. But I think it's as simple as this. You don't need a snow shovel. You need to keep the masks in your house, and you need to keep your phone handy. And there's information on your phone in real time. We can get you the numbers. You can look up easily just on your weather app. You can go to our sites, but you can also just go to the weather map. Look for that number. That number appears on your app. It'll tell you what is going on. Right now, we're at about 191, I believe, in Albany. At least it was a little bit earlier today. So keep an eye on that. And that should gauge your family activities. You should make decisions based on those numbers and really restrict yourself until you see those numbers starting to get into a safer zone. And it's all very clear for people. But again, not everybody has a phone. They're not watching it all day. There are residents out there who need our help. Again, similar to a snowstorm, check on your neighbors. Check on senior citizens who may not be on a cell phone, may not be watching the news. And these are some of the most vulnerable people we have in our state. So this is another opportunity to be a good neighbor, to check in on people. And also, in your own home and in your car, you can turn on the air conditioning, but be aware that you need to have the recirculate button on in your car and in your home, especially if you're using in your home one of the window air conditioners, because otherwise you're drawing in outdoor air right into your home, and that is dangerous. Turn on the recirculate the air so it stays internally, and make sure that your filters are clean. A lot of people don't replace them very much. They lose their effectiveness if you don't replace the filters and clean them regularly. So that's what's important. We could get out to everybody. For the meantime, really the best thing to do is just stay indoors. That way you won't have unintended health effects. You won't have the discomfort of having the smoke fill your lungs. And we're asked often about, are we seeing an increase in people going to emergency rooms? Are we seeing the health effects? It is still early. This has only been in full force and in a very detrimental, dangerous way for the last few days. And it does take some time, but we have seen, Dr. McDonald's monitoring. We're not seeing a spike in people going to emergency rooms, but there are a couple hospitals, particularly in New York City, that are reporting more people stopping in. So I would like to ask Basil Sagos to talk a little more about the Mesonet, how we're doing our real-time monitoring of information. And we'll be happy to give a tour of that afterwards so everybody knows.
All right, that is the New York update there on the latest with air quality concerns because of the Canadian wildfire smoke. We are going to take a 2-minute break here. When we come back, we're going to take you out live to Philadelphia, where officials there are talking on the same topic.
Program, which has over 126 stations around the state, that gives us an unparalleled view into the weather patterns, climatic issues in New York State. That then feeds into our response. We marry that to DEC's very robust 54-station monitoring program, where we're monitoring for all of the materials, all the pollutants that you see right behind you. That feeds into the federal system. So when you're picking up your phone, as the governor mentioned, or on airnow.gov, you're actually looking at the DEC monitoring data. All of that comes together to give us a good picture, and we're lucky to have SUNY Albany and the great Mesonet program here to help guide the state's response. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Hi.
Do a couple on-topic questions.
All right, from New York to Philadelphia now on the air quality concerns.
Coast. While they continue to battle these historic fires, Philadelphia sends our thoughts and prayers to our neighbors in Canada who have been displaced, who have lost their homes, businesses, and property. We hope that the smoke may lessen today, but it's still potentially dangerous, and we urge residents to continue taking precautions. Health Commissioner Dr. Bedegal is here with us today and will review the recommendations and resources for our residents. Smoke outdoors also presents a danger to those working outdoors, including city employees. Out of an abundance of caution, the city has directed non-emergency personnel to avoid working outdoors today. They will create impacts to the following city services. All streets department outdoor operations will be suspended. Already, they started at noon today. This includes trash and recycling collections, mechanical cleaning, paving, traffic, street lighting, and street repairs. This is being done out of abundance of caution for employees sensitive to the air pollution. Residents should leave their trash and recycling at the regular pickup locations if their materials have not yet been collected. The Streets Department will provide additional updates later as the situation continues. In addition, outdoor programming at recreation centers will be canceled or moved indoors. Philadelphia Parks and Recreation after-school programs will be held indoors. Recreation centers are open until 9 p.m. this evening. City recreation buildings are open to the public and offer a safe indoor alternative during periods of poor air quality. Residents can contact their local rec center to confirm the status of individual programs. All city-sponsored after-school activities will be moved indoors. More details and any new updates will be posted on the city's website, phila.gov. Emergency services such as fire and police will continue as usual. Please know that we are monitoring the situation constantly and will share updates and guidance when appropriate. The health of our residents and workers is paramount. Philadelphia, please take good care of yourselves and look out for each other. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Bedigal.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. The city of Philadelphia continues to experience serious air quality problems related to the smoke from the Canadian wildfires. Our air quality over the past 24 hours has fluctuated based on wind and weather patterns, and there have been periods during which the air quality index rose to over 3.
Including city employees. Out of an abundance of caution, the city has directed non-emergency personnel.
We expect that such fluctuations could continue for the next several days. These levels of fine particulate, or PM 2.5 pollution, can have health effects on any of us and are particularly dangerous to people with lung or heart conditions, to young children, older adults, and pregnant people. The fine particles can penetrate deeply into fragile lung tissue, causing symptoms including cough, shortness of breath, and wheezing. This is the reason that we recommend minimizing outdoor time and wearing a high-quality mask if you do need to go outside. If you need help affording high-quality masks, you can get them at our resource hubs. To find their locations and information about the services they offer, please go to phila.gov/health. If you do have to go outside, go slow and try to avoid activities that will cause you to breathe more deeply, like running or other vigorous exercise. Reschedule plans for outdoor events and gatherings for a later date, if that is possible, or look for opportunities to move those gatherings indoors. Keep windows and doors closed to minimize air pollution in your home. Recirculate the air in your home with fans to avoid bringing more air pollution into your home. Pay attention to how you're feeling. If you're having trouble breathing, feeling nauseous or dizzy, you should seek medical attention as soon as possible. And please stay up to date on the situation, which is changing rapidly hour by hour. You can follow the Health Department and the Office of Emergency Management on Twitter. You can sign up for emergency alerts by texting ReadyPhila to 888-777. And you can go to airnow.gov for updates on the air quality index in the city, and those are updated very frequently. So thank you all. I'm going to turn things over to Stephanie Tipton now.
Good afternoon. As Mr. Mayor Kenny mentioned, due to today's air quality alert, we have directed non-emergency city personnel to avoid working outdoors today. The guidance was shared citywide this morning, and we're supporting managers with implementation of the guidance. Personnel who have duties and activities that can be performed indoors should work indoors today. If that is not possible, employees may be excused for the day and will receive excused time for that absence. If employees must go outdoors to travel to and from work or between buildings or work locations, we are asking that they please wear a high-quality mask. As always, we appreciate the hard work of our employees who keep our city residents open, keep our city open and operating, and we're committed to protecting their health and well-being along with city residents. I'll now invite Dr. Watlington to join us.
Good afternoon. This morning, the School District of Philadelphia issued a communication to families and staff informing them that the current air quality this morning was rated at code maroon and that it was forecasted to improve and the air quality conditions to improve during the course of the day. We encourage students and staff to wear masks during their commute to and from school, and at schools, all outside activities such as recess, outside field trips, and field days were moved indoors, postponed, or canceled. The district's athletic office will also support schools in rescheduling outdoor athletic games that were previously scheduled. In addition, all windows and doors at school buildings remain closed to minimize air pollution. Student and staff safety and well-being continue to be a top priority for the school district. We understand the health concerns regarding poor air quality. We will continue to follow guidance from the city and are beginning to explore alternatives to in-person learning as the air quality conditions continue to be hazardous. We will continue to follow events and will confirm and share a decision regarding school tomorrow with school and communities, with schools as well as our community later this evening. Thank you.
We're giving them the information that they need to make a decision on what's good for them. We're not in a position to force masks on people, but we're giving them guidance, and hopefully they'll follow that guidance. That's all we can do at the moment.
Let's see, what else can we talk about here? Mayor, the city of Philadelphia, the children in the city of Philadelphia have an asthma rate of about 21%, much higher than in many cities in the country, maybe the highest. What's your read on the impact here on these kids, and how do you see that as a policy issue? You've talked a lot about the welfare of kids during your administration.
Why don't I ask the doctor?
So we are very concerned about the kids with asthma in Philadelphia. Prior to this event, we've been working on a plan across the city, across stakeholders, for how to address asthma. Our rates are higher than in other places in the country. Some of that relates to smoking, some of it relates to indoor air pollutants related to housing quality, mold, dampness, pests. But certainly an event like this is more dangerous for kids with asthma. So, we're doing a number of things. One, of course, partnering with the school district to make sure that they have the information we have, making sure that outdoor events for kids right now are not happening, advising people to cancel those sorts of things so that the kids are inside in safe spaces. Also, there's other work that is part of this that's really critical, and a piece of that is around primary care access. We recently announced that we're going to be opening 2 new city health centers in the area of the city with the worst access, but making sure kids have the access they need to have their asthma well controlled at baseline helps protect them in this kind of a situation. Access to masks for families who need it. We also have a program that's been underway for months now to get HEPA filter devices to schools and daycares that need them. And so we've been reinforcing that information today to make sure that any school or daycare that doesn't have one of those devices and needs it can get access. So it's a lot of different things right now, but it's a population we are very worried about because they certainly are vulnerable right now. So I don't have 911 data, and the ER data I have is only through Tuesday night, but I've been reaching out to our hospital partners, and interestingly, they are not seeing an uptick. One hospital saw a slight uptick. The others are telling me their numbers are at baseline or even a little bit lower. So I know that I also saw people walking over here who were not wearing masks, although at this moment the air quality is better than it's been for a while. I was driving through North Philadelphia last night, and those streets, which are normally pretty crowded, were empty. I think people really have been paying attention to this warning and staying inside. So I think that's probably why we're not seeing more of an uptick. But our pediatric hospitals do not tell me that they haven't crunched their numbers yet, but they're not telling me that they're seeing an uptick, and neither are most of our adult hospitals. So that's good news.
Dr. Bettigal, I have a question, but I think it can be answered by both you and Dr. Watlington. When we're talking about kids who are asthmatic in Philadelphia, more than 50% of schools in Philadelphia do not have air conditioning or proper ventilation in that regard. With windows and doors closed, how is that ventilation kind of contributing to those who are asthmatic or have breathing conditions? And has the school district supplied some of these schools without that proper ventilation system with air filters and things to keep kids in school during this?
Good afternoon. I'll just say quickly, you are correct. 57% of our schools do not have adequate air conditioning. to be able to close schools during hot weather days. With the temperature not climbing in excess of the upper 70s today, the precaution we've taken is that we've deployed nurses throughout the schools to make sure to check on any staff or students who might have some issue, discomfort, or some kind of condition we need to pay attention to. We've been in regular communication with our school leaders to see if there's anything else that they need. I think the one saving grace for today is the outdoor temperatures not climbing above the upper 70s.
But no filtration in the rooms?
It's no secret that the average age of our school buildings is 73 years old. We're really concerned with that, and so we're taking a look at what makes sense for tomorrow, and we'll have more to say about that once we get the latest updates this afternoon.
Are you leaning towards closing the schools?
We're going to wait until we get the latest updates so that we know exactly what the data look like, but we are considering all options for tomorrow.
What's your absentee rate look like today? Do you know how many kids have stayed away?
I'll pull the absentee rate once I get back to the office. I don't have it at the moment. I will tell you that we communicated both with our leaders and the PFT and our staffs that any absences today will certainly be excused, both for staff and for students. I think it'll be pretty clear once we get updated information in terms of the level of hazard tomorrow, because we want to make sure we protect the health and well-being of both students and staff.
Dr. Watley, are you frustrated by the number of days that students in Philadelphia miss because of these kind of related issues? It was heat, now it's this. You said you're trying to get kids to catch up. Is this frustrating to you? I mean, what are your thoughts?
Absolutely. Our goal is for students and staff to be in school buildings no less than 90% of the month. I also understand that we can't control Mother Nature or the wind currents from another country. So I think we'll be more understanding of this one.
So in terms of what we're doing for people who are low income and at risk, we have 5 resource hubs around the city that are offering free KN95s for anybody who doesn't have access to those. So that information is on phila.gov/health in terms of where those are located and their hours. We also have been distributing information through our community partner list to make sure we're getting information about how to stay safe to everybody, because, you know, like so many events, we are concerned that this event could have a greater impact on people who are lower income, people who are Black, people who are brown. So all of those things. We are not at this point looking at a door-to-door kind of distribution of masks, just given the scale and also the timeline that we're looking at for this event. You know, again, we're going to be hearing more about what to anticipate over the coming days very soon. So once we have that information, we can make additional plans.
Buenas tardes. Palabras.
All right, that was the update there from Philadelphia officials as they talk about school and the concerns there with air quality that continues from the Canadian wildfires. All right, everyone, we will take another 2-minute break right here. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Coming up at any moment right now, we'll take you out live to the White House. That is where we will have President Biden and the UK Prime Minister doing a joint news conference. So as soon as that gets going, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now. We also want to check in with the Dow. You can see it is ripping right now in the green, more than 150 points. We'll continue check on that as well here on Live Now from Fox. But want to go out to Harris County, Texas right now. There is a rally going on around jail deaths that have been a problem in Harris County. Just last year, a record 27 people died in the custody of the Harris County jail system. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
He perished. There was blood coming from his anus. Visibly ill. And you know what jailers did? Laughed at him, taunted him, told him nothing was wrong with him, cursed him out, told him to move along through processing, move along through pretrial. Inmates are standing there begging for them to help him. They laughed. They cursed him out and they told him, we're going to pick you up. And MF'er, you better get to moving. They picked him up, he dropped. They laughed. They left him there. He lost consciousness. They left him there vomiting and in his own vomit for over an hour. These are the jailers, refusing any sort of medical treatment. At some point, after an hour or so, he comes to, and let me say this is the first time he collapsed, because he collapsed more than once, okay? He comes to, he's begging for his meds. He's specifically begging, from what I've been told, for mental health meds and diabetes meds. And this is not the first time that I've heard of this. It's been happening to a lot of people. And I will say this, I have even heard of them refusing people's medicine and kicking them out the damn door, foaming at the mouth into the street so it can be someone else's problem. Harris County Jail, time is up. You will no longer refuse these inmates adequate medical treatment. You don't have any reasonable justification for doing that to this man. You made him suffer in pain from his arrival to the end of his life. And I would offer up to you that he died at that Harris County jail. I don't care what anybody says, because he was pronounced dead at 7:32 a.m. on May the 16th. He had only been at LBJ's emergency room for 2 minutes. EMS worked on him from the time they saw him at the jail until he got to LBJ. So he clearly was dead. He just couldn't be pronounced, because what would you need CPR for if somebody is breathing? And then I will also offer up to you that he collapsed. All of a sudden, he went into a dizzy fright, began knocking things down. Inmates trying to help him. He's professing he's dying, and he collapses. He drops so hard, the back of his head busts wide open. It's blood everywhere. Inmates are calling for help. They can't get any help. Finally, they get him some help. Tell me, I don't know what he was doing or where he was at for an hour and a half, because EMS was not even called until an hour and a half after he collapsed. And I would offer up to you, with his head busted open in the way that it was, what are you going to do, perform surgery? Harris County Jail, Harris County Health System. Y'all have got to stop doing people like this. It's unfair. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to be done. If you're a colored individual of black or brown descent, either you yourself or your mother, father, sister, or brother has diabetes, high blood pressure, or gout. These are all of the medications that they're being denied. And that, I'm going to sit that right there. Guys, y'all are coming forward with information. Continue to come forward with information. Continue to contact me with information. I'm really tired of hearing the stories, because it's really making me mad, but keep coming forward. Come forward with information on this case. If you were in the jail from the 13th through the 16th, let me know what's going on. If you're in jail right now and you were there, fly me a kite. Thank you.
I would just like y'all to know that we are laying Rico to rest finally Saturday. The family will be there for 11, but we're doing a balloon release at 12:30, so please come out and support him. This is hard, just hearing people actually are coming forward, and to know that he was begging for his life. I don't know what this can do to us, because he can still be here. But at the end of the day, just come out and support. We have a GoFundMe to help us with all the costs of everything. You can find that on either one of my ladies' Facebook or Instagrams, wherever y'all follow them at. And we appreciate it. Thank you.
Who are you, ma'am? What's your name?
Sorry, I am Michelle Thomas. This is Gianni Thomas. He is the son of Rico Terry,
plaintiff in this lawsuit.
I just want those accountable to be brought to justice. That was my son. I love him. That's all I can say right now.
I just want to say, Houston, Texas, man, y'all let us down, bro. We really had love for this city, and we really cared about everybody in the city. My brother was just like everybody out here, just trying to make it through the poverty and trying to make it through the holes, bro. He had a chance, like everybody had a chance, but y'all ain't give him no chance. So we feel uneasy, and we feel betrayed, and we feel lied to. You know, we just upset, and we just want some type of help. If you know anything, if you know anybody, please send all the help our way, because we grieving right now. We sad, and we are lost. Hey, man, please, God.
And as I close, we stand in solidarity with this family. If you are watching, you have issues that has happened to you in Harris County Jail, reach out to us, because this is going to stop. Because one, how many more of our people have to die in Harris County Jail? How many more of our people can check in but can't check out? This is going to stop. And I say this again, we demand an investigation from the Department of Justice, because it's too many deaths that's happening back to back to back. That is a problem. It is a problem, because accountability breeds responsibility. And therefore, the DOJ, it is your responsibility to go in and investigate to stop this foolishness that is happening to our people in Harris County Jail. You have families like these people are broken. Just because you have people that's in Harris County Jail, it's more or less just like a holding place in order for them to have a day in court to determine if you're going to TDCJ, or if you're going home, or if you're going to the federal penitentiary, not for you to die. So, I leave this in closing. Harris County, y'all better dig in them pockets, because I'm telling you, it's going to be more federal lawsuits that's about to drop. Harris County Jail, Sheriff Ed Gonzalez, you better tighten your people up in there. Y'all better get some training. Y'all better get more people. Hey, if you need more money at Commissioner's Court, you need to go get it, because that jail is not ran according to jail standards. It got to be up to code. You cannot deny people medication. You cannot be beating people up on the elevator because there's not a camera there. I'm telling you, these people come and tell us what's going on. Just because you been locked up on a charge on something, you charged, you haven't been convicted yet. You have a right as a U.S. citizen to have a day in court. And that's just what that is. I don't care if you a child molester. I don't care if you, assault charge, you kill somebody, whatever. You still have a day in court. You got rights in that jail, regardless. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I'm empathetic toward this situation, because guess what? We all had people that came out of Harris County. I've walked that jail several times, talked to inmates several times. So I'm telling you, they call us. So, are there any questions?
What is it that you're asking on the lawsuit? Get in the middle. Move to the middle.
We did request exemplary damages. The reason that we did this is because there was a reckless and conscious indifference to human rights. Also, refusing adequate medical treatment without the justification and the maliciousness involved in what occurred. In addition to that, the fact that so many people have died. We have 6 or 7 people that have died just this year alone, and we are only in the 6th month. So we have requested exemplary damages. Of course, we filed survival claims for him for his 8th Amendment rights, cruel and unusual punishment. And of course, there's a wrongful death suit. Because this young man, I want y'all to look at this young man. And the reason that I want you to look at this young man is because, guys, his dad will never bring him lunch at school. His dad will never be able to tell him it's going to be okay. His dad will not be able to teach him how to drive a car. He will never see his father again. He will never hear his voice again. Not in real time. And he deserves justice for his father. And I am very happy that he is so young and courageous to file this lawsuit on his father's behalf. Thank you. Any other questions?
What was the manner of that? Do you know that?
I can tell you this. When I spoke to personnel, it was an unusual amount of loss of blood coming out of the lower intestine. There was a lot of hemorrhaging on the inside. His head was cracked open, and his brain has been looked at. We're waiting on that to come back from the neuropathologist. So we don't know technically inside of the brain if there are any additional things. We do know that there were people, we do know that there are people in the jail that state that he requested diabetes medication, that he was on the pill, and that during this same time, there were other people that were requesting the exact same medication. And there was even a gentleman who was put out of the jail quickly, foaming at the mouth, which are some of the same things that my client experienced as well. So the cause of death at this time is unknown, but they have a lot of tests being run, and we know one thing for sure. There's clearly a denial of adequate medical treatment that is to blame.
Has the medical examiner ruled on this?
The medical examiner, because she is so perplexed by what she has seen, has ordered so much testing that none of it's back yet. And so we need that testing in order for her to finish out her duties.
Why go ahead and do the lawsuit right now and not after the medical examiner's ruling?
Because based on my investigation, he was denied medical treatment. It's cruel and unusual punishment. Guys, you have to be vocal. He was vocal. He was vocal. That's why. He was vocal. And I have noticed that on my lawsuits, when I'm able to file them and get things done, they're vocal. And because he was vocal, he was able to express what was going on with him, how he felt. We're able to know that he collapsed more than once. We're able to know the way that he was treated by staff. And then he's back in population. We know there's cruel and unusual punishment claim as well as other claims. So a manner of death is not a necessary element that I have to hit.
As this rally continues, some of you will see a 2-minute break as we wait for President Biden, a joint news conference with the UK Prime Minister.
Wait and trying to give them a chance to do the right thing, I see is not going to happen. Because until they got the blast that this was going to happen, and I did warn them, they refused to give me any information at all. Now, I will say Harris County Jail has been extremely tight-lipped. Harris County Sheriff's Office has been extremely tight-lipped.
How about the DA?
Extremely tight-lipped. And so that is how I feel. You're trying to hide. So I will just go ahead and I will file the lawsuit, and let's just get it started with the discovery. Because at the end of the day, if I calmly ask you, I nicely submit my PIAs, which are Public Information Act requests, and you play games with me, then I have a problem with that. And I know you may try to deny a few of my public information requests. I'm used to that. But let me tell you what I'm not used to. Glad you asked me. What I'm not used to is you all not wanting to give me an internal affairs investigation number. They never wanted to give me the number. And I would assume that it was because they didn't want the media or anyone else to have the number. Because there are things that they have discovered. So I brought the lawsuit now because waiting doesn't help. Sir, there are autopsies that are not back from the prior people who have filed that have died almost 2 years ago. If we wait and we wait and we wait, the statute is going to run. Forget it, we're coming now.
So how long was he in jail before this happened? How long before the incident?
He was in jail. He was booked on or about 11:14 a.m. on May the 13th. Okay? He was sick because here you can see that he missed court. Okay? You can see that he missed court on the 13th due to a medical condition. However, you guys can go look. All of you citizens can go look. Pull his name and go look. They shuffled him around enough to get his signature on documents, for him to have to, you know, give his financial information and all of these things while he is ill. So it was the 13th, sir, the 14th, the 15th, and on the 16th, he died that morning.
What was his medical condition? What was it that he suffered before he went to jail, like doing in jail?
He had different forms of mental illnesses where he required at least 4 pills a day to make it. In addition to that, he had diabetes, and that also required medication that he had to take. And this is not the first time that I've heard of this. You know, you've heard of people jumping off of the 6th floor in Harris County and different things of that nature because their mental health meds are denied. You've heard of, and it's crazy to me because I almost feel like, Allie, you're dumb. Because it's so many clients that I've had that every time they're in jail, you have to hurry up and get them out because they keep getting these retaliation cases. And they keep getting a case on top of a case. And every time you look at it, it's against medical personnel or it's against jail personnel. And every last one of them have mental health issues. So they're denying meds in there to people who need them. When they have all of the records that say that these people have mental health issues. They're not giving them their prescriptions and then punishing them for the way that they act out when that's uncontrollable for them.
So he was there because he had a warrant for his arrest?
Yes, so he was at the jail because he did have a warrant for his arrest that stemmed from an altercation between himself and someone on or about maybe April the 24th of this year. And so he was arrested on an open warrant on May the 16th, and he was brought to the jail within an hour or so of being arrested on May the 16th.
And when did he start experiencing these medical issues?
From what I have been told, immediately. He complained about it immediately. As you go through processing, one of the things that you must do is they have to check you to make sure you're fit to come inside of the jail. It is my understanding that he was complaining then. He complained the entire time he was there because he was never upright. He was always hunched over at the very beginning, but by the time that one of the witnesses arrived later on the same day, on the 13th, he said he got in maybe 5 or so. He said this gentleman was on the floor and he never got back up. The next witness never sees him up either. And the next witness picks up and starts to see him from the time of, I want to say the 14th, the 15th. So people saw him on the 13th, he was down. 14th, he was down. 15th, he was down. 16th, he was down.
Was he fully processed and was he given a bond or something?
He was given a bond, and he was given a $30,000 bond for the retaliation. And in fact, the district attorney wanted no bond for him. There were other requests for a personal recognizance bond, but he was given a $30,000 bond.
Did the family, was he able to even make a call to the family or anyone? Was he?
No. He would have called and let us know he needed medication. He would have made sure
Or that he had
we
money
took
on his
care of it,
books,
'cause
anything. He
he's
would have
smarter
called
than
us.
that. It took somebody just refusing or just not caring enough just to just make sure he was okay. So that's how I know it's just crooked, because my brother's smart. He knows how to ask for help, try to make things work again, and they just wasn't trying to listen to him. They just try to treat him like he was a nobody. And he meant everything to us.
So that means that he was, as soon as he got there, he was sick. He was not able, because they're allowed to get a call, right?
They are allowed to get a call. And I asked 2 witnesses. I said, did you see him make any calls? Who would he have spoken to? Did you hear him making any calls? One of the witnesses said, I'm the one making calls, and you can hear him screaming and crying for help in the background. He said my girlfriend was shocked. I was shocked. We're talking over his screams and over his wails. He says, and I'm telling them he needs help, and I'm telling the person on the other side of the phone that he needs help. And so if this is during pretrial, that's when this bond is being done. That's when all of this, when he's at pretrial, that's at the beginning of processing time. The other gentleman who had him from the time that he got in until pretrial time, he said that he was too sick to make a call. He said, because I asked him, I said, did you see him make a call? He said, ma'am, he was on the ground. He's throwing up. He's in throw up, ma'am. He's suffering. He can't get up. His head is pounding. He's complaining of his stomach. He said he could not have made a call because he couldn't have got to the phone. He couldn't get up off the floor. Because I specifically asked, because of course, I would want to know as the attorney what calls were made. None.
The family, did y'all know that he was there?
My mom let me know that.
I knew he was there because I started looking for him. He left my house on Thursday because he's been living with me for the last 6 months, and he left my house on Thursday and he didn't come in home in the morning. So I told my boyfriend, where's Rico? He didn't come home, so he went to go to the neighborhood where he's been hanging out. And he said, yeah, so they picked him up. That was Friday. They said Friday, or I'm not sure Friday or Saturday, but they picked him up. So I knew he was there. We never got a phone call though.
So if he would have been able to call you, y'all would have gone and got him.
Man, we would have rushed down there. We had to walk, run, fly plane. We would have made sure we got what he needed. That's my brother. I'm 31. My brother 32. He's the same size as me.
He would have had a fight chance.
So for him to just pass out ridiculously dead like that on the ground, to me, that's just, it's no way possible.
Negligence.
That's a wonder in the world to me. Because I know my brother will fight for his life. He'll put himself back together. But y'all had what he needed. Y'all didn't give it to him. Houston Police Department, Harris County, y'all failed my family. We broken forever. We forever gonna mourn my brother. It's horrible.
And I will say, and I didn't want to say this, but you know what? To be candid is best in this situation because you all need to know the truth. He made a dying declaration. He made a dying declaration. He stood up and said, y'all are going to kill me. This is before the first time that he collapsed. He said, I knew that you expletives were going to expletive kill me. Why would you do this to me? You're going to expletive kill me. That was before the first time that he collapsed on the ground and they left him in his vomit for over an hour as he blacked out. So he knew what was coming and he professed it, and inmates heard it. Personnel also heard it.
Any other questions?
That's it.
Okay, well, this concludes the press conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, families that lost loved ones at the Harris County Jail are demanding answers from the county as investigations continue. Also, federal government is also launching an investigation as well. So that continues right there after a really deadly year inside of the Harris County Jail. 27 people dying on different issues there, and some talking about medications that they were allegedly denied there inside of the jail. So we'll keep an eye on that story for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our final break here of this hour. We are still waiting at the White House here for President Biden and the UK Prime Minister. When that gets going, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. As we continue to bring you live coverage from across the country, we're actually going to go out to Iowa right now, where we find the former vice president and currently running for president there, Mike Pence, speaking to voters and now the media. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox, just a day after making his announcement to run for president.
Get some pizza?
Not yet.
Good. Well, thank you all for coming out today. We've rounded out our first 24 hours on our campaign for president of the United States. We just thought it was important to come here to Iowa, the first in the nation state, to announce our intentions. And frankly, we've been overwhelmed and even humbled by the outpouring of support that we've been receiving all across the state and frankly all across the country. Look, I think the American people know, Republican primary voters especially know, this country's in a lot of trouble. President Joe Biden has weakened America at home and abroad. Disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan literally has emboldened the enemies of freedom around the world. And here at home, the gusher of spending under this administration unleashed the worst inflation in 40 years. We have a border crisis, our southern border, a war on energy that's driven up energy prices that are affecting input costs on farms with fuel and fertilizer here in places like Iowa, a crime wave in our cities, and a steady assault on the values that the American people cherish. And what we're hearing over and over again is that people welcome us to this campaign and are grateful to see us stand on a traditional conservative agenda. You know, I'm standing here today because I believe in my heart of hearts that the experience that my family and I have been given the opportunities to serve, both as a leader in the Congress of the United States, where I battled big spenders in my own party, where as a governor of the state of Indiana, I balanced budgets. We achieved record employment, cut taxes, and expanded educational choice. And then serving the United States as vice president at home and abroad makes me uniquely qualified to step into this moment and help to lead our nation, not back to where we were before, but to greater and better prosperity and security than we've ever known before. We're grateful for that support. We're looking forward to leaving later today to New Hampshire. We'll be in North Carolina before the weekend is out. But the race is on, and we're going to continue to carry our message all across this state, all across this country, and on to victory in the Republican nomination, and then on to victory for the American people in 2024. Question.
Mr. Pence, you were very direct in your speech. You say that it's time for different leadership.
Yes.
Does a candidate that's facing multiple criminal investigations best represent the future of the Republican Party?
Well, I think different times do call for different leadership. I do believe that we need new leadership in the Republican Party and in the White House. And it's what compels us to run in this campaign. I'll always be proud of the record of the Trump-Pence administration. You know, while some that are in this field have already begun to criticize the record of our administration, I'm proud of what we accomplished for the American people. In 4 short years, we not only saw the country through the worst pandemic in a century, but in those first 3 years, we achieved a level of prosperity and security that I'd never seen in my lifetime, and I'll defend that record. But I also wanted to make it clear that, elections are about choices. The decision that I made on January 6th, I wanted to explain to the people of Iowa and people all across this country. I believe in my heart of hearts that I did my duty under the Constitution of the United States that day. As I said, President Trump was wrong then, and he's wrong now. And I wanted to make it clear the foundation on which I stood, and that people should know I'll always stand on the Constitution of the United States. But it's even more than that. As I see our party today, not only my former running mate, but many other leaders in our party that are moving away from traditional Republican principles of American leadership in the world, of a commitment to fiscal responsibility, a willingness to stand for the right to life. we believe that that Republican voters and people broadly across the country want to see strong, new, renewed conservative leadership, and that's what brings us to the vote.
To that point, we've talked about this. You know how much time I spend on the road talking to voters, and as I talk to them, here's a challenge that seems to be emerging for your candidacy. You have a lot of voters, sir, in the Republican Party who are angry with you. Some because they believe you betrayed the former president, and others because they believe that you didn't rebuke him soon enough. Who is wrong here?
Well, number one, I was always loyal to President Donald Trump, right up until the time that my oath to the Constitution required me to do otherwise. Look, those that did not support our administration among the Republican Party, we'll take our case to them in the days ahead. But with regard to people that still have questions about the stand that I took on January 6th, I wanted to deal with that head on yesterday, and I did. I pointed our fellow citizens to the provision in the Constitution that instructed me that day, Article 2, Section 3, that says that once states certify the votes, and once the courts review those certifications where challenges are brought, once objections are heard in the Congress, the role of the presiding officer, which is the Vice President of the United States, is to open and count electoral votes. No more, no less. And I'll always believe that I did my duty that day. And frankly, today, in the last 24 hours here in Iowa, I've been deeply moved by how many people have come up to me and thanked me for that explanation. Have thanked me for pointing to the provisions of the Constitution. Because look, I shared the concern of millions of Americans about irregularities in the 2020 election. I said so at the time. But once the courts resolved those matters, I knew that our duty was clear. I've been supporting efforts to restore confidence in election integrity around the country, and we'll continue to do that. But I know our movement. I know the people in this movement. And they love this country, and they love the Constitution. And so I'm going to take the case for how we stood on the Constitution and how I always will as President of the United States to anyone who has questions.
If I could follow up, Mr. Vice President, if I could just follow up there. You've said that anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be President of the United States. Where does a federal indictment then fall into that? Is Donald Trump unfit for the presidency? Should he be indicted?
Well, first, let me say again, what I said yesterday was no one who puts themselves above the Constitution should ever be president. And no one who asks someone else to put them above the Constitution should ever be president again. Look, I had hoped that President Trump would come around over the last 2 years and see that he'd been misled about my responsibilities under the Constitution on January 6th, but that was not to be. The president's continued to persist and argue that I had authority to reject or return votes to the state that I clearly did not have under the laws of this country, the Constitution, or our history. As I said, President Trump was wrong then, and he's wrong now. But let me say, I still hope he comes around on this issue. I would love to see the president come to a place where he would recognize that we did our duty that day. Now, we'll stay in this fight, and we'll debate all the issues that I talked about fiscal responsibility, American leadership in the world, and the right to life. We'll have a worthy contest. But I still hope the president comes around. But with regard to the prospect of an indictment that I'm hearing about in the news, let me make it very clear. I don't know the facts of that case, and neither do you. But as I said, I would hope the Department of Justice did not move forward, not because I know the facts, but simply because I think after years where we've seen a politicization of the Justice Department that's undermined confidence in the American people in equal treatment of the law, the unprecedented action of a federal indictment of a former president of the United States, I think would be extraordinarily divisive in our country, and I think it would send a terrible message to the wider world. But again, let me be very clear. No one's above the law. And if the Department of Justice chooses to move forward with an indictment, I would hope that it would meet the very high threshold for the unprecedented action of a federal indictment against a former president of the United States.
Last question. If your opinion is that no former president should be indicted, even if there is evidence they committed a crime because it would be divisive, does that mean that no former president should ever be indicted? What if they decided to investigate Joe Biden?
Well, Jill, that's obviously not what I said. No one's above the law. And as I've made clear, I believe in the rule of law. And I believe in equal treatment under the law for every American. But in this case, and none of us knows the facts of the case, in this case, I would just simply hope that if the Justice Department made the decision to move forward with an unprecedented federal indictment against a former president of the United States, that it would meet the high threshold that would justify what would likely result in a divisive action of the country and send a terrible message to the wider world. Look, the world watches America, not just because of our economic and military strength, but because of the rule of law. And in much of the world, there's a consistent pattern where one individual comes to power and they immediately turn the criminal justice system on their predecessor. This is what happens in third world countries on a very regular basis. We would never want to convey that to the world. So I'm just saying, if an indictment is to follow, Jim, my hope is that the Department of Justice would be able to present to the American people that the facts and the case and the applicable law rise to the level to justify what would be an unprecedented prosecution of a former president of the United States.
And if that happens, would you still say that you would endorse him if he becomes the nominee?
Well, what I've said is I'm confident I'll be able to support the Republican nominee, especially if it's me. But I do believe, as I said at the outset, I think different times call for different leaders. And regardless of what the polls or the pundits say today, 24 hours after we announced our presidential campaign here in Iowa, I'm more confident than ever that Republican primary voters are going to give our party a new leader and give our nation a new leader, starting right here in the first in the nation.
That's it, guys. That's all the questions I have, guys. That's it.
All right, the former Vice President there, Mike Pence, taking questions, and as expected, taking a little bit more questions on Donald Trump than himself right there. But that was expected right out of the gate there. We will keep an eye on all the developments in Iowa, as well as Donald Trump there and a possible looming indictment coming from the DOJ. All right, live look right now at the White House. We are expecting and getting closer now to President Biden and the Prime Minister of the UK. We'll be waiting for that joint news conference coming up here in moments. Let's take a 2-minute break while we have it. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to wait here for President Biden and the UK Prime Minister. That joint news conference should be happening soon, but we want to take you out live right now to another big event that we are following. This in Minnesota as a sad update here. The family of Madeline Kingsbury confirming this afternoon that the body found north of Mabel just yesterday is indeed Madeline there. And after locating the remains, law enforcement personnel arrested Kingsbury's former partner and father of her children in connection to all of this. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Investigating this case. Today you'll hear from Winona Police Chief Tom Williams, Fillmore County Sheriff John DeGeorge, and BCA Special Agent in Charge Michelle Fresconi. We will have time for questions after they give their prepared remarks. However, I do want to let you know that as of today, we will not be able to comment on any charges or charging decisions. That is something we'll be able to discuss at a later date, but that is not something we will comment on today. I appreciate you respecting that and also respecting the family as we continue moving through this process. At this time, I'm going to invite up Chief Williams.
Good afternoon. I'm Winona Police Chief Tom Williams. We are here today to announce that human remains were found yesterday in Fillmore County. This morning, the Southern Minnesota Regional Medical Examiner's Office performed an autopsy. Law enforcement has confirmed the remains are those of Madeline Kingsbury. Unfortunately, while this discovery is not what we were hoping for, we are thankful to be able to bring Maddie home to her family. Her body was found by a Fillmore County investigator on a remote stretch of road off Highway 43 north of Mabel at approximately 1:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon. Digital evidence collected by investigators led us to this area. It should be noted that the location of Maddie's body was off a low-maintenance public roadway and was not property owned by the Fravel family or any of their relatives. The area had been previously searched, but Maddie's body was covered and concealed in such a manner that she was not visible. To say the least, the last 69 days have been frustrating, full of heartache and pain for the family, law enforcement, and the community. But during this time, the family never gave up. Law enforcement never gave up. The community never gave up. We want to recognize that the support from volunteers, public safety professionals, and all the media outlets were instrumental in keeping the blue light shining in order to bring Maddie home. We have said that we will hold anyone involved in Madeline's disappearance accountable, and we are here to tell you that we will hold steadfast on that commitment. We are asking everyone to respect the family's privacy and allow them the time to grieve and mourn the loss of Maddie.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John DeGeorge. I'm the Fillmore County Sheriff. On behalf of the Fillmore County Sheriff's Office, we offer our deepest condolences to the family of Madeline Kingsbury. As Chief Williams stated, this is not the outcome we had hoped for, but we are grateful to help bring the search for Madeline to a close. After the conclusion of the large-scale searches led by law enforcement, Fillmore County Sheriff's Office investigators and deputies have continued to search specific areas and follow up on investigative leads on a daily basis. Hundreds of tips have come in to our team from many different sources, and each one of them was thoroughly explored. We are thankful for the partnership and the professionalism of the Winona Police Department, the Winona County Sheriff's Office, the Minnesota BCA, and all of the other supporting agencies. I am proud of our team of investigators and deputies who have kept focus and stayed committed and determined throughout this investigation. Our focus now is to continue to assist the Winona Police Department with every resource available to us to to ensure that an accurate and complete investigation is prepared. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Frasconi. I'm the Special Agent in charge at the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. We want to express our gratitude for the incredible partnership that has been allowed by this team to successfully find Maddie. The Winona Police Department invited the BCA to help with this case from day one. And since that, every homicide agent throughout the state has helped investigate this case. We want to also acknowledge that the forensic scientists and the analysts who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes through mountains of evidence to generate leads. We are grateful for the more than 450 tips that have been sent to us. Law enforcement had evaluated each one of them and followed up in as many leads as possible. It's this kind of collaborative effort that brought us here today, able to bring closure to Maddie's family. Thank you.
And that concludes our prepared remarks. I'd like to open it up for questions.
Would there have been enough evidence to arrest Adam Frable if Maddie's body had not been found?
Unfortunately, I can't comment to that aspect. That would be a charging decision by the prosecution.
Where was Adam arrested, and was he arrested without incident?
Adam was arrested at a residence in Mabel, and yes, he was arrested without incident.
What led to Adam's arrest? Why was he arrested in this case?
It was a probable cause arrest that we felt that we had enough evidence to make a probable cause referral.
Can you tell us any more about that?
Not at this time.
Do you believe that Maddie's body was in the same place this entire time, or had it potentially been moved at some point?
I can't comment on that.
Do you have a preliminary cause of death?
All right, we wanted to bring that to you live right here on Live Now from Fox of the big break there in that case. The body being found there of Madeline, and then of the news that we brought to you just the other day there, the father of the children arrested as well. We will bring you this full news conference a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, but we do have another live event here to get to. This is at the White House, President Biden with the UK Prime Minister, joint news conference underway right now.
National Interagency Fire Center responds to Canada's request for additional firefighters and the fire suppression assets such as air tankers. We already have 600 American firefighters on the ground and been there for a while in Canada, including hotshots and the smoke jumper crews. And it's very important that affected communities listen to the guidance of their state and local officials from this point forward. To keep up to date on the air quality in real time, go to the app that we provided. It's called airnow.gov. And check on one another. And by the way, what you'll get is something that looks like this with a calibrated piece that says when the air is clean and when the air is dangerous and hazardous. And it dictates what to tell you the air quality in the neighborhood. Now, it's my honor to welcome Prime Minister Sunak to the White House. Rishi, you're probably tired of meeting. We met in March in San Diego to discuss AUKUS, and with Prime Minister of Australia. In April, we were there for the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement in Belfast. We met and discussed again today the need to get the Stormont Institution in Northern Ireland up and running. Last month, together with our G7 partners in Hiroshima, we drove progress in everything from our shared support for the brave people of Ukraine to the common principles of engaging with China. Today in Washington, we have had important and positive discussions to deepen our bilateral economic relationship and expand our cooperation to shape the challenges and future for this remainder of this century. It's a testament to the depth, breadth, and I would argue the intensity of our cooperation and coordination, which has existed, continues to exist between the United Kingdom and the United States. There's no issue of global of importance, none, that where our nations are not leading together and where we're not sharing our common values to make things better. In our conversations today, we continue to build on all that we've achieved over these past months. We discussed how we can continue to adapt and upgrade our partnership to ensure our countries remain at the cutting edge of a rapidly changing world. Our economic partnership is an enormous strength and source of strength that anchors everything that we do together. We want to harness that power to make sure we're creating good jobs and supporting working-class families in both our countries, and that growth is shared broadly and no one gets left behind. So today, we're releasing a new plan to equip our economic partnership for the 21st century. It outlines how we can enhance our cooperation to accelerate the clean energy transition that must take place and is taking place, lead the development of emerging technologies that are going to shape so much of our future, and protect technologies critical to our national security. And a key piece of that is working together to strengthen our critical mineral supply chains and to make them more resilient so we're not dependent on any one country to meet our goals. When it comes to technology that will shape the future, like semiconductors, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, the UK and the US are working together to make sure they are developed safely and responsibly and jointly. We're going to do more on joint research and development to ensure the future we're building remains fundamentally aligned with our value set in both our countries. And we're doing more to prevent technologies that are invented and developed in our countries from being used for military or intelligence purposes by countries that do not share our values. Today, we'll also discuss our unwavering support for the people of Ukraine and who are defending themselves against the most brutal aggression we've seen in a long time at the hands of Russia and Putin. The UK and the United States, together with more than 50 partners, have committed historic levels of security assistance to Ukraine. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for his strong leadership, contributing significant amounts of security assistance and training Ukrainian troops so they can effectively use the equipment and ammunition we've collectively provided them. And in bringing the world together later this month to drive support for Ukraine's long-term economic recovery. You're doing a great deal. So, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for making the journey to Washington. Earlier this week, we marked the 79th anniversary of D-Day, and a timely reminder of the proud history of our nation's share and the values that we have long stood together to defend. That's the unshakable foundation of this special relationship, and it is a special relationship. There's no country closer to us than Great Britain. Today, as NATO allies, partners in innovation, as friends in a shared vision of the future, and our two nations are ready to meet the challenges of our time and meet them together. And I'm confident the United Kingdom and the United States will continue to lead the world toward greater peace, prosperity, and security for all. So thank you again, Mr. Prime Minister, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin my remarks, a word, if I may, on what happened in France this morning. All our thoughts are with those affected by this unfathomable attack, including a British child, and with their families. I've been in touch with President Macron, and we stand ready to offer any assistance that we can. Mr. President, Joe, it is an honour to be here at the White House, and thank you for your very warm welcome. Not for decades has the relationship between our two nations been so important. The values we share, our belief in freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, have never changed. They never will. But what has changed are the challenges that we face. And standing here together, as our predecessors have done for generations, I feel confident that through the strength of our relationship, we can shape the world once again in our pursuit of liberty, prosperity, and the possibilities of a new age. And that begins with our highest priority, national security. Last time I was here in the US, we signed AUKUS, the most significant defense partnership in generations. because we recognize that the security of the Atlantic and Pacific regions are indivisible. And just a fortnight ago, in Hiroshima, President Biden and I stood with President Zelensky and our G7 allies in a powerful display of unity. The UK is proud of our contribution, including providing tanks, long-range weapons, and training Ukrainian soldiers. But let no one doubt, US leadership and resources are the decisive contribution allowing the forces of democracy and freedom to prevail. As I said in Congress, and I say again now to President Biden and to the American people, thank you. And just as we collaborate to protect our national security, so must we increasingly do the same to protect our economic security, on which our prosperity depends. Countries like China and Russia are willing to manipulate and exploit our openness, steal our intellectual property, use technology for authoritarian ends, or withdraw crucial resources like energy. They will not succeed. Today we have agreed the Atlantic Declaration, a new economic partnership for a new age, of a kind that has never been agreed before. Yes, a partnership that protects our citizens, but more than that, a test case for the kind of reimagined alliances President Biden has spoken so eloquently about. That means new investment. This week alone, £14 billion of new American investment has been committed into the UK, creating thousands of jobs. It means stronger supply chains with a new action plan on clean energy. And it means reducing trade barriers in the technologies of the future with a new secure UK-US data bridge, helping tens of thousands of small businesses. An agreement to work towards mutual recognition of more professional qualifications in areas like engineering. And we're launching negotiations on a new critical minerals agreement. Once concluded, this will give UK companies stronger access to the US market. And we're building on our extraordinary shared strengths in cutting-edge future technologies, with joint research collaborations in areas like quantum, semiconductors, and AI. Now, our job as leaders is to ensure that this technological revolution makes us more secure and not less. Last week, the pioneers of artificial intelligence warned us about the scale of the challenge as well as the opportunity. The US and the UK are the world's foremost democratic AI powers. So today, President and I agreed to work together on AI safety, including multilaterally. Now, the UK looks forward to hosting the first global summit on AI safety later this year, so that we can seize the extraordinary possibilities of this new technological age and do so with confidence. And we are well placed to do so. I know some people have wondered what kind of partner Britain would be after we left the EU. I'd say, judge us by our actions. We're committed to our values as ever, as reliable an ally as ever, as attractive an investment destination as ever. But we're changing too. We're strengthening our relationships, not just with old friends like America and in Europe, but with new friends in the Indo-Pacific too. And we now have the freedom to regulate the new technologies that will shape our economic future, like AI, more quickly and flexibly. That is the future that we are creating in Britain. Confident, proud, and free. And let me close with a personal reflection. As Joe mentioned, he and I have seen quite a lot of each other in recent months. I gather our wives have even started to take spin classes together. And we were talking earlier about our hometowns. Joe is very rightly proud of Scranton. And I was telling him a little bit about Southampton in England, where I'm from. Now, not everyone knows this, but it was in a church in Southampton where in the days before he set sail for these shores that John Winthrop first spoke about his dream of building a city on a hill. And that reminds us that the relationship between our two nations is unlike any other. Our alliance is so strong because it is not abstract. It is rooted in our people. And it's never been about our history alone, but about our ability to grasp the future. We share the same beliefs, pursue the same purpose, and act according to the same ideals. And that's why today, As we meet the challenges of our time, we can depend on each other with absolute conviction. When the United States and the United Kingdom stand together, the world is a safer, better, and more prosperous place. And that's why ours is the indispensable alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. All right, first question goes to James of the Financial Times, unless he left.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the question. You spoke about your unwavering support for the people of Ukraine. So much of that depends on funding from the U.S. Congress. And now with the counteroffensive underway, when do you expect to return to Congress and ask for new funding? And how much do you expect you will need? And do you think that Speaker McCarthy will agree to it, given some skeptical comments that we heard earlier
no,
this
not
week?
sure, yes.
And to Prime Minister Sunak, you spoke earlier this week about the importance of finding long-term security arrangements and agreements for the defense of Ukraine for many years ahead. Do you think that, have you found a common position with President Biden on that issue? What's your preferred model for a long-term security agreement with respect to Ukraine? And does it need to be sorted out before the Vilnius summit? Thank you.
Let me begin by answering your question. First of all, the Ukrainians should speak to the military operations. I won't do that from here. We've done everything we could collectively, but individually in the United States, to make them ready to support that is going to continue, and an evolving situation that we're very optimistic. In talks with the Ukrainians and particularly with Zelensky and our allies and partners on commitments to Ukraine, long-term security to deter future aggression after this war ends is the goal. And we're advancing this goal by providing them the support Ukraine needs now on the battlefield and helping them strengthen their military over the long term. The fact of the matter is that I believe we'll have the funding necessary to support Ukraine as long as it takes. And I believe that that support will be real, even though you hear some voices today on Capitol Hill about whether or not we should continue to support Ukraine and for how long we should support them. The fact of the matter is, I asked people to picture what would happen if we were not supporting Ukraine. Do we think Russia would stop in Kyiv? Do you think that's all there would be happening? I think not, and I think the vast majority of my colleagues, even the critics, think that would not be the case as well. There's much more to say about Ukraine, but I hope that answers your direct question.
James, thank you for the question. If I might actually touch on your first question first, and say it's actually entirely reasonable for the American people to hear what I say and hopefully acknowledge the thanks that we have for their support of the situation in Ukraine, but also ask if everyone is doing their bit. And that's why, as I said, the UK is proud to be behind the US, the biggest contributor to the military effort in Ukraine. And I think it's right that other countries also step up and do their part. We're lucky to have America's investment in European security, but we need to share the burden alongside you, which is why defence spending in the UK has been above the 2% NATO benchmark. It's on an increasing trajectory, and we would encourage other countries to follow the lead that the US and the UK set, because our security is collective. I think the other thing for you to know about us as an ally is we also view security as indivisible between the Euro-Atlantic region and the Pacific. That's why the AUKUS partnership is so important. That's why we're strengthening our engagement and alliances in that region too, so that the US can count on the UK as a partner and an ally, sharing the burden, but also working together in every sphere that it matters. And on your latter question, I agree with what the President said. It's about deterrence. President Putin will be thinking that he can wait us out, that the alliance will tire, will get fatigued, and will give up. Now, that is not the case. And the more we can put in place support for Ukraine, not just in the here and now, but support that will last for a time and for years to come, I think it sends a strong signal to him that there is no point trying to wait us out. We're not going anywhere. We will be here for as long as it takes. And hopefully that will speed up the calculation in his mind that he should withdraw his forces and stop what is an illegal and unprovoked act of aggression.
Also, if you don't mind my making an addendum, I'd point out that not only do we have Europe responding, I spent a lot of time in Japan. The Japanese have stepped up. They've stepped up in terms of their budget. They've stepped up in terms of their involvement. They've stepped up in terms of the support for Ukraine, realizing that a glaring invasion with no pretext of anything other than conquering land occurring in the 21st century is a danger not only in Europe but everywhere in the world. The next question from the PBS NewsHour, Laura.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I think you're going to steal the mic. That's why they.
Yeah, they're holding on to it. Laura Barone-Lopez with the PBS NewsHour. All over the country, Mr. President, Republican-led states are passing laws, passing anti-LGBTQ, anti-transgender laws that restrict rights in medical care. Intimidation is on the rise. This week, anti-LGBTQ protesters turned violent in California. And also recently, I spoke to the parents of a transgender girl in Texas who told me that they're afraid and that they're considering leaving not just their state, but the country. Sir, why do you think this is happening? And what do you say to parents like the ones that I spoke to those families who are contemplating leaving the country because they don't feel safe anymore? And then Prime Minister Sunak, thank you. You mentioned that AI has been a key part of your visit. What are the U.S. and the U.K., what is the U.K. doing with the U.S. to protect elections and democracy from AI-generated disinformation campaigns waged at scale by foreign actors? And you also mentioned the warning letters sent by AI leaders about the potential threat that this technology, if misused, can pose to humanity. How is regulating artificial intelligence going to be any different than what has been done at the global scale so far to deal with climate change, another existential threat?
Let me answer your first question. First of all, maybe quietly when we finish this, you can give me the number of that family, and I will call them, let them know that the President and this administration has their back, and I mean that. Look, as president, I was proud to end the ban on transgender troops in our military, sign the Respect for Marriage Act, strengthen the civil rights protections for LGBT Americans, and advance LGBT human rights around the globe. But our fight is far, far from over because we have some hysterical and, I would argue, prejudiced people who are engaged in all what you see going on around the country. It's an appeal to fear, and it's an appeal that is totally, thoroughly unjustified and ugly. It's wrong for that a person can be married in the morning in the United States and fired in the afternoon by their employer because they're gay. It's wrong that the violence and hate crimes targeting LGBTQ people is rising. It's wrong that extreme officials are pushing hateful bills targeting transgender children, terrifying families, and criminalizing doctors. These are our kids. These are our neighbors. It's cruel and it's callous. Not somebody else's kids. They're all our kids. They're the kids, and our children are the kite strings that hold our national ambitions aloft. It matters a great deal how we treat everyone in this country. And the fact is that I'm announcing today a series of new initiatives that we're taking to protect the LGBT community. I was going to do this at the 4 out on the South Lawn. We're having Pride Day. we're going to have to postpone it because of the climate, because of the weather and the pollution out there, because of the fires. But number one, we're going to strengthen the physical safety, dedicated resources, the federal coordination of Better Protect Pride celebrations, marches, community centers, healthcare providers, and small businesses. Secondly, we're addressing civil rights violations, a new coordinator to protect LGBT students from book bans, which make it harder for kids to learn and may violate their civil rights at the same time. We're also engaging in mental health and other supports, more mental health resources and funding to help families support their kids, new efforts to protect LGBTQ kids in foster care, and steps to end the absolute end of LGBTQ homelessness. Congress has to pass, and I'm not giving up on this. Just like they told me we couldn't get the Marriage Act passed. Congress must pass the Equality Act and send it to my desk. LGBTQ Americans, especially children, you're loved, you're heard, and this administration has your back, and I mean it. We are not relenting one single second to make sure that they're protected.
Laura, on your question, it's clear that AI can bring incredible and will bring incredible benefits to society, our economies, to all of us. And actually, one of your leading venture capitalists just published an essay on this, which made the point very eloquently yesterday. I think it's also clear, though, that it does pose very real risks that we as leaders need to be cognizant of and put in place the guardrails to mitigate against. Actually, President Biden and I had a very good conversation on this just a couple of weeks ago in Japan in one of our sessions in Hiroshima. And we are aligned in wanting to discuss with other countries what those guardrails should be. I think here in the US, you've convened all the companies together recently. We've done the same in Downing Street just a couple of weeks ago. And I think there are a series of measures that we can implement, working cooperatively, as we have been discussing, that will ensure that we can enjoy the benefits of this technology whilst mitigating against their risks. And that's what our citizens would expect. And you talk about climate change. You know, we come together at COP to work multilaterally across multiple countries to bring down carbon emissions, to get funding to the countries that need it, to share research on how we can develop the green technologies of the future. Indeed, that's part of our conversations and agreement today. Now, we need to bring that same spirit of urgency, I think, to the challenges and opportunities that AI poses, because the pace of the technological change is faster than people had anticipated. And I think the letter that you mentioned kind of reminded us that we do need to work urgently to address this issue. And I'm delighted that Joe and I and others will be doing that with all great haste. And I think a couple of questions on our end. Could I call on the BBC?
Thank you. Chris Mason from BBC News. Prime Minister, your aim as a Conservative Party at the last general election was a full free trade deal with America. Isn't the simple truth of what's been announced today an acknowledgement of a failure to do that? And to the President, why won't you do a full trade agreement with the UK? Thank you.
Thanks. So if you look at what we've announced today, what it does is respond to the particular opportunities and challenges that we face right now and into the future. And it asks the question, what do we need to do working together that can bring most benefit to our citizens as quickly as possible? And our agreement does that. It's a first-of-a-kind agreement that's ambitious in what it seeks to achieve. I think that I've structured it around a couple of different areas. The first is economic security, because the challenges we face are much more economic in nature. It's a big subject of our discussions at the G7 recently. And the only way we're going to meet those challenges is to work together, to strengthen the resilience of our supply chains, to research the technologies of the future together. And that's what we've announced today, is a partnership that will deepen our cooperation to strengthen the economic security, and that's good for all our citizens at home. And those risks have intensified in the past couple of years. I think that's very evident. But it also seeks to build prosperity and create jobs in both of our countries. We've announced billions of pounds of investment into the UK, which is going to support thousands of jobs. And the agreement that we've struck today will continue to do that. It will support tens of thousands of small businesses in the UK, removing unnecessary red tape so that they can trade and do business in the US far easier. And I think those types of specific targeted measures that will deliver real benefits to people as quickly as possible are the right things for us to be focused on. But I think be in no doubt, as Joe and I were discussing earlier, the economic relationship between our two countries has never been stronger. The trade is worth hundreds of billions of pounds or dollars a year. Over 1 million of our citizens in each other's countries work in each other's companies. We're one of the largest investors in each other's countries, and that trade is growing at something like 20% last year. So the relationship is strong, it's booming, but our agreement today focuses on the particular challenges, opportunities of the moment we're in, and I think that's the right thing for us both to be focused on.
I think we had a really good discussion today about our economic relationship, and we launched negotiations on critical materials and an agreement to deal with climate crisis. For example, there is no reason why Great Britain will not play a major role in not only critical materials, but in investing in the United States of America in all of our initiatives relating to the need for critical materials, including battery technology and a whole range of things. Number one. Number two, cooperating on data and AI. It is a limitless capacity and possibility. But we have to do it with great care, not relative to one another, but relative to the issue. Because when I convened the leaders in AI, about, I think there were 13 here in the United States, the very architects of this AI, they're also very concerned about it getting out of hand. And we got to make sure we're all on the same page. And we're looking to Great Britain to lead that effort this fall in putting together a proposal, a group of nations to deal with, how do we deal with this? It not only has the potential to cure cancer and many other things that are just beyond our comprehension, but it has the potential to do great damage if it's not controlled. And so we're looking for, I'll overstate it, we're looking for watermarks on everything that has to do with produced by AI, so we know from whence it comes. But there's a lot we have to do. We're also addressing the national security risk posed by certain types of outbound investments. I had a discussion with Xi Jinping in China. Why was I not transferring certain technological capabilities? And I said very simply, because you're using them for weapons of mass destruction and intelligence intervention. And I said, if we could work out something on that, we'd have a very different relationship. So what we're trying to do is figure out how together we can make sure that we have the, let me back up and say it this way. I don't think ever in the history of human endeavor has there been as fundamental potential technological change as is presented by artificial intelligence. It is staggering. It is staggering. You have some of these leaders in the industry talking about how they're concerned whether the machine will be able to begin to think for itself, not need to be programmed. I mean, it's just, I know it sounds like science fiction, but it is close to science fiction, some of the things. It has enormous potential. And we're looking to Great Britain to help lead that effort to figure out a way through this so we're in full, total cooperation. Because there's no country we have greater faith in being able to negotiate this, not negotiate with individuals, negotiate our way through this, than the Prime Minister. And so we're in lockstep.
Last question.
Thank you. Last question is The Times.
Thank you. Chris Smythe from The Times. Prime Minister, you've made clear your support for free trade, but is today's agreement essentially a recognition that in light of COVID, the growing threat of China and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that the era of unfettered globalization is over? And if so, the US has made clear that it thinks that requires a much more interventionist industrial policy to respond to that. Why do you think that approach is wrong for the UK? And Mr. President, what do you say to those abroad who say that your new Washington consensus is simply a fancier way of saying America first? And in light of the warm words just now about UK-US defence collaboration, particularly in Ukraine, do you think it's time for the first British NATO Secretary General in 2 decades?
What's the last part of your question? I'm sorry.
Is it time for a British NATO Secretary General?
Maybe. That remains to be seen. We're going to have to get a consensus within NATO to see that happen. They have a candidate who's a very qualified individual, but we're going to have we have a lot of discussion, not between us, but in NATO, to determine what the outcome of that will be. And with regard to the first part of your question you wanted me to respond to?
It was about, is the new Washington consensus that you and your National Security Advisor set out simply another way of saying America first, which some overseas think it is?
Well, look, my economic policy is totally consistent with what I think is in the interest of our NATO allies and our allies around the world. One of the things that I decided to do, and I find that the Wall Street Journal, and I'm sure there's someone here from the Wall Street Journal and other publications that are talking about Bidenomics. I didn't realize it was, I had Bidenomics going, but the bottom line was this, that the fundamental change is taking place in terms of international trade. Nobody in, at least very few people in the United States, and I suspect around the world, knew what a supply chain meant, what they were talking about with supply chain. When we found out during the pandemic that the reason why we couldn't build automobiles was because the outfit that we got our semiconductors from in Southeast Asia had shut down because of the pandemic, we realized that I decided that no longer would we rely on one center of support for any of the things that are needed for our economic growth. And I made it clear to all our NATO allies and our partners as well that although we were going to generate for example, an AI capacity here, a semiconductor capacity here in the United States, attracting literally several $100 billion in investment, that was available to all of our allies, all of our friends, and they're investing as we are, and benefiting in a similar way. The bottom line here for me is that I think that the world is changing in a way that globalization is still real, but the measure of what we used to call in the United States trickle-down economics, where if the trickle-down economics resulted in both Democratic and Republican administrations for generations in making sure we found the cheapest labor in the world, sent the product sent the work to that neighbor or those neighbors who have the cheapest labor, and they send back their products. Well, I'm not doing that anymore. We're going to make sure that we, in fact, have a flip of that. We're sending capacity here in the United States. We're attracting capacity to build here in the United States and send product overseas, not the reverse. And I know it sounds simplistic, but it's working so far. And it's not going to hurt any of our allies or friends in terms of the trade piece of this. Matter of fact, I'm finding they're benefiting from it as well because they're engaging in it with us. And at home, they're doing similar things. So that's why we talked about the need to have relationships in terms of certain materials, the battery technologies, the share. We rely on Great Britain to produce a lot of that for us. So it is increasing trade, but right now it looks like it is because the United States is doing so incredibly well. It makes it look like it's only the United States. It's not. It's a change in direction in terms of how we view generating economic growth.
And just to add to that, I'd say I'm absolutely of the view that the United States, this president, does not believe in zero-sum competition amongst allies. That's what we declared together with our G7 partners just a few weeks ago in Hiroshima. This is a president and an administration that is completely attuned to the needs and concerns of its allies on these issues, and you can see that. Today, as the president said, we are launching negotiations between the UK and the US on a critical minerals agreement so that the US can provide us with that interaction and cooperation we need. And the Atlantic Declaration that we've announced today just talks about strengthening, deepening our cooperation. It's not about looking in and being protection. It's about the exact opposite of that. And it's about strengthening that cooperation across the full spectrum of economic, technological, and other spheres. And that's what you will see. You'll see that from the President, you'll see it from me, you'll see the UK and the US working even more closely together on all the big economic issues of our time, because that's what the moment demands, and that's what our citizens need us to do, and that's what the President and I plan to deliver.
It's not just our citizens. Look, the global south, there are going to be 1 billion people in Africa very shortly. 1 billion. At the G7, it was originally called Build Back Better World, but we're talking about there's a new PPI, anyway, an industrial policy that we're all signed on to provide the countries in Africa and in the global south an opportunity to grow, significantly grow, which benefits the United States, benefits Europe, benefits every country, because the reverse is true. If we don't figure a way in which these countries can grow and participate and be able to build infrastructure. You know, the Chinese have a Belt and Road Initiative. Well, the Belt and Road Initiative turns out to be a debt and confiscation program, not going very far. But what we're doing, and we're going to be doing with our NATO allies, with the G7, is providing opportunities. For example, Angola should be in a position very soon to have the largest solar facility in the world, generating significant amounts of energy. Benefits us, benefits them, brings them into the 21st century in a way that they've never been before. We're talking about building, and I have my team putting together with other countries as well, to build a railroad from the Pacific Ocean, from the Atlantic Ocean, all the way to the Indian Ocean. Never occurred before. How our departments of agriculture are working with these countries. So there's a significant amount of cooperation, not to hoard capacity, but to expand capacity, to further expand opportunity, because we all benefit from it. And one thing I've learned is that we are not going to be able to deal with the global warming, which is the most consequential threat to humanity, if we don't do it, unless we engage more together, not fewer, not less together. And so the United States will do what it can do well and invite all of our partners to be part of it if we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please remain in your seats as the principals and official delegations depart the East Room.
I'm supposed to walk off the stage now. Well, wait.
The bribery allegation, Congresswoman Nancy Mace says there's damning evidence in the FBI file that you sold out the country. Do you have a response to the congressional Republicans?
Where's the money? I'm joking.
Mr. President,
it's a bunch of malarkey.
Mr. President, what do you say to Americans to convince them that they should trust the independence and fairness of the Justice Department when your predecessor, Donald Trump, repeatedly attacks it?
Because you notice, I have never once, not one single time, suggested to the Justice Department what they should do or not do relative to bringing a charge or not bringing a charge. I'm honest.
All right, President Biden and the UK Prime Minister doing that joint news conference at the White House, and the event going for about 40 minutes there, and President Biden putting his commitment to Ukraine there, saying that there will be more funding and aid coming to Ukraine there, despite the fact that the offensive has not happened quite yet there, that Pentagon officials were hoping that would start to come to fruition there in that battle against Russia. All right, everyone, we continue to bring you always top stories and headlines from across the country. Take a look at here, the Dow continuing its upswing right here, more than 175 points in the green. So that is definitely good news as investors continue to rally this week. But I do want to go out to some breaking news that we are following for you. This coming out of Surfside Beach, Texas here. Skyfox aerials showing a ramp collapse at a park. Now, there were reports there of injuries to kids. We don't have a confirmed number of how many, but they have been taken to local hospital. And of course, we will continue to wait for more updates here. But just looking at the scene, you can see the police have it taped off, and then you can see where they are working on and just putting evidence markers by as well. So we'll definitely follow that here for you, and that is where the investigators right now are centered around, and you can see the police tape up as well. So we'll follow that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Does look like we have a Pentagon briefing coming up, too, at the top of the hour, so a lot going on here to start here. And, of course, we will be bringing you always the top stories and headlines from across the country, all in real time, right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. That is going to do it for my time here on the deck. But we do have the very latest coming up here from across the country, and my colleague Lexi joining us here in just moments. But in the meantime, I do want to show you just a little bit more of Mike Pence on the campaign trail, speaking to reporters there and taking some questions about if and when his former boss, Donald Trump, will be indicted. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
We've been overwhelmed and even humbled by the outpouring of support that we've been receiving all across the state and, frankly, all across the country.
All right, we'll get back to Mike Pence in just a little bit. That was taped, so we'll bring that to you a little bit later here on Live Now. Do want to go, though. Pentagon briefing underway.
Us to use the Airman's Hall as our temporary briefing space. Turning to today's briefing, I do have quite a few items to pass along on the top, so once again I will ask for your patience while I kick things off, and then I'll be happy to take your questions. First, at the direction of the Deputy Secretary of Defense, Dr. Kathleen Hicks, the DoD's internal review team on racial disparities in the investigative and military justice systems, or IRT, has completed and delivered its report to the Deputy Secretary. The IRT was charged with addressing root causes of racial disparities in the investigative and military justice systems and providing actionable recommendations to improve department policies, processes, and resources to address such disparities. The IRT's report details a total of 17 recommendations based on 3 lines of effort, which include training and education, service member protections, oversight, and transparency. The IRT also found that additional data and research are warranted to identify and address root causes, mitigate bias, and eliminate disparities. The Department of Defense is taking a deliberate approach to the implementation of the IRT's recommendations with the launch of a 120-day assessment that will be led by the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. Taking care of our military community is a top priority for the department, and we remain determined to eliminate racial disparities throughout our armed forces. DoD will continue to work to identify the causes of any racial, ethnic, or gender disparities in the military justice system, and the IRT memo and report will be available later today on defense.gov. Separately, earlier this week, Secretary Austin concluded a successful trip to the Indo-Pacific region and to Europe, during which he made stops in Japan, Singapore, India, and France. Each stop afforded the opportunity to meet with counterparts to discuss our continued focus and shared vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific region at a time of real momentum in our key relationships. As highlighted in his speech at the Shangri-La Dialogue, more and more the countries of the Indo-Pacific have come together around this shared vision of the future in which all nations are free to thrive on their own terms without coercion or intimidation or bullying. To quote Secretary Austin, quote, "It's a vision of a free and open and secure Indo-Pacific within a world of rules and rights, and that vision is anchored in some key principles to include respect for sovereignty, adherence to international law, transparency and openness, the free flow of commerce and ideas, human rights and human dignity, equal rights for all states, large and small, and resolving disputes through peaceful dialogue and not coercion or conquest." Of note, on the heels of Secretary Austin's travel to the Indo-Pacific, Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, Dr. Colin Kahl, will depart this weekend for a series of engagements in Hawaii, Korea, and Japan. During the visit, he'll meet with senior Indo-PACOM military leaders and conduct various counterpart visits in Japan and Korea that will further strengthen our ironclad alliances and partnerships in the region. Readouts from the Undersecretary's engagements will be posted on the DoD website. And in other travel news, Secretary Austin will travel again next week to Brussels, where he and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, will host an in-person meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group on June 15, followed by the NATO Defense Ministers meeting on June 16. We'll provide additional details regarding the trip in the near future. Shifting gears, in the Middle East region, this week marks the second week for U.S. participation in Exercise Eagle Resolve 23. For the first time, this multi-domain exercise, focused primarily on integrated air and missile defense and maritime interdiction, is being hosted in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and includes participation from all 6 Gulf Cooperation Council countries. Separately, nearly a half-dozen partner nation air forces from across the U.S. Central Command area of responsibility came together today in support of a B-1 bomber-led U.S. Strategic Command Bomber Task Force mission that culminated in a pair of live-fire events on ranges in Jordan and Saudi Arabia. Taken together, these activities reinforce the U.S. commitment to contributing to the security and stability of the Middle East region and demonstrate the increasing complexity, deepening military interoperability, and strength of our shared defense capabilities. And I would refer you to U.S. Central Command for additional details. Meanwhile, in the European region, the 52nd iteration of Baltic operations, also known as BALTOPS, began this week with 19 NATO allies, 1 NATO partner nation, 50 ships, and more than 45 aircraft, and approximately 6,000 personnel participating through June 16th. This annual maritime-focused exercise provides a unique training opportunity to strengthen the combined response capability critical to preserving freedom of navigation and security in the Baltic Sea. Participating nations will exercise a myriad of capabilities, demonstrating the flexibility of maritime forces. For more information, please visit the U.S. Naval Forces Europe, Africa, and U.S. 6th Fleet website and social media platforms for the latest on the exercise. And finally, on Monday morning, June 12, Secretary Austin and Deputy Secretary Hicks will lead a Pentagon ceremony commemorating the 75th anniversary of the Women's Armed Forces Integration Act of 1948 to celebrate the enormous contributions that women have made to U.S. national security over the last 7.5 decades. The Pentagon Courtyard ceremony begins at 10:30 and will be broadcast on defense.gov. And with that, I will take your questions. All right, Tara Kopp, let's go to Associated Press.
Kicking it off with a bang there, aren't you?
That's right. Welcome back to the briefing.
It's good to be back. I wanted to start off with Ukraine, particularly the dam break and the catastrophic flooding that's going on. Typically, in humanitarian disasters of this size, there's a role for DoD to play, whether it's flying in humanitarian aid, assisting with evacuations. Does the ongoing conflict make that impossible?
Sure. So as it pertains to aid, right now, I don't have anything to announce in terms of what DoD is providing. You know, as you well know, our current focus is on security assistance. I would highlight that you may have heard the White House talk today about USAID working with local agencies and international agencies that are on the ground to provide some humanitarian assistance, which includes things like transportation for people away from the flooding, distributing water purification equipment, water pumps, boat motors, other rescue gear. So I would refer you to USAID to talk about those particular efforts. But when it comes to DoD right now, I don't have anything to announce.
Just a quick follow-up, and then so that sometimes DoD aircraft are used to fly in that aid too. Can that not even be?
It's not something that we're currently looking at. Again, if that changes, we'll be sure to let you know.
And then secondly, there's a lot of reporting right now that the counteroffensive has begun based on activity you're seeing on the banks of the river in Zaporizhia. What can you say about that?
Yeah, so we're certainly monitoring reports of increased fighting between Ukrainian and Russian forces at various locations across the front lines in Ukraine. But when it comes to characterizing those particular operations or talking about those operations, that's really something that's best left to the Ukrainians. Okay, Jennifer.
Have you assessed who's responsible for blowing up the dam?
We have not at this time. We're still continuing to look at that.
And there are two reports today suggesting that the Chinese have a new agreement with Cuba to set up a listening post in Cuba. Are those reports accurate? What is the extent? Is there a new listening post in Cuba that affects the United States?
Yeah, so I've seen that reporting. I can tell you based on the information that we have that is not accurate, that we are not aware of China and Cuba developing any type of spy station. Separately, I would say that the relationship that those two countries share is something that we continuously monitor. I would say that, as you've heard us say many times, China's activities, both in our hemisphere and around the world, any concerning activities are something that we will continue to watch closely. But in terms of that particular report, no, it's not accurate.
Have you seen China set up any military base in Cuba? Or is there any plans afoot we've seen elsewhere in the region that they have?
Yeah, none that I'm aware of at this time. Yep. Tom?
Getting back to Ukraine, you can't talk about what Ukraine's doing. What about what Russia is doing? Are you seeing any movements of troops, shifts of troops, additional forces coming in along the front line?
Yeah, Tom, so I appreciate the question. What I'm not going to do today is provide an operational update on ongoing developments on the battlefield. You know, clearly, Russia for some time has been building its defenses in Ukraine and in anticipation of a Ukrainian counteroffensive. And so, you know, that's about as far as I'll go right now.
As far as additional troops coming in, can you at least say you're seeing some?
Beyond what we've seen in terms of, you know, replacement forces, I'm not aware of any significant large number of additional Russian forces coming in, but of course that's something we'll continue to keep an eye on. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. First, for you, there has been some reporting that DoD and DTIC are experimenting with OpenAI. And so I wanted to hear a little bit more about how they're experimenting with those large language models and how they're managing the risks that we continue to hear about those emerging capabilities.
Yeah, sure. So I don't have anything specific to provide on that. So let me take that question and we'll come back to you.
Tell your CDAO to respond. That would be great.
Okay.
Second line of question. The Bolt Typhoon China-linked cyber attack that we've been hearing a lot about. How is DoD responding, if at all? And at this point, is it your assessment that it was contained to Guam?
Yeah, when it comes to those kinds of activities as a matter of policy and for operation security, we're just not going to talk about what actions we may or may not be taking. Obviously, we take cybersecurity very seriously, but I'm just not going to go into details. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, and very happy to be back.
It's good
here. I just wanted to follow up on your response to Jen's question. So you said it's not accurate that China and Cuba are developing a spying base here. Are you aware of discussions about this, or are those reports completely just not accurate?
Again, based on the information that we have, the report is inaccurate. Certainly, we know that China and Cuba maintain a relationship of sorts, but when it comes to the specific activities outlined in the press reporting, again, based on the information we have, that is not accurate.
And then one question just on the F-16 training. I'm just wondering if you have any update on which countries are going to be providing support for training Ukrainian pilots on F-16s. And there was some reporting that F-18s may be involved as well. Is there any truth to that? And can you kind of give us an update?
Yeah, in terms of any additional types of aircraft, nothing to announce on that front. As far as F-16 pilot training goes, no new updates to provide today. You know, as we've talked about in the past, the Netherlands and Denmark have agreed to take the lead in terms of developing a training plan for Ukrainian pilots and maintainers. We do have several other allies who have said that they are interested in participating in that training. And so I think the last time we talked from the briefing room, that was a topic of discussion, or excuse me, actually that was before. So at the last Ukraine Defense Contact Group, that was a topic of discussion. We've got a contact group next week. I expect it will be discussed there as well. And so we should have more details in the relatively near future in terms of when, where, how. But at this time, nothing new to provide.
Have any countries requested that they be able to transfer F-16s to Ukraine?
Again, much more to follow in the future. Thanks. we go over here to Dan.
Thank you. There's a new letter, a new push, bipartisan on the Hill, kind of circling back to the Pentagon, asking about ATACMS, trying to expedite Abrams moves, trying to expedite F-16 moves. Any reaction to that in general? And then separately, we're all watching, obviously, the wildfires affect a good portion of the East Coast at this point. Senate Majority Leader Schumer raised the point of having additional American firefighting capabilities assist Canada if they ask for it. Do you see a role for DOD in that, particularly possibly with the Guard that already does that on a state level?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So last question first. I'm not aware of any specific requests at this time. Obviously, firefighting is a capability that some of our forces, as you highlight, the Guard, have provided support for in the past. But I'm not aware of any specific asks at this time. In terms of congressional requests for highlighting additional capabilities for Ukraine, I'm not going to get into specific conversations or requests between the Hill and the Pentagon, and we'll respond appropriately to Congress when and as those requests come in. But more broadly speaking, what I would tell you is nothing new to announce today in that regard. As we have been from the very beginning, we'll continue to talk very closely with our Ukrainian partners, with our allies, on what Ukraine's most pressing needs are. And so, as we've talked about many times, we are committed to supporting them both in the near term and in the long term. And we'll continue to keep you updated as there are new developments on that front. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thanks. Liam Cosgrove with the Gray Zone. Quick question on the Kokova Dam explosion. So several European politicians have come out and were quick to blame Russia, saying, this is an example of Russian terrorism. But if you look at the context, the dam was in Russian-occupied territory. The Ukrainian Ecological League said this could leave Crimea without water for over a decade. And there were reports in the Washington Post last year that Ukrainian soldiers were explicitly looking at targeting this dam as part of a strategy to flood the region and prevent further Russian advancements. And they even fired a couple HIMARS missiles into it to test that theory. So can the DoD share any evidence as to who might have done this? And are you entertaining the possibility that it might have been Ukraine?
Yeah, well, like as you heard us say, we're continuing to assess how this could have happened. So, all great questions, but at this point, it's all speculation. And so, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals or speculate. I think it's very clear, however, the reason we're in this situation is because Russia invaded Ukraine. And so it's obviously a terrible humanitarian tragedy, and you heard me talk here a little bit ago about how the U.S. government is attempting to assist the Ukrainians on the humanitarian front. But in terms of how this dam could have been destroyed, again, it's something that we're continuing to look into. Thanks.
And then more broadly, we have seen before where Ukraine, avoids culpability and is quick to blame Russia, like that missile that went into Poland that they said was Russia. Turned out it was actually Ukraine by accident. So is there a concern that they're not being totally transparent with us, and that, efforts like this with the dam, putting the dam aside because we don't know who did it, but that, an effort like that with the missile in Poland and perhaps the dam are attempting to draw us deeper into the conflict by blaming Russia, when we don't know yet?
Yeah, so, you started your question with, more broadly speaking, so I'll do the same. I'll talk more broadly here. As we say in the Air Force, from 10,000 feet, again, why are we in this situation? In February of 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine and attempted to eliminate it as a country. So the Ukrainians naturally have a right to defend themselves, and we have a right to be able to support them to defend themselves. I'm not going to speak for the Ukrainians in terms of their various activities, when it comes to the things that you highlight, other than to say it's very clear that on a daily basis there are Russian forces attempting to kill innocent Ukrainians. And so we, the United States government, are going to work with the international community to do everything we can to help them defend their country and take back sovereign territory. So let me go to Rio behind you there.
Thank you very much, General.
on NATO is considering a new office in Tokyo, Japan, to show its alignment with the Indo-Pacific region. But France is opposing this initiative. Does the Pentagon support a new NATO office in Tokyo?
Ro, what I would tell you is that we certainly welcome the increasing cooperation between NATO and our Asian allies. Japan is a cornerstone of our security in the Indo-Pacific region, our shared vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific. And we certainly welcome them as a NATO global partner. But when it comes to whether or not NATO is going to open an office in Japan, that's really a question for NATO and Japan and France in this case to address.
Follow-up. When the secretary was in France this week, did the secretary have a chance to discuss this issue with his French counterpart?
This particular issue did not come up. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So my name is Hariana from TPA, Angola. So can you tell us what could be the consequences if China and Cuba indeed build a more stronger relationship other than the one that you are aware of?
Well, without getting into hypothetical situations, I think broadly speaking, as I mentioned before, any type of activity, coercive activity or belligerent activity within our hemisphere is something that we're watching very closely when it comes to China. It's something that we've been concerned about for a while. It's something that we continue to work with our allies and partners to counter in the hemisphere. And so, again, without getting into hypothetical situations, it's something that we'll continue to take very seriously.
In the beginning, you mentioned a few successful trips made by the Secretary. Is any upcoming visit of the Secretary to Africa?
I don't have anything to announce on that front. Obviously, Africa continues to play a very important role when it comes to our partnerships and our national security interests. We have a lot of very valued partners throughout the African continent. And so when the opportunity presents itself, the Secretary certainly will look forward to that, but I don't have anything to announce right now. Thank you very much. Tony.
While you were traveling last week, the nation came together on a debt ceiling agreement. Afterwards, Mr. McCarthy, the House Speaker, threw cold water on the idea of defense supplemental to overcome the $886 billion national security cap. He became the latest politician to invoke the fact that the Pentagon has failed 5 audits in a row. His point was, they failed 5 audits in a row, you don't think there's waste? This has become a recurring theme among members. He's the highest ranking, we bring it up again. How do you respond to that? The Pentagon they failed 5 audits. Is there a correlation between the failure of the audits and effectively spending appropriated dollars from Congress? Should I be concerned if I don't live in Washington? You fail 5 audits and you're wasting my money, you're getting more money every year.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. So a couple things. So first of all, when it comes to audits, I would tell you that the department welcomes the scrutiny and the transparency that audits provide. These audits are part of a long-term effort to transform and modernize the DoD and help us transform, in terms of providing the kinds of capabilities that the country expects. Any entity as large as the department, there's going to be challenges in terms of when you conduct these types of audits, and it's going to take time and it's going to take investment. While we currently fall short of having a clean audit of our financial statements, we do receive favorable audit opinions on a significant amount of our resources. And there are controls in place to help ensure that taxpayer resources are being spent as intended by Congress. So this is something that we're going to continue to take very seriously. We understand what we've been charged with as a department in terms of national security and the appropriate use of taxpayer resources, and so we'll continue to stay after it.
So if I listen to you here correctly, there's not a real correlation between failed audits and effectively spending, obligating dollars Congress authorizes and appropriates every year. They're 2 different entities, 2 different mechanisms.
Right. I mean, again, when it comes to managing the resources of the department, again, we're going to do everything we can to effectively manage and spend those dollars. When it comes to the audit, again, that's something that we're going to continue to work very hard in terms of ensuring that we can track where those dollars are being spent and how they're being spent.
Let me ask you one transparency question too. About a week and a half ago, the department disclosed that SpaceX received a contract for Starlink terminals. They refused, your body refused to even allow how much of the contract was worth. Can you go back and revisit that? These are white systems, it's not classified, and I think the public's got a right to know roughly how much money is being spent on these Starlink terminals for Ukraine.
Yeah, I'll take your question. As you've heard us talk about, for reasons of operational security and due to the critical nature of satellite communication systems, it's just something that we're just not able to get into details at this time.
Yeah, but dollars are different than technologies and how many and where they're being placed. That's all I want to know.
Yep, no, understand. Thank you. Okay, time for a few more. Let me go to Tom.
Thanks. Welcome, Pat, back from your trip. 2 follow-up questions, please. Putting on your Air Force hat again, as you said, from 10,000 feet. Follow up on Laura's question regarding F-18s. From an Air Force point of view, what would they bring to a conflict like Ukraine?
I appreciate the question, Tom, but I don't want to get into hypothetical discussions about capabilities. Yeah, no, I understand. I just, by me answering that question, though, implies that we're now going to, go down a fictional road where, yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, so. My
second follow-up was to Brandy's question about the attack on Guam, and one of the parts you didn't respond to was whether it was beyond Guam, that cyber attack. Could you address that point?
Again, I'm not going to talk about, whether or not there are particular attacks or vulnerabilities. That's our policy when it comes to any type of cyber activities. And yeah, thanks very much. Yes, sir.
Noah Robertson with the Christian Science Monitor. Thank you. President Zelensky said earlier in an interview that humanitarian rescue workers were being shot at by Russians as they tried to do work in the flooded area in the south of the country. Can you confirm that and offer any more details if so?
I unfortunately can't. I just don't have that level of detail. Thank you very much. Okay. Go to the last 2 questions yet.
Thank you. Quick question on North Korean so-called space launch. What is the current DOD's assessment on how soon North Korea is prepared for conduct the next launch? I mean, does DOD assess that it's technically possible for them to conduct the next launch very soon?
Yeah. So I'm not going to get into any discussion of intelligence that we may or may not have on that front. I mean, as you know, the North Koreans have stated their intent to do that. You heard multiple leaders, to include U.S. and international leaders, to include Secretary Austin from Singapore, condemn North Korea's recent launch. It's destabilizing. It is in violation of UN Security Council resolutions. And so, again, we'll continue to stay in close consultation with our Republic of Korea and Japanese allies, as well as other allies and partners throughout the region, to continue to discuss this situation and continue to work together to deter potential aggression. Yes, sir. Last question.
Thanks. So last week, the Pentagon rolled out a policy that was aimed at banning drag shows on military installations. What message does the Secretary hope service members take away from this policy change, especially in light of the fact that it came at the start of Pride Month?
Yeah. So first, let me just reiterate up front that DOD recognizes June as LGBTQI plus Pride Month, and that we are very grateful for and acknowledge the many contributions of service members and DOD civilian employees from the LGBTQI plus community who serve our country. And as you well know, those of you who've covered DOD, we conduct special observance months to recognize the continuous achievements of all Americans and to American culture for increased awareness, mutual respect, and understanding, to include Pride Month. When it comes to drag shows, however, I would take exception. This has been a longstanding policy in terms of activities like this, that DOD will not host drag events at U.S. military installations or facilities. We became aware of the drag events during an April congressional hearing that there were a drag event scheduled to take place at DOD installations and facilities. And so, again, the Secretary advised that the Department will not host such events.
And drawing on my, just as a quick.
Listening in live here to the Pentagon press briefing, I'm Lexi Petrovich here on the desk now. Thanks so much for being with us. We do want to take you out right now to some breaking news that we're following. A live look here from Birmingham, Alabama, as we learn the suspect in the Natalie Holloway case has officially arrived in the U.S., just landing there moments ago from Peru. You can see this shot here from the airport, giving you a live look of where this all happened. He left Peru this morning and officially now has arrived to the U.S. with agents from the FBI. Vandersloot is the prime suspect in the May 2005 disappearance of Natalie Holloway in Aruba, who disappeared after she went there for a senior trip. The plane took off shortly before 8 a.m. from the airport in Peru. And we also have learned that Vandersloot's attorney had filed multiple appeals and attempts to stop the temporary extradition, but Peruvian courts didn't take action on them before his client's departure. In an earlier court filing, his attorney said Vandersloot wasn't notified by Peruvian officials of the temporary extradition process that was ongoing against him, which his attorney contends is a serious constitutional violation. Vandersloot, though, is officially in the U.S., just landing on the ground there as you take a look at this shot here. Let's also play out some of this video from right before he left from Peru today. Let's take a look at that. You can see this was from this morning, being escorted by emergency officials, getting ready to take off there before ultimately arriving here in the U.S. Let's just let this play out for just a moment. Okay, so looking at this video here before Vandersloot officially left from Peru, we're going to continue giving you this live look, though, of the airport in Birmingham, Alabama. Now, the Dutch national was being held in Peruvian prison for the murder of a 21-year-old Stephanie Flores back in 2010. Vandersloot was originally sentenced to 28 years in prison for that killing, but more time was added because of a drug smuggling scandal he was involved in while in jail. Now, the body of Natalie Holloway has not been found. In January 2012, Vandersloot pleaded guilty to killing Flores. That same month, Natalie Holloway was legally declared dead. Vandersloot will now face charges of extortion and wire fraud in the United States after allegedly attempting to sell Beth Holloway, Natalie's mom, information regarding the location of her daughter's body. Federal prosecutors say Vandersloot asked for $250,000, $25,000 up front for the information, and the rest to be paid out when the body of Natalie Holloway was positively identified. However, Vandersloot lied to Beth Holloway's lawyer about where her daughter's remains were located, according to American prosecutors. In an earlier statement provided to Fox News Digital when the Peruvian court announced the transfer of the suspect, Beth Holloway, Natalie's mom, said this gives a chance for justice to finally be served. So Joran Vandersloot has been the prime suspect in this case, something that so many people have watched so closely. It's been so many years now since Natalie Holloway disappeared. Her body still has not been found, but to see Joran Vandersloot now here on U.S. soil for the first time in his involvement in this, at least on those wire fraud charges, is a big deal. It's one step closer in the right direction, as we've heard that statement from Natalie Holloway's family, who's been fighting so tirelessly to try to get answers in this case that has really just grasped the attention of so many. So continuing to take this live look here from the airport. Again, if you're just joining us, Natalie Holloway's the suspect in this case, the prime suspect, Joran Vandersloot, has officially touched down in the U.S., landing in Birmingham, Alabama. That's a live look there from the airport after leaving from Peru on this temporary extradition process. So just touching down there, you're taking a live look from the airport. We also want to give you one other look that we're getting here from the airport as well, a couple different live angles of the arrival here. We will be continuing to discuss this more in depth throughout our programming today. We have a reporter live in Birmingham, Alabama, watching all of this happen in real time, being able to report on exactly what she saw, what comes next, what people can expect from here. We'll also be breaking this down even further as well with a legal analyst later in our programming too. So in the meantime, though, wanted to break in here as we brought you this update live from Birmingham, Alabama. Live look there from the airport. Joran Vandersloot, prime suspect in the Natalie Holloway case, officially on U.S. soil. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break. We'll see you back right after this. Welcome back. I'm Lexi Petrovich. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being with us as we take you through all of these top stories and headlines live in real time as they're happening. That's what we do here, bringing you all of these feeds live, raw, and unfiltered, not only here in the U.S., but international looks as well. Right now, though, if you're just joining us, we brought you some breaking news as we give you a live look here from Birmingham, Alabama, where the prime suspect in the Natalie Holloway case has officially landed on U.S. soil from Peru. Joran Vandersloot now facing charges of extortion and wire fraud in the United States after allegedly attempting to sell Beth Holloway, Natalie's mom, information regarding the location of her daughter's body. Federal prosecutors say that Vandersloot had asked for $250,000, $25,000 of that up front for the information, and for the rest to be paid out when the body of Natalie Holloway was positively identified. But according to American prosecutors, Vandersloot lied to Beth Holloway's lawyer about where her daughter's remains were located. And we've now been following as this has officially happened. There's been so much push from the family, from community members, from people who have just been looking for answers in this case that has stemmed from so long ago. And finally, this is one step forward, one step closer to justice, according to Beth Holloway, Natalie's mom, who released a statement to Fox News Digital. So giving you a couple of different live angles here from Birmingham, Alabama, as we just saw as Joran Vandersloot landed there from Peru with FBI investigators for this temporary extradition. Again, we will continue to bring you all of this live coverage. We have a reporter there live in Birmingham, Alabama, who's going to be joining us later in our programming. She was there watching this happen, so we'll really be able to get a better understanding of what happened here and what comes next. Also, we'll be talking with a legal analyst later on as well to break this down even further. In the meantime, though, want to give you a live look here from New York City, continuing to follow the latest with air quality concerns. You can see really doesn't look a whole lot better from here. Visibility still very limited from the smoke that has been leaving the city looking like this from Canada, the wildfires there. Let's also show you some video as well of New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who we heard from quite a bit yesterday and also today, as well as he spent part of the day yesterday knocking on doors, handing out face masks at a public housing apartment building in the city as smoke from burning wildfires in Canada continue to blanket the region. The smoke has led to air quality alerts and is raising health concerns, especially for the most vulnerable, including the elderly, children, and those with respiratory illnesses. The city is still urging people to stay indoors if they can, to wear a mask, and to avoid outdoor activities. Let's bring you this update here from our team at Fox 5 in New York, talking with folks, seeing how they're reacting to the latest with this.
It's crazy. It's been rough. Oh my God, this is horrible.
It was so weird to see the orange sky. It was so strange.
When will it end? Because I don't think it's going to be within the next few days.
Grab your masks and get ready for yet another day of downright dangerous air quality. Thick smoke blanketed the Big Apple yesterday. As conditions rapidly deteriorated, New York was temporarily gifted an unusual title, the most polluted city in the entire world.
The AQI air quality index hit 484. It tops out at 500.
The ominous yellow haze smoked out just about anything and everything that comes to mind. It limited visibility and slowed flight traffic at all three major airports. At one point, the air quality forced a full ground stop at LaGuardia and caused delays averaging more than an hour at Newark.
It's going to be an hour late delay, but that's what they say.
A hazy overcast hung over Yankee Stadium for Tuesday night's game, but yesterday's matchup between the Bronx Bombers and White Sox was called off 2.5 hours before first pitch.
We're going to try to come back tomorrow.
Adding to the long list of smoke-related woes, Broadway shows were postponed. The Bronx Zoo shut its gates. All outdoor activities at New York City schools were canceled. Even libraries announced early closures. And Mayor Adams says it could be a while before we see some improvement.
This is an unpredictable series of events.
For that reason, city and state officials are passing along this valuable advice. Just take it easy.
You don't need to go out and run tonight. You don't need to go out and take a walk. You don't need to push the baby in the stroller. This is not a safe time to do that. I want to reiterate that.
Okay, and giving you another live look here at New York City, as we did hear from Governor Kathy Hochul today, the latest update on their advice for residents. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Hard hit by inferior air quality, unsatisfactory air quality. I know a lot of people are looking forward to the Belmont Stakes this weekend, so let me give a report on that. We have instituted enhanced measures to protect the horses, and the riders, and the spectators. Yesterday, we decided, in my direction, the Gaming Commission directed all tracks to stop workouts and trainings yesterday. That'll continue through today. And this morning, the measures are going to implement, if the air quality exceeds 200 at the facility, at any facility, there will be no racing. That's going to be canceled if the air quality is above 200. If the air quality is 150 to 200, only horses that pass an additional pre-race vet examination will be permitted to race. And we're closely monitoring this because this is a national phenomenon. People come from all over the country. It's huge for the local economy. And so we hopefully can get this going, but there's no assurance of what the weather's going to be. So it's going to be a last-minute decision, I'm sure. Still having significant delays at our airports. LaGuardia, in particular, downstate airports are definitely affected. But the weather service predicts that conditions should start to improve, and we're monitoring all the conditions at airports regularly. Here's my message. This is the new reality we're dealing with. I know a lot of people are stressed out after what happened during the pandemic. I want people to know this is a very different circumstance We believe it'll be short-term, not long-term decisions will have to be made to keep people indoors. We're not making those decisions. This is personal. But we are taking climate change so seriously here in the state of New York. Always have been. And I've said before, we're the first generation to really feel the effects of climate change and the last one to be able to do anything meaningful about it. So that is why we're going to continue our fight against climate change. And you think about even the Clean Air Act, which we have. The reason we have a Clean Air Act enacted back in 1970 was the tremendous loss of life when we had the smog event in New York City back in 1966, and almost 170 people lost their lives because of the air quality at the time. So we're living in an era of extreme weather, statement of fact, and we're going to continue doing what we can to help do our part. We're doing our best in New York. We also need other states and the international community to join this fight as well, because I don't know what more evidence they need that we are in a crisis with our climate right now. Let's talk about what New Yorkers can do. I think about how to prepare. We do a lot of notices when it comes to major snow events, what people need to be doing to take precautions. But I think it's as simple as this. You don't need a snow shovel. You need to keep the masks in your house, and you need to keep your phone handy. And there's information on your phone in real time. We can get you the numbers. You can look up easily just on your weather app. You can go to our sites, but you can also just go to the weather map. Look for that number. That number appears on your app. It'll tell you what is going on. Right now, we're at about 191, I believe, in Albany. At least it was a little bit earlier today. So keep an eye on that. And that should gauge your family activities. You should make decisions based on those numbers and really restrict yourself until you see those numbers starting to get into a safer zone. And it's all very clear for people. But again, not everybody has a phone. They're not watching it all day. There are residents out there who need our help. Again, similar to a snowstorm, check on your neighbors. Check on senior citizens who may not be on a cell phone, may not be watching the news. And these are some of the most vulnerable people we have in our state. So this is another opportunity to be a good neighbor, to check in on people. And also, in your own home and in your car, you can turn on the air conditioning, but be aware that you need to have the recirculate button on in your car and in your home, especially if you're using in your home one of the window air conditioners, because otherwise you're drawing in outdoor air right into your home, and that is dangerous. Turn on the recirculate the air so it stays internally, and make sure that your filters are clean. A lot of people don't replace them very much. They lose their effectiveness if you don't replace the filters and clean them regularly. So that's what's important to get out to everybody. For the meantime, really the best thing to do is just stay indoors. That way you won't have unintended health effects. You won't have the discomfort of having the smoke fill your lungs. And we're asked often about, are we seeing an increase in people going to emergency rooms? Are we seeing the health effects? It is still early. This has only been in full force and in a very detrimental, dangerous way for the last few days. And it does take some time, but we have seen, Dr. McDonald's monitoring. We're not seeing a spike in people going to emergency rooms, but there are a couple hospitals, particularly in New York City, that are reporting more people stopping in. So I would like to ask Basil Sagos to talk a little more about the Mesonet, how we're doing our real-time monitoring of information. And we'll be happy to give a tour of that afterwards so everybody knows exactly how we're getting our information and making sure it gets out to the public as soon as possible. Basil Sagos.
Thank you, Governor. We are fortunate in New York to have one of the most robust weather monitoring programs in the country. That's the Mesonet program, which has over 126 stations around the state. That gives us an unparalleled view into the weather patterns, climatic issues in New York State. That then feeds into our response. We marry that to DEC's very robust 54-station monitoring program, where we're monitoring for all of the materials, all the pollutants that you see right behind you. That feeds into the federal system. So when you're picking up your phone, as the governor mentioned, or on airnow.gov, you're actually looking at the DEC monitoring data. All of that comes together to give us a good picture, and we're lucky to have SUNY Albany and the great Mesonet program here to help guide the state's response. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Hi.
Do a couple on-topic questions.
Yes. Councilman Cargo from News 10. I'm just asking, with field trips at the end of the year, what's your advice to parents and children?
Keep an eye on the numbers, first of all, and they can change. I mean, the rain is going to drive the numbers down somewhat, so it's a little hard to do long-range planning, but I would, if it's today, I would discourage outdoor field trips, absolutely. try to make an adjustment to do something with the children indoors. I know it'll be disappointing for some, but it is not safe to be outside. It is just not safe, especially for younger children. So let's just keep monitoring the news. We'll make sure everybody has in real time when we get information. But right now, we would say if it's a week or so out, it's too early to say what the situation will be. But today, tomorrow, not a good idea to be out.
Governor, just this week, you put out requests to bid for contracts to get rid of unused pandemic materials. You're trying to get masks in people's hands right now because of this. At one warehouse alone, there's 55 pallets of unused, expired, apparently, masks. 33,000 pounds worth. How do we get to that point of having so much wasted material, especially at a point now where we could use it?
Well, if we all remember, there was a time we could not get our hands on these masks. And I would say when there's a public health crisis that is global in nature and we're relying on supply chains from places like China, we were not manufacturing masks in this country. The smart thing to do was to stock up, absolutely stock up. And I think a lot of people appreciate the fact that we were able to distribute masks to hospitals and nursing homes and to vulnerable communities and our assisted living homes. We were able to do that because we amassed a large inventory, and we do have some remaining. We have plenty of masks in this time of emergency where we're getting them out to people. So you have to be always prepared for the worst.
But again, is it frustrating that there's so much left over? I mean, there's 800 pallets of PCR test kits in one warehouse. There's 1,000 pallets of medical gowns, nearly 3 million pounds in one warehouse alone. Is that frustrating? There's so much waste?
One never wants waste. Obviously, this was all decided at a time when we are still going through the throes of a frightening public health crisis. And decisions are made to secure that much. Before my time, because when I became governor, we had come through a lot of the pandemic, but then it's ramped up again with Omicron. So I was glad we had that in inventory. I will never be. I'd rather be criticized for being over-prepared for a public health crisis than saying we just didn't even think about it, we weren't ready, and I'm sorry, those other states have more than we do because we weren't ready. That'll never be New York.
Governor, is there any sense of like the toll that the smoke has taken thus far, like increased visits to emergency rooms, deaths, traffic accidents? Any sense of any numbers that have come in?
Not seeing any numbers like that at this time. Dr. McDonald regularly monitors the emergency room visits. Not seeing a spike for respiratory illnesses at this moment. There are individual hospitals, a couple in New York State have reported an increase. It is early yet. This has a cumulative effect, especially for people who insist on being outside, day after day. At some point, it's going to have an effect on them, I believe. And so it's perhaps a little bit early for us to have a full assessment of the health impact. Dr. McDonald, is there anything else on that?
Let me just thank you, Governor. Let me just add this real quick. As a state health officer, I want people outside exercising. I really do. I want people out enjoying New York. It's interesting. My brother texted me just before this saying, "Good day for a run?" I said, no. The air quality today, it's not a good day for a run. Probably a good day to go to the gym, though. So, take that as a tip here. But we are monitoring this closely. Keep in mind, one of the things I think the reason why New Yorkers are responding to this so significantly is you can see this, right? Everybody noticed it, right? And unlike the pandemic, you really could see the impact. So I think that's why people said, I'm staying inside. If I'm going outside, I'm wearing a mask. Because you're seeing people wearing masks today. It's interesting.
Was there any indication it would be this unhealthy? You said you had some heads up that was going to happen. Was there any notice that the numbers would look like this at this point?
No, there was not a way. 6 days ago when we started giving out our announcements to be prepared, we were monitoring, and I can have Jackie Bray talk about how we started watching this. But these are unprecedented numbers. We would be concerned about a 200 level, which is where we are in much of the state today, 150, 200, 250. But for areas of our state, even yesterday, to have hit 400, that is extraordinary. And this is the worst air quality we've had at least since the 1960s when we started monitoring. And that was the time when it was pre-Clean Air Act, and companies and industry all over the state of New York were able to discharge pollution into the air, and we're as bad as that time. And that is what is frightening about the moment we're in right now. That is the shock value of this, but it's also a wake-up call that this is the new normal for what we're going to be dealing with. When I spoke to, I think I mentioned this yesterday, when I spoke to the Canadian Council, he said that the wildfires that they're experiencing, and they had them out west last year, we're experiencing it here in New York because they're in the east, but they've been going on for a long time. He said that their increase is up 1,400% firefighters in Canada. And we have, I want to get a word out to people too, we could have our own wildfires here. Despite some rain today, it has been unusually dry. So please be smart. Do not be the source of the next wildfire in the state of New York when you're out camping.
All right, listening in there to New York Governor Kathy Hochul talking about the latest with air quality levels in New York City. We were giving you a couple other live looks there of New York as well. This is what it looks like right now, at least from this camera perspective. So you can still see very much the impacts of these wildfires from Canada. Another live look here as well. Still very smoky, still very hazy. Something that we've been looking at as these events have been canceled, as New Yorkers have been urged to stay indoors. And if they have to go out, the recommendation is to wear masks. So continuing to check in here with officials on this. We also heard from officials in New Jersey. We'll bring you that in a little bit as well. In the meantime, though, going to take a quick commercial break. Welcome back. Thanks again for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate it as we take you through the day, bring you all of these top stories that you should know of on this Thursday. We just brought you that update from New York City as we give you a live look there. We also, a little bit ago, heard from officials in New Jersey as well on this. So we'll continue to bring you the latest with that. In the meantime, though, we want to bring you this story out of Philadelphia, where a boy there is one of less than 20 people in the world battling a rare and also an incurable disease that has stolen his hearing, and it has greatly impacted his ability to walk. Cole Canning, who's a 6-year-old, was diagnosed in 2021 with what's called Mitchell syndrome. It's a genetic mutation that attacks the nerves in a patient's body. Fox 29 has his story.
6-year-old Cole Canning of Bristol Bucks County is a cutie pie, silly, sweet. He's one happy little boy with a whole lot on his plate.
He was diagnosed in November of 2021. I'll never forget the date.
Cole is one of less than 20 people in the world with an extremely rare genetic mutation called Mitchell syndrome. It attacks the nerves in your body.
It could be the nerves in your eyes, you have vision problems, mobility issues.
You don't know when it's coming, or if it's going to go away, or if it's going to stay forever.
It all started when Cole's pre-K teacher thought he might have hearing loss. Tests showed he, in fact, did. The family tried hearing aids, then cochlear implants. Neither worked. The surgeon suggesting genetic testing. Nicole and Matthew getting the news no parent wants to hear right before his 5th birthday. Mitchell syndrome, no cure, no treatment.
We're still learning as we go. The patients that we know of, symptoms are all different.
It's all so unknown that every day we just take it as it comes.
Dad, blue.
Cole, his mom and dad, and 8-year-old sister Aubrey have all learned sign language and are getting good at it. But life is tough. His hearing issues, just the beginning.
It hit the nerves in his spine, so he was having trouble walking, and most recently he was in the hospital for 4 months with COVID and pneumonia, and he's having respiratory issues.
A friend who's a contractor helped the family transform their entire lower level into a special space for Cole to accommodate his medical equipment, a hospital bed. There's even built-ins for his medicines and other equipment. Everything he could ever need.
Our friends and family and community have done everything to help us.
What this couple wants most is to get the word out about Mitchell syndrome and to raise money for the Mitchell and Friends Foundation, started by Mitchell Herndon's family, the first person known to have the disorder, so researchers can find a cure.
Anybody who wants to help, we would be grateful for it so that our kids could grow up and lead their lives to the fullest. Every kid that's diagnosed with it.
I love you.
Nicole starting Instagram and Facebook pages, We Sign with Cole, to increase awareness. Are you guys hopeful?
Very. I think from where we were 2 years ago to where we are now.
We want to show other parents, like, don't give up.
This little guy sure isn't. He still has lots of fight left in him. Dawn Timoney.
I love you, Cole.
Fox 29 News.
Great reporting there by Fox 29's Dawn Timoney. Another story we want to bring you. A 10-year-old girl gets lost and spends 24 hours alone in the woods. But amazingly, she survived and was reunited with her family. Fox's Alejandra Guzman has more.
This is 10-year-old Shugula Mashwani. She's running and playing alongside her sister and cousins after returning home from school, a sight her loved ones are grateful for.
There was a river and there was a bridge on the river, and she crossed the bridge and she lost the bridge.
Her uncle, Kamaluddin Ezahar, is helping translate as she recalls June 4th, a day and night the Mashwani family will never forget.
She couldn't come back.
A typical Sunday outing quickly transforms into a search party. The playful 10-year-old girl got separated from her family, who was out at the Cathedral Pass trailhead in Clayella.
I couldn't cross the river.
She couldn't find the bridge they traveled over, so she hiked downstream through the dense forest and spent the cold night between some trees.
She said, just I remember that there was a forest and I lost and I was sleeping and I was not scared.
You weren't scared?
No.
Were you cold?
Yeah.
A brave little girl. Shugala says she's no stranger to the outdoors. Her family regularly hikes. They moved to the U.S. a few years ago from Afghanistan, and the backcountry reminds them of home. She knew to follow the river and wait for help to arrive.
She said, I saw a car on the other side of the river, and she said, I was trying to find the bridge and cross the river. That's why I followed the river.
The Kittitas County Sheriff's Office says rescue crews found her Monday afternoon with minor scrapes and bruises.
They found my daughter, and I frowned on them. They were very helpful, and they brought a helicopter and a drone, and they used different skills, and finally they could find her.
Shugala walked about a mile and a half from where her family noticed her missing. These photos taken as she was reunited with her father.
She said, I was happy. I was very happy. He said it was unbelievable we find her alive, because there was more cold and there was more animal, and I proud to have a brave daughter like her. We are very thankful. We really appreciate it.
Alejandra Guzman, Fox 13 News.
Okay, and I want to bring you another update here as well. This one out of Texas, where it's a story that we've been following since this all happened. Many community members on alert after this news came out. But the daughters now of a 65-year-old woman who Austin police say was murdered by someone that they're referring to as a serial killer, they're now speaking out. APD, Austin police, had arrested Raul Meza last week after they say that he called police and confessed to 2 recent murders, but his criminal history dates back much further than that, decades.